sticky cheeks will burn. I've got my little switch. So you can piss off. If you think I'm gonna waver, but I'll allow. I'm tired of all the fighting. I'll allow. I'm tired of all the lying. hard to talk to you, even knowing you were right. It's so hard to listen to, even knowing where you hide. Hey, this is what you asked for, hon. I'm sorry that you didn't see, but hey, you've got some popcorn fun. Oh, will you make it up? Let's see. I'm playing a new game. Same as the old way. Hide in the light, shine in the lights. I'm making a highlight, showing the sideline. Shine in the light, hide in the light. It's so hard to see right through everything you wanna be. It's so hard to know what's true, even with it right in front of me. We're playing a new game, same as the old way. Hide in the light, shine in the lights. I'm making a highlight, showing the sideline. Shine in the lights, hide in the light. I won't pretend to know what's right. I won't pretend to know what's right. I will trust in you. I will trust in you. We're playing a new game, same as the old way. Hide in the light, shine in the lights. I'm making a highlight, showing the sideline. Shine in the lights, hide in the light. Shine in the light, hide in the light. Shine in the lights, hide in the light. Shine in the lights, hide in the light.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Think I'm losing my mind again 'cause of you. Got my head in the clouds again 'cause of you. Oh, what you gonna do when the heat go deep? What you gonna do when you don't wanna sleep? What you gonna do when I wanna see your hate? What you gonna do when the time don't lie? What you gonna do when you don't even wanna try? What you gonna do when I wanna see your face? Step into the sun. My love, it don't go that good, except for you. My love, all it does is start, except for you. What you gonna do when I want your head? What you gonna do when I do it again? When I wanna be your man? What you gonna do when I wanna sleep? What you gonna do when I don't even wanna be anything else, anything else, anything else? Think I'm seeing the signs again 'cause of you.
Who made the snake fall? Who made the snake fall? Navo made the snake fall. What's going on? Welcome to the jams. How's it going? What's happening? Everything working? Looks like everything's working. Except that. Let me move this. Let me move this thing. I gotta move a thing. I gotta move a thing, and then everything was great. There it is. That's it. That's all it was. Why is this sounding like this? Because the buffer never reset. I knew there was something going on, dude. I knew there was something going on. Set buffer 32. We were at orchestral template buffering, which was, I think, like 8 milliseconds or something. I knew there was something off. I was like, what is that? And I was like, but I reset the buffer earlier and everything should be fine. And it was not fine. But it's going to be fine now. Everything's fine now. Everything's wonderful now. Other glow! Welcome back 54 months. What is that? Is that a sixth? Is that a sixth child? Thank you so much for everything you do. Oh, hey! Via Twitch Trime, no less. Via Twitch Twime, no less. I tricked it. That's funny. Dude, thank you so much for the 54, as always. Nikita Jams. Welcome back 77 months. All of them in a row. Thank you so much for the continued support and, of course, everything you do. And also, do we have a raid? Nikita Jams dropping the crew on the jam, playing some World of Warcraft. It's like streamception, modception, streamception. Thank you so much. Hope you had a fantastic stream. And welcome to the Jamage. Everybody rolling in. Make sure you follow Nikita Jams at that link that Other just shouted out. Thank you, Other, for the shout outs. Nikita Jams. Thank you for that. Navo, what's going on, dude? Welcome back 15 months. Almost doobly dooms right there, brother. Dude, thank you so much for the 15. Hope you're doing awesome. Welcome back 15. Thank you for that. And Mysticals. Welcome back 31 months. Triply trips. Oh, hey, a button. That's right, dude. And you hit it. Dude, thank you so much for the 31. Much appreciated indeed. Do we have a bit drop? Do we have a bit drop? Navo dropped 500 bits on the jam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. Yes! Thanks for not breaking the screen. Oh, come on! Can somebody fix the screen, please? Thank you very much, Yuda, for fixing the screen. What's up, Sroon? How's it going? We will rebuild. Sroon knows. Dude, Navo, thank you so much for the 500 bits, man. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. Play another song. A Brian May special guitar for my birthday and Christmas next 2 years. That is amazing. Are you serious? That is so awesome, dude. Right on. You got a good one there, bro. What's this? Do we have another bit drop? So first, Navo drops 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. But then Navo drops 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000 bits. The completion of the Geoted. We got Geoted! At least you didn't break the screen. At least you didn't break the screen. Oh, come on! Can somebody fix the screen, please? Alka fixing the screen. Alka building the jamming apps and fixing the screens. Fixing everything. Alka, thank you so much for fixing the screen. Navo, thank you for the 500 bits. On top of the other 500 bits, making it 1,000 total bits on the jammage. Congrats on the guitar, dude. You got a good one right there, bro. Never let go of that one. That is epic. Brian May is killer. I always loved Brian May's playing. Like, there's a lot of guitarists who like to showboat and like to get kind of crazy into ridiculousness. And I like Brian May for his tastiness. He was always very tasty. He had very tasty licks. Sroond! Welcome back 13 months. A new rotation. A new rotation begins. Thank you so much for the 13th Sroond. Much appreciated indeed. What's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh my God. What was that? What? Okay, that's great. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Wasted in the house. What's happening? Zarazal, what's up? Everybody else rolling in. Welcome to the jams. Thank you for coming by. We're going to kick out some jams tonight. We're playing some jamages. Dude, I've been doing so much to talk about. It's done. The thing is done. I'm done with it. It's finished. I did it. And I can't wait to tell you about it. We're going to talk all about it later. But for now, let's do the next song. Hit it, Reaper.
My heavy head can't take this anymore. I'm holding on to you right from the core. Can't let you go. I don't want you to know this haze over my head. It's like a cold winter. don't know how you ask. Just save me from myself. I don't know how you manage the truth.
Do you think that latency has something to do with RAM speed? Thank you very much. By the way, I want to know how much RAM we're looking at right now, as a matter of fact. So right now we're using 12 gigs. And that's it. That's what happened. So it's recalling, but the issue is the real-time processing. I can play audio all day long. It's the real-time processing. So that's not RAM. All right. Solved. Do we have another bit drop? Navo dropping another 500 bits on the jam. 100 bits. 200 bits. 300 bits. 400 bits. 500 bits. Thanks for not breaking the screen. Oh, come on! Can somebody fix the screen, please? Navo, thank you very much for dropping another 500 bits on the jam, dude. Thank you so much. Once again, much appreciated indeed. Dude. I haven't played MX Bikes in a minute. You want to know why? Last time I played him, dude, you guys, this is such a bummer. Last time I played MX Bikes, I got kind of mad. I got kind of mad. And I didn't do anything that violent, you know? It wasn't that violent, but I got kind of mad. I got kind of mad and I kind of twisted the controller. I kind of just twisted it. I kind of grabbed it and I was like, oh, and I twisted it because I was mad. It's like it crashed or something. And it kind of pulled the controller cable and my phone was unfortunately on the desk right next to the controller. And come on, face detect autofocus. There it is. That's face detect autofocus right there. And yeah, I haven't played MX Bikes in a couple days. It was an accident. I was just rage twisting. You know, I was just rage twisting the controller. I was like, I don't know how to twist a throttle. I might as well twist a controller. And just the way I twisted it, the cable pulled on the phone right here, and it fell, and it turned around, and the screen hit right on the leg of the desk, and I heard it too. You know, where you can hear it, and it's like the twinkle crack. It was like a tink, tink. I I was like, oh, I know what just happened. I have paid for my rage. I have immediately karmically paid for my rage. I fixed my screen a few months ago. I broke my screen a few months ago, and it was like I needed to get it fixed immediately because it was totally messed up. It totally busted my whole situation. Like I couldn't even use the phone because the screen was so busted. So I had to get it fixed right away. And I'm not going to do that again. Luckily, the phone works now. You know, it still works. Like everything's fine. It's just I have a pretty little. I have a little bit drop. I have a bit drop display. It just reminds me of bit drops, so it's positive. Anyway, Sweet Scotch, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Clayton, yes, I use 126s. Clayton 126s is my jam. Ever since I worked with a buddy at a guitar shop back in college, and he turned me on to the Claytons, and I've never gone back. Sawed off. Welcome back, 87 months. That's a lot of months. That's almost triple digits, dude. Sawed off, what's going on? Thank you so very much. It might be rigged. It's not rigged! Memed. Meme decimoistiso. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. What's happening? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's just a flesh wound. That's exactly right. And that's why we can't have nice things. I know. It was so stupid. It was so dumb. It was just right here and just the cable just, I try to be so careful with, God, why do, Anyway, it's fine. Everything's fine though. It's fine. It works. I can still play chess.com and I can still look at Twitter, and that's all you really need, right? I mean, I don't know about using it as a phone. I haven't tried that, but no, I'm just kidding. Thanks, great. How'd you do that? How did I read your name? Because it's impossible to read because there's no capitalization or any indication of what your name actually is. Are you telling me that I read your name correctly? Or are you talking about something completely different? Because I'm assuming you're talking about something completely different, like maybe the print or something. Auxiliary damage. That's exactly what it was. Clayton 6'3" are my jam. 6'3s. I think I may have used some 6'3s as well. I find the 126s are the perfect balance before, because I used 1.5s. I think it's 1.5 something. It's like 1.52. I think it might be 1.52 is the next one up. And I used that for a little bit, but then he got me to try out the 126s because I was always into the super stiff ones. And I was breaking a lot of strings. And he was like, try the 2.6s. And so I tried that. But I don't want to go too much under the 2.6s. I've always gone toward the being able to the slammings of the hards. You know what I mean? But yes, Clayton in any thickness is good thickness. Be careful because TOS. I'd fetal position myself for months if my screen broke. I'm motivated to never touch it again. I know. Just don't put it wrapped up in an Xbox 360 cable. That's all. Yeah, the other time I broke it, I did it where like I dropped it and then I tried to catch it, and by catching it, I just sped up inertia like 3,000% because when I tried to catch it, it like started flipping even faster as it fell, and then it perfectly hit the ring around this stool, and this like the metal bar, like the footrest metal bar around the stool, it perfectly hit right on that. Just it smashed. It smashed. It was over immediately. The thing was like, I tried to activate I tried to turn it on and it was just like all, couldn't see anything. It was unfortunate. No, I mean the picture. That's what I thought. Me, myself, and I in Italian or something. Okay, good to know. Yes, the printer is from, if you watch a tutorial from Nutty, he uses DJ Teo's code for it. And so that's how I do that. It's not coded, and not coded as best for recording, but not longevity. I'm not familiar with any coded ones. Do you mean the ones that have that like kind of like waxiness about them? What's going on, Soundbites, by the way? I use the stiffer picks. I can't use stiffer picks. I like the bettiness, the lighter gauge picks. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like there's no right or wrong answer. It's kind of just whatever is comfortable, what you prefer. Don't let anybody ever tell you to change your thickness, all right? You do you. You do your thickness, man. There is no right thickness, bro. It's all thickness when you're it's all the right thickness when you're coming up to the pearly gates. Dropping a 5-sub gift bundle? Care of Navo. Care of Navo 009? Care of Navo 009! That's a lot of sub gifts. 68 total subscription giftages on the jam. Webb Mosby, you got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. Welcome back 40 months. Mop Bucket, you got a sub gift. Welcome back 2 months. Welcome back 2 months. Riff Shark, you got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. This is your first month. Sleepy Developer, you got a sub gift. Welcome back 3 months. Eoner, you got a sub gift. This is your first month. Thank you for the gift bundle. Wow. All right. Nice. Dude, thank you so much for coming in with that 5-subscriber giftage bundle on top of all the other support, dropping a bunch of bits on the jam, breaking screens, taking names, printing tickets, and using Clayton's. All in a day's work, I suppose. Dude, thank you so much for the 5-subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. And welcome everybody who just got subscription giftages. Hello. Welcome back, or welcome for the first time. Hello. How's it going? Oh, you want to talk about automation? You want to talk about some automation? We're going to talk about some automation in just a few minutes. In just a few minutes, as a matter of fact, we're going to talk a little bit about some automation. For sure. For sure. Yeah, so it's pretty amazing. The API, the Twitch API is pretty cool because what happens when you follow is like a signal gets sent out, like an event gets sent out, and it's like your username and like your profile pic. It's like how long you've been like on Twitch. It's like all this stuff. It's got all this info, and then you can just tap into that, and then Streamer Bot through some scripting and some other stuff. I don't know anything about this stuff. I just kind of duct tape it all together and watch tutorials and use Claude. But it can grab all that information and then stuff it on a piece of paper template thing and then print it. And then here we are. There it is. We patented it and we packaged it and we put it on a plastic lunchbox and now we're selling it. We want to sell. Oh, whoa, that wasn't good. Everything's fine. But yes, Mysticals using 6mm currently and bending them while holding to make them stiffer. Oh, that's cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, see, it all comes into like technique, how you're playing with them, all that stuff. Yeah, pick choice is very particular to the player and also string choice as well. Oh, Sunrise. Oh, it's Sunrise. So you were using Sunrise 1.5 and now you're using 0.6? Wow, that's quite a change. That's like going from like a semi-truck to a Lamborghini in terms of weight distribution among the surface area of the picking technique abilities. It's technical. It's technical. Oh, I can't recommend. Anybody else in the GMs right now can recommend a 7-string. I have the AJ7 from LTD, which is the signature Andy James 7-string, but I got it because I thought it looked cool. I mean, it's a great guitar, but like as far as like guitars in terms of like the things about them, I don't really. I try to do this on them, but I can't really recommend. I don't really know if there is. Oh, dude, Gary. What's his last name? Dude? He has such awesome taste. See, for me, it's all about what they look like. Oh, what's his name? Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. He came into EMG TV when I was there, and he he had a signature guitar from LTD2, and I wanted that one too, but then I ended up going with the Andy James 7-string. Oh, his name's Gary. I can't remember his last name, but his signature guitar is so sick. It was like black, but it had like red trim everywhere, and just like it almost looked like a Gretsch, because it was one of those it was one of like the ESP, I forget the models, it's been so long now. But like it was one of the ones that look like that kind of looks like a Les Paul, but it's like a little wider. It almost looks like a, what is it, a 336 or 533, 335? You know, the jazz wider ones, like wider bottom bodied ones. Gary Garrison, Gary Kramer, Gary Moore, Gary Holt. I think it might have been Gary Holt. It was a Gary of some sort. It was a Gary with long hair who was in a 80s, 90s thrasher band. So if you can tell me which band it was, then I'll be like, that was the Gary. I think it was Gary Holt. Let's look at the Gary Holt signature series, ESP LTD. Gary Holt signature guitar. There it is. Oh, dude. This guitar. Oh, this guitar. Can you please go away? Oh, Sweetwater, you want me to look at your 12 Days of Christmas? Okay, cool. How about you just show me the picture? Show streamer bot. There it is. That's Gary Holt's guitar. And I was like, I want that. That's sick. But I ended up going, that gloss finish. Ah, yes. Front view. But it's all personal taste. It's all personal preference. Anyway, I say that to mean that I have no idea how to recommend a guitar. But I liked Gary's got a nice signature. Anyway, let's kick out another couple jams, and then I'll tell you what I've been up to, because whoo boy. What's up, Caveman? Exodus and Slayer. Yes, indeed. That is correct. Incoming call from your Sweetwater rep. You got to hand it to Sweetwater. It is absolutely amazing, the personal service from Sweetwater. Every time I order anything, whether it's strings or it's an interface, it's like I get an email from the dude being like, "Hey man, so I picked up the thing with the deal. It should be there pretty soon. Let me know if you I actually had to call him once because I set up my boss's studio back in the day, and he had like some sort of weird. We'd gotten everything from Sweetwater. We'd spent like $25,000, which actually isn't that much, but he was like, I just want to set up a bunch of stuff to get my home studio working. It was the CEO of the company. And he was like, I got about a 25 grand budget. And I was like, no problem. And so we spent that. But one of the interfaces was a Focusrite or something. And like the software for it was just like, I had no idea how to route it up through Pro Tools, because it was like, you're routing it through Pro Tools in some weird way. So I called my Sweetwater rep, and man, within 5 minutes, he had me up and running. I was like, you gotta hand it to Sweetwater. They do really have excellent customer service. Unlike some companies, it's pretty stellar. You cannot knock their service. Let's do the next song. What's up, Starwolf? Hit it, Reaper.
Finally on my way home. Finally gonna find you. If you're nothing but the memory gone. have just begun. You are my only truth, one I can never lose. We'll break this whole world down. We'll make them stake their ground. We are
This mic was like making out with me the whole time. It's like, dude, back off, bro. Back off, bro. Whoa. Snipersaurus Rex. Welcome back 20 months. Doobly doobs. A second child in a row. Dude, thank you so much for the 20. What's going on? How's it going? I've missed this so much. Me too. It's been so off and on lately. It's good to be back in the swing of things. Good to see you, dude. Thank you so much for the 20 of continued support. We'll definitely have to kick out some Gladia later. Gladia. Some Gladia. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Jeez. Carrick? Is it Carrick? Carrick Design? Is it pronounced like a K or a CH? Karich? Karich Desinga? Or Karik de Asin? Carrick Design. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Dropping a 20 sub gift bundle. Care of Snipersaurus Rex.
Care of Snipersaurus Rex! Yes!
That's a lot of sub gifts. Jeez Louise! Jeez Louise! Wowzer. Wowzer. There it was. Dude. 20 subscriber gift bundle on the jam. Baxos. You got a sub gift. Cousin Eddie. You got a sub gift. Heated Pillows. You got a sub gift. Wasted Height. You got a sub gift. Media Brat. You got a sub gift. Adney. You got a sub gift. Phil's Number. You got a sub gift. Ignore, please test name. You got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. Dance. You got a sub gift. Pseudo GT. You got a sub gift. Freestylers Thug. You got a sub gift. Gary B. You got a sub gift. King Biscuits. You got a sub gift. Drake's Uncle Phil. You got a sub gift. Soundbites TV. You got a sub gift. Spoken True. You got a sub gift. Cree Park. You got a sub gift. Wow. You got a sub gift. And Death Crew. You got a sub gift. That's a lot of sub gifts. Thank you for the gift bundle. Snipersaurus Rex dropping a 20 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. Thank you so much for the very generous support, as always, on top of all of the other subscription giftagening. Much appreciated indeed. Thank you very much for that. Indeed. Your ticket's going in the barrel as we speak. Computer Gloria. Computer add it to the set. The craziest thing happened now that we're adding this to the set and it disconnected the interface.
Set list updated.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was working on the orchestral template and it's been sluggish, and I was like, well, that's probably because there's over 500 tracks on it. And I was selecting like a track and it was being weird and stuff, and I was like, what the heck? And then like the interface with the faders was like tick, 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 the physical mixing thing, the icon over here, the platform. And I was like, what the heck? And then like I selected a couple tracks at once, and like they didn't all want to select at once, and it was just weird. And I was like, let me try something. So I disconnected the physical mixing board from the setup, and immediately the template went into like hyperspeed overdrive. And I couldn't believe that I hadn't realized that whole time that the mixing console connector deal was bogging down Reaper, and it wasn't the other way around. So for the orchestral stuff, I'm going to have that disconnected from now on, which is actually great that I don't use either of those for control, but it doesn't really matter because that's just for track mixing. It's not for CC data control or anything like that. So it would have been fine with the other one with CC data, but I don't even use the interfaces at all anymore for orchestral production. I use a mouse and keyboard pretty much exclusively for that stuff. It's just easier and straightforward, and I built the setup to work that way. We're going to be doing some giveaways now. Thank you very much to Sniper Source Rex coming in with a 20 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. It's giveaway time. Sniper Source not only put us over the edge for the first giveaway, but that 20 subscriber giftage bundle on top of the other subscription giftages and subscriptions tonight has put us over the edge for a second giveaway. So we're doing 2 giveaways right now. If you want in on it, do the thing with the deal, redeem the stuff with the things and stuff, and get in here for your chance to win a compact disc of your choice. Shined and shipped. Shined? I should just say shined. Shined to anywhere where you are. And that should cover both of those things. But yeah, it was super weird. I didn't realize that a physical interface console thing could actually bog down Reaper itself, but that's what was happening. And so yeah, as soon as I deleted, or as soon as I removed it, or just disconnected it, man, it's just immediate. It was crazy how fast it was. It's just all of a sudden everything was just so reactive and quick. And I was like, you gotta be kidding. Because it was kind of a pain. Man, we had such a great week last week, doing so much, like figuring stuff out. I did a couple orchestral streams after I built like an initial template. I think I'm on template. I think the template is technically 2.9 right now, but I think it's really like the third template. It's like the third series of templates because the first template was just a mess. I didn't even stream with it. I tried to work with it a couple days, and it didn't work out. I spent so much time on messing with stuff too, and in retrospect I realized that I could have saved that time using other methods, because I used other methods for this third template build, and boy did it's so much. It's awesome. But are you in on the giveaway? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. But yeah, we'll talk about that. But it's, we're in good shape now. Anyway, I did a couple streams with the second template, and it was okay. But I had set up all of the articulations from the Spitfire libraries that I have, which Spitfire Audio, if you don't know, is this company that makes wonderful string libraries. And I've had them for years now. I think I got them in like 16 or 17, and I've always wanted to like do some production stuff with the string stuff, but I've never like been able to get everything set up correctly. And I was like, you know what? Finally, I was like, I'm going to set this up. And so I spent a little bit getting it ready. First template didn't work. Second template, we streamed with it last week, a couple days, and I learned a lot and definitely realized some of the pain points and some of the inefficiencies inherent within the system that I'd kind of built around it. And so then I spent a couple days refining that and basically built template version number 3. But and it was decent, but there were still a couple elements. And so Black Friday sales, Cyber Monday sales being what they are, I had to pick up another string library. But I was like, I got to get this integrated too, and it's a different setup than Spitfire. I got the Berlin strings, which are from this company called Orchestral Tools, and Orchestral Tools is pretty amazing. They make really great stuff. I had already gotten their string runs section plugin, I guess you could call it, and they recorded like all of these segments of string runs, like triplets and quads, and they recorded them for the violins, violin 1s, violin 2s, and cello, I think. If I'm correct, I think that's the case. Or they might have only... I don't know. Anyway, they did several string sections with them, and then like the way they set it up, you can stretch them and condense them and make them play in different rhythms, and you can choose different keys, and it's pretty awesome, because one of the issues I was having with the string stuff was getting quick movements in strings and it sounding like real, because like with these libraries, when you have like these spiccato or staccato movements, it's like you can tell that they're individually recorded sounds if you play them too quickly. And the Spitfire stuff has this thing called Time Machine where you can stretch stuff and squeeze stuff and like you can make it sound better, but it wasn't quite there, especially with runs. Runs weren't working. So I picked up that from Orchestral Tools, and I got my first kind of taste of Orchestral Tools because Orchestral Tools is really good stuff. Like they really pride themselves on the technical quality of their plugins, where it's like everything's really smartly designed and very. And I don't know if I would say it's intuitive, but it's just very intelligent. It's very intelligent the way that they design these plugins for string stuff anyway. And so I got their runs before. And then I feel like, was there something else? Oh, yeah, I picked up their effects because they have some other great... so they have this effects pack that's like string effects where they have measured tremolos that you can change timings. So like it's strings that are going in an interval and they do like halftone trill, whole tone, like minor third, major third, fourths, tritones, and fifths. And you can have it at any speed you want. And it sounds so great. And it's repeated. So it's like, it's going like, da, 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 and it sounds like they're actually playing it. It sounds so great. And like, that was a clutch thing that I really needed. So that with the runs, I got that all figured out. But then on the Spitfire stuff, the spiccato, the staccato, the softer stuff, the softer shorter notes, it was still not quite there. And I was looking through all the libraries and all of the different companies who make stuff. And it seemed like Berlin strings, like just the straight Berlin string section, even though it's a smaller string section, it's not as many players as like a symphonic orchestra, but they have so many articulations and they're so refined in the way that they were recorded. Like everything's really steady and like everything's just really, it's all sounds like it goes together. There's tons of articulations, but they all sound like they go together. And there's like 5 or 6 different staccatos, 5 or 6 different spiccatos. There's so many just detailed different strikes. And so that with the Pacific samples, or well, it's not Pacific samples, it's Pacific strings. It's what's the name of it? The company's not the name of the string sections. The company's called Performance Samples. Performance Samples is the name of the company. And then I got their Pacific String Series for legatos. They have excellent legatos. If you're not familiar with what a legato is where the string section plays a line of notes, but they're all connected. So it sounds like they're actually putting their fingers down for each next note. And so it sounds like a realistic performance as opposed to like, it's like, it's like it sounds real. I should probably just play it for you, but we'll do that later. And, so after I got that stuff, got it set up in the template, but then I got the Berlin series, and the template number 3 was pretty much ready to go. The third version, although it's named version 2, it doesn't matter. The point is that I got it all ready to go, but then I got the Berlin strings. I was ready to stream. I was going to stream some earlier this week, and then I got the Berlin strings. Was that this week that we streamed? I don't even remember anymore. Anyway, the point is I got the Berlin strings, and I was like, I have to set this up in the template. It's not going to work. And the system. You guys, the whole reason I brought all this up, the system that I built, nobody has this. Nobody has done this. I'm going to show it to you. It is so legit. And it works. Oh my God. I cannot wait. Okay, let's kick out a couple more jams and I'm going to show you what I did. But dude, it's done. It's finished. Everything's ready to go. I'm ready to start streaming production. Like it's really done. I mean, I'm sure that as I start streaming, get into it, like there will be like little hiccups and little things that I start to pick up and I have to fix. But like the overarching system is built. It's ready to go. It's finally ready to go. And it seems like it's going to be smooth. Like it seems like it's going to be easy to work in. This whole project has been all about, I need to be able to, I hear the noises in my brain. I hear them. I hear the scratching. I hear the chugging. I hear it, but like transmuting it into my hands and into the keyboard and mouse into the computer is just so hard to do. It's so tedious and so slow. And there's millions of buttons and millions of things that you got to do, and envelopes and lines and points and MIDI notes and velocities. It's just, there's so much. But I think I got it figured out. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Alka! Congratulations! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Hey, you can't win if you don't play. Can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, and congrats on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. I'll be sending you a link in just a second. I forgot to make the form. So let me see. What is today? Today's 12/6. We're almost to 2025. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Let me see if I'm signed in here. No. Yep, there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this. Cool. Good, good, good. And then I click right here, and then I click right here, and then I go like this. All right, there you go. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. Congratulations to Alka. We got one more we're doing. Just 1 second. I got to get this thing figured out here with the thing, this stuff right there. Wow. Oh, listen to that. It's playing another Album Unknown jam in a row. Cool. So that's good there. Show corner wide. Just going to do a thing real quick. Because I'd rather just do this now. If I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. And then if you forget, you know, stuff goes sideways. All right, I got it. I got it. I just got to... Oh, I got to do the other thing though real quick. Yeah, this will just take a second too. Front view. Okay. Okay, that's good there. And then we click this here. And there it is. Nice. Nice. Well, that's awkward. This has never happened before. What? Huh. Normally this just errors out and then goes, I can't do it. Do you want to do it anyway? And I go, yeah, do it anyway. And it goes, okay. And then everything works fine. But now it's like not working, and it's not even telling me that it's not working. It's just confused. Fix it, but you fixed it. There's nothing for me to fix. There we go. Skip test. That took a long time. Jeez. Yikes. Yeah, skip. I want to skip it. Like, yeah, we can continue this. Like, this is good. We're good here. Can we publish it? What? Yeah, like do the thing. Like it's done. I never have to do this. Why are you making me do this? I don't want to test this. I just want to be done with it. Wait, people are waiting on me right now, and you're making me like look at test stuff. Yeah, I want to publish it. Thanks. Yeah, like usually we do this step like, you know, an hour ago. Usually it's like I'm already like done with the stream by now. Like what's going on here? All right, there, it's publishing. Jeez, gosh. Pfft. Man, I hope this is just like a today thing and not like a new all the time thing, because it's kind of. Well, anyway. Okay. Now that that's done, sorry about that. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Star Wolf! Congratulations! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Hey, can't win if you don't play, can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, and congrats on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. Congrats. What's up, Hunter? Did I say hi? Hello. Do you know which album I had put down previously? Not off the top of my head. I'd have to go look. But hit up the Discord. Check out the Discord, and we can check for you. All right, there's that. This is the deal with the thing and that stuff right there, and there's that with the thing there. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. I thought that was gonna go a little faster than it did, but you know. All right, let's get them a couple more jamages, and then I'll show you this thing that I did. It's pretty sweet. I'm stoked. Let's do the next song. Hit it, Reaper.
All of the questions I've been asking, nobody's listening for the ammo. And I don't have enough to trust myself. All of the madness you've been watching, I never seem to pay the piper. Don't have a way to even through. It's on the way. All of the answers you've been telling, nobody's listening for a hero. But you've got it made to beat the rush. All of the actors going for Oscars, you never had to even bother. You've got it real, and I want more. It's on the way. I've been fighting all my life. I've been fighting all I lost my world to give. I lost my world It's on the way. I don't know why. It's on the way. But I wanna try. It's I wonder if you'll ever come undone. It's I wonder if we'll ever come undone. I wonder if we'll ever come undone. Zatedic.
Welcome back, 17 months. Via Twitch Prime, no less. Via Pritch Twine, no less. Yep, there it is. There you go. Zatedic, what's happening? Thank you so much for the 17 of continued support. What's up? Kiki, hello. Welcome to the jams. Adney, what's happening? Anywhere in the world, do you ship to Antarctica? We were just talking about this last week. I don't know. I mean, I would, but somebody mentioned they thought I had shipped there, and I'm thinking I might have. I might have shipped once there. I think I might have, but I'm not sure. But yes, I would ship down there, and I think you can, because I do believe that the science base down there, is the science base down there technically, is it like an international science base? I feel like mail goes down there, you know? I mean, I'm sure mail goes down there. I don't know what else is down there. People don't live down there, right? It's more like a science. There's like sciencey stuff down there, right? It's technical, right? There's technical sciencey stuff, but people don't just have like lodging. There's not just like a hotel down there, right? Bug tit. Welcome back 4 months. A third of a rotation. What's going on? Thank you for the 4 months. Oh, via Twitch Prime, no less. Much appreciated indeed. Welcome back to the jams. Thank you for the continued support. Hello. Thank you, Shroon. Appreciate it. The explanation for that is partly because of the permanence of the situation, you know, rather than having to set it up. One time I brought a projector and a screen to one of our shows, and it took me so long to set up. It was so bad. It was so bad because everybody was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm trying to set up our visuals, man. I'm trying to get our visuals going, bro. I don't have time. I gotta get the visuals, bro. You gotta see this like spinning orb, dude." Let's see here. Let's do the next song. Hit it, Reaper.
If only you would have known how far I'm willing to go. If only we would have grown. If only we would have anymore. get out.
I think that the microcode update in the BIOS has once again sabotaged us. I gotta say, thank you for the applause. I gotta say, man, Intel really did it with this one. I can't. I don't think I can ever buy Intel again. The way what they did to the 1300 and 1400 series. I mean, I went all in on that 1300, and here I sit wondering every day if all of the issues that I face are because of that processor. But I can't even upgrade it to a 1400 because they had the same issue, and then I'm stuck here with this motherboard that was expensive. And it has Thunderbolt 4. I mean, I ended up getting a new interface because of this, because it's Thunderbolt 4, and Thunderbolt 4 doesn't go back to Thunderbolt 2. So I had to get a new interface that was Thunderbolt 3 that could go to Thunderbolt 4. I mean, I did a whole upgrade. The whole infrastructure of the music setup was upgraded, and I went with Intel pretty much exclusively because of the Thunderbolt 4 option. And I feel so burned, man. I feel so burned. Like why? And I don't really know much about what's going on. All I know is that when I first got this setup, it was screaming. Like, I was running at 16 sample blocks, and it was annihilating. It was annihilating. And there was no clicks, no pops, nothing. It was Oh my God. Look who it is. Let me put down the guitar. But when I first got this computer, it was annihilating, and it was amazing. And it just seems like over time, it just gets worse and worse. And like, nothing is changing on my end. Nothing is changing. I mean, I'm adding a Python script here and there. Ooh. Fear Tan. Welcome back 33 months. Triply Trips. Fear Tan coming in with the Triply Trips resubscription. Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the jams, and thank you very much. 18 in a row. Right on. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. Oh my gosh. Look who it is. Look who it... Printer going. Printer is going. Printer going. There it is. What the? Oh my gosh. Dropping a 10 sub gift bundle. Care of JHTM1. Jay dropping another 10 subscriber gifted bundle. Jam on the jam, jam on the jam, jams of the jams. BZTV, you got a sub gift. Top Hat Gamma, you got a sub gift. Louisianatic, you got a sub gift. Number Claw 55666, you got a sub gift. Gato Baus. Gato Baus. What does Baus mean? I know that does gato mean cat? What does Baus mean? Baus. Gato Baus. What does that mean? I want to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. Is it Louisianatic? Louisianatic? Is that right? Louisianatic. I mean, it feels like Louisianatic could be correct if you meant it to be that way, but not necessarily. Gato Baus. You got a sub gift. I forgot what say about toasts. You got a sub gift. Hey, French. What are the odds of that? What are the odds that one of the gifts is if I forgot what to say about toasts, and the next one says, hey, French, you got a sub gift. One of life's happy little accidents. Dutch, you got a sub gift. Kiki Kaliski, you got a sub gift. Low Guns, you got a sub gift. Thank you for the gift bundle. Jay, thank you very much for dropping the 10 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. Much appreciated indeed. What's going on? What's happening? Thank you for the very generous gifted subscription bundle on the jam. Your tickets are going in the barrel as we speak. But yes, it's, you know, it's just one of those things. It's kind of a bummer because, I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough, but it is what it is. But hopefully, yeah, so the reason I mentioned the microcode thing is because I put in some new RAM because of the orchestral template, which is surprisingly, it's funny that it's working out the way it was because I got some more RAM because I thought I was hitting my peak, but it turns out with the new template design that I made, everything is disabled. Like all the processing for all of the different instruments is disabled until you activate them. And the RAM loads so quickly that like basically what the shortcut is I double click on a track. It expands the track and then it enables all the effects on that track, which include the instrument that needs to load to RAM. And it's really fast. So I basically will just be loading RAM as I use each instrument. And that way it's also very performant. Like the template opens up within a second. Like it just goes, brap. It's sick. Because before, I mean, it was taking like minutes to open because, well, it was taking minutes to open because the interface, I think, was messing with it. And then also the RAM was trying to load in real time or something as it was opening or something. I don't know. But anyway, it turns out that we may not need that RAM that was expanded, at least not in the meantime. However, to get it to run, it wasn't running at first. It was being weird. And so to try to figure out what was going on, I went ahead and updated the BIOS, and the BIOS had a microcode update for the CPU because the CPU is it's the faulty model. I don't know if it's an actual faulty CPU. I think it was 30% of those CPUs have issues. So mine might not be one of the 30%. However, the BIOS put in the microcode that takes into account the 30% issue. And so it's basically strangling. In my opinion, I have no idea if any of this is true or real or if it makes any sense at all. My vibe is that they redid the microcode, put it on the BIOS, and then it's basically choke holding the CPU from like doing like voltage spikes or something. So it's like and I'm sure that affects performance somehow, even in the good ones, right? I mean, I would assume it does. Anyway, I'm hearing a lot of clicking and popping. That's the thing. We're running at 32 sample blocks right now, which should be totally fine. See, the thing is, when I first got this computer, we were running at 16, which is half of this. We were running at like 0.7 milliseconds of latency. It was incredible. Set buffer 16. 1.2 milliseconds. 1.2 milliseconds of latency right now at 16 sample blocks. But if I tried to play one of the songs right now, it'd be like a whole different sampled version of the song with lots of new 90s club dance house syncopatic ornamental percussion added on top. It'd be jazzy for sure. Set buffer 32. So we started running in 32, and this is 1.9. What did I say, 1.2? So we've added 0.7 milliseconds of latency, but I can hear it. I can definitely hear a phase difference in my head when I'm speaking. Like it sounds, there's a different texture of what my voice sounds like and the frequency response in my voice in the headphones. But then you get much more than this, and then it's not just a phase cancellation thing, it's an actual like delay. Like I start being able to hear like almost like my voice reverberating in my head is in real time because it is real time, but then like the voice of myself that I'm hearing in the earbuds is I mean, well, it is whatever it is. It's like 8 milliseconds or whatever it gets up to, 5 milliseconds. And then like after like 3 milliseconds, it starts to like, you start to hear it and then it goes crazy. But what's funny is like for the first like 3 or 4 years that I was streaming, I think we were running at like 13 or 14 milliseconds on a regular basis. And it's like, it's just, you got to do what you got to do. And like the interface that I had, the computer processing ability I had in real time at that time, I mean, that's the best we could do, is like 12 or 14 milliseconds. And so now to be down to 1.9 milliseconds, that's pretty good. However, I would like to be at the 1.2 milliseconds that we were at before, because I mean, that's some pretty good latency. And I don't know why we were at that when I first got the computer, but now it's like, but I think it might be one of the 30%. Might be one of the 30%. I don't know. See, I don't know. That's the thing. It's the not knowing. It's almost just the not knowing. If I could just know that this thing is deteriorating over time, unlike any CPU I've ever had ever. Dude, the lighting PC is still the 3820 that I got in March of 2012. That thing is 12 years old, and it is still powering the lights like nobody's business. Watch this. Desk lights. see that? As soon as I said it, it's faded the... Watch this. Watch this. Are you ready for this 12-year-old CPU? Here we go. Desk lights. Bam. No problems there. That's an Intel CPU. What's going on? What happened to you guys? Everything was great. Back in the late aughts. Is that what it was called? Because they must have been designing the 3820 in the late aughts, right? If it came out like in 2010 or 11. Late aughts is when they were making it. Still great. Still great. God, I shouldn't have said anything. Now it's done, isn't it? It's going to be over soon. It's going to be over soon. The motherboard that CPU is on still has an old PCI slot. It's not even PCI Express. It's PCI. It's just this long log of a plug. I don't even know what you would have put in those. What did they put in those? Some sort of like, maybe like a dial-up internet card? I don't even know. That's how old it's old, man. Dropping a 20 sub gift bundle. Care of Snipersaurus Rex. Care of Snipersaurus Rex! Yes! That's a lot of sub gifts. There's a thing called... Oh, Alec Mayer, what's going on? I have a 14900, yep. Calyptos latency guide, which has some Windows BIOS tweaks that might help. Oh, well, thanks for letting me know. I'll look that up. Very cool. Calyptos. Nikita, would you make a note of that? Calyptos latency guide. I'll check that out. Brings back to me really nice overseas calls with a satellite link. You'd hear your voice echo back over the link. Yes, exactly. It was venturing on that for sure. Lighting PC hype. That's right. Still killing it. Still killing it. 13th and 14th gen happened. Yep, you're exactly right. That is what happened. That is what happened. The Intel CEO retired this past week. I wonder if more CEOs are going to be retiring too soon. Just calls me down. Well, I'm glad somebody's calm in this situation. No, I'm just kidding. Degraded 2. I have to underclock it to 5.7. Otherwise, I get blue screens. You have to underclock it to 5.7. Oh, the times we live in. You have to underclock it to 5.7. That's amazing. Does it have an AGP slot too? Probably, but I don't know what that is. Network cards, sound cards, yes, totally. That's probably totally what fits in there. And like the sound card, it's like it would have been like a $300 sound card, and when you listen to music, it would be going. You'd like open up Internet Explorer, and as the window is opening, you'd hear. Then you move your mouse across the screen, it goes. Stellantis CEO got the boot. All the CEOs are taking off. Wonder if anything happened in like recent history or something. 2500K still rocking. That's right. Yeah, the primary Intel, seriously, it was that perfect sweet spot of nanospheres and transponders. What I meant to say was transistors and nanometers. I think that's what I meant to say. That's what it was. He's taking evasive measures. The McWrap is coming back. I had one of those once. It was pretty good. Right on. Thank you. Thank you, Nikita. I recently updated to an AMD Ryzen 7 7800 X3D, and I couldn't be more impressed. Yes, that was the other side. That was what I was looking at. I was looking at the 7800 X3D, and I was looking at the 13900K. And what made the decision for me was that the motherboard that I got had Thunderbolt 4 built into it. And I couldn't find at the time, I think this is correct, I could be wrong about this, but from what I can recall, I don't think I found a motherboard that could handle the 7800 X3D and Thunderbolt 4. And I wanted to future-proof it. Little did I know that my interface at the time wouldn't have even fit into it, and I would have had that whole thing in itself is so irritating that they build these amazing interfaces and then the connection is obsolete within like 3 years. Like that is so infuriating. That Quantum I had was amazing. I loved that thing. It was a Thunderbolt 2 connected interface, audio interface, very low latency. It was the lowest latency interface on the market, I think. I mean, the 2626 that I have now is also very low latency, but the fact is I had to replace it with a 2626 that has less features because it is compatible with Thunderbolt 4 because it's Thunderbolt 3. I mean, don't get me started on this stuff, dude. Don't get me started on this stuff. I just want my Quantum to work. If my Quantum would have worked, everything would have been fine. The whole thing is just a mess. The whole thing's a mess. Anyway, if I could have found a Thunderbolt motherboard that would have gone with the 7800 X3D, I would have done that. I mean, I should have known. All of my AMD PCs are fantastic. All the AMD stuff, dude. I think the first one I ever got was the 3900X, and that thing is still killing it. Isn't it? No. I upgraded to a 5900, and then in my current workstation is a 7900. Yeah. So the 3900 got retired, but it was killer. It was killer. The 59 has been great. The 79 has been great. Everything's great. AMD's great. All the AMD stuff has always been great. It's always been great. AMD did have an issue at the beginning, didn't they? Like with the Threadrippers or something. Like I feel like the first Threadrippers or like the first 1700X or something was weird. Something happened. Something was strange. But once they got it ironed out, everything's been great since then. But yeah, Intel's really fallen off. Anyway, enough of that. I just got to stop the clicking and popping. I think we might have to go up to 64 sample blocks. Set buffer 64. What is that? 3 milliseconds? That's 3.4 milliseconds. 3.4 milliseconds. So we went from 1.9. Did we go from 1.9 to 3.4? I can hear this. I can't, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Whoa! We're down toward the end of the roll. It's starting to curve. The curvature. Did you know that if you look right into a black hole, if you're close to it, you'll see yourself because it's like a mirror because the photons are getting pulled around it with the gravity, so it looks like an eternal mirror, like in a funhouse mirror. Anyway, I heard that on a podcast. Do we have another raid? Middle-aged stream, what's up, dude? Middle-aged stream coming in with the crew. Dude, thank you so much for bringing everybody on in. Welcome to the Jams. Make sure you guys click that link and hit that follow button. I was just looking at this thing with the deal. Oh, and that thing does that now? Hold on, sorry. Wait, hold up. This is messed up, dude. What even was that on, though? Who knows? It's fine. Hey, what's up? Hope you had a fantastic stream, dude. Thank you so much for bringing everybody on in. Welcome to the Jams. If you're already in here, make sure to click that link that Nikita just shouted out there. Follow Middle Age Stream right there. Click that. Hit that follow button, dude. Thank you so very much. Playing some retro. Always a different game. First it was like the Star Wars series, then it's other games. And then it's other games. There's other games I can't recall right this moment, but it's all kinds of stuff. Variety streamage games. Streamage. So check it out. Nah, fantastic. Always a good time hanging out. Dude, thank you so much for bringing everybody on by. F22, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Jams. I'm a little distracted. We were just talking about clicking and popping because the computer's being a little iffy and we're talking about stuff and deals and everything. But the fact remains that Snipersaurus Rex dropping a 20 sub gift bundle. That's a lot of sub gifts. Holy moly, that is a lot of sub gifts. Thank you very, very much, Snipersaurus Rex. Rotax, you got a sub gift. Olenix, you got a sub gift. Stewie Grunt, you got a sub gift. Monkey FPS, you got a sub gift. Metal, you got a sub gift. Serious Sean, you got a sub gift. Alter Shade, you got a sub gift. Name that I can't pronounce because it's just 4 squares in a row. You got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. Baru, you got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. Caveman Grom, you got a sub gift. Sapphire, you got a sub gift. You got a sub gift. Symballer. You got a sub gift. Savage Mask. You got a sub gift. Matt Man. You got a sub gift. Rhett Bass. You got a sub gift. Flavius Kid. You got a sub gift. Smory. You got a sub gift. Mike Lansing. You got a sub gift. Lizette and. You got a sub gift. Thank you for the gift bundle. Snipersaurus Rex dropping a 20 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. Thank you very much once again. Coming in with another 20 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. It's giveaway time. I see what you did there. It's giveaway time. If you went in on the giveaways, go ahead and do the thing with the deal. That's right. I said it plural because there are more than one. There are 2 giveaways that we're going to be doing here in a minute. And if you went in on it, you can get in on it. You got to do the channel points thing with the deal. Your tickets are going in the barrel as we speak. And thank you very much again. Thank you again to Jay with the 10 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. Putting us over the edge for some giveaways. If you win, you'll be able to choose from any of the currently available compact discs currently available. If currently available, it'll be signed and shipped anywhere in the world where you are. You do have to play. If you want to win, you got to be here for them to play. Oh, by the way, wait, are you following? I don't know if that worked. I don't have any reference to know if that worked or if it didn't work. It might have worked. I'm not sure if it worked.
Following?
I think it worked.
Following? 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 Following?
Almost there. Almost there. So many
Following?
sub gifts. So many subscription gifted.
Following? 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 Following?
What do I say to make it stop?
Following?
Okay, I think they get the message.
Following?
Nope. Okay, I think the message is clear.
Following?
Ah? Was that it? Some of them are hiding in there. I don't know how that was in there. Ones I say every day I can't remember, but ones that I say every year. Stick around. That's how it goes, the archaicness of age lifting into the precipice of the abyss of time. Thank you very much, Snipersaurus Rex, coming in with that 20 subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. Do we have another sub gift? Do we have another sub gift? Care of Pestilence.
Care of Pestilence! Yes!
Middle-aged stream. You got a sub gift.
Care of
Thank you for the sub gift.
Pestilence! Yes!
Pestilence, what's going on? Thank you very much for coming in with that very generous subscription giftage on the jam. Your ticket is in the barrel. Cat Sandra, what's going on? Welcome back 13 months. Thank you for the continued support. A new rotation begins. Thank you very much. And Pestilence not only dropping a subscription giftage on the jam. Welcome back 43 months. Almost to the quads. thank you very much. Pestilence for the 43 of continued support. Much appreciated indeed. And the subscription giftage. Thank you again to Sniper Source Rex with the 20 subscriber giftage on the jam. And Jay coming in with the 10. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Alka winning another compact discus. It might be rigged. It's not rigged! Hey, you can't win if you don't play. Can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, and congrats on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. The spotlights are going around, and I saw it go across the floor. I thought it was a rabbit. Like my initial like mammal monkey brain was like, it's a rabbit running across the floor. But it was a spotlight. Okay. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. Congratulations again to Alka. I don't know why it would be, but that's what happened. I just speak my truth. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Yuta Harikashi! Congratulations! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Hey! You can't win if you don't play. Can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, and congrats on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. Uh-oh. Hey, Alka, that link might be weird. After the V8, there should be no more link. After the V8, it should be... Did I write congrats on that one? So after the V8 is the end of it. The V8 is the end of it, and it should not be after that. But I might have typed characters after that, but they should not be there. I think yours is correct, Yuta. I think I correctly did the thing with the deal. I have to type random characters so that I don't get Twitch botted. Twitch thinks that I spam people with my links because we send out so many. Oh, good. Then it's okay then. Then I did it right. There's a space after V8, right? What's up, Blaze? How's it going? Hello, G-Force. Crimson Karma in the house. Hello, Crimson. What's up, Fox? I meant to say hi earlier. What's going on? One too many times back in the day. That's right. Too many times. Thank you again to Middle Age Stream, dropping the crew in the jam. Welcome, everybody, for rolling in. I realized we were doing that subscription giftage bundle, and I'm like, well, we're definitely making it easy for the people who were barely sticking around. Anyway, let's kick out a couple more jamages, and then I'll show you the thing I've been wanting to show you all day. We'll take a look at the deal with the thing and stuff. That'll be good times. What is it again? What are we doing? We're playing a song. Let's do the next song. Hit it, Reaper.
I
gamer friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. What's up? What's up? Sroon, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Let's do the next song. Hit it, Reaper.
Oh, she's giving, oh, she's giving, oh, she's giving, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. Oh, she's giving, oh, she's giving, oh, she's giving, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. request a slight slowdown. I know it's not the best of time, but if you need to know right now, it's gonna be a firefight. Do you wanna pretend in truth, deflecting the day, defecting on you? In a process, life on a line, nothing is tried, nothing else to try. How am I supposed to feel? It's so hard to tell. Is this just a spell? Is this just a spell? I'm hanging on your every word, hanging on your every word now. I'm hanging on your every word, hanging on your every word now. Do you wanna pretend in truth, deflecting the day, defecting on you? In a process, life on a line, nothing is tried, nothing else to try. How am I supposed to feel? It's so hard to tell. Is this just a spell? Is this just a spell?
Yeah. I don't know what was up there. We had an issue with the situation with the mover camera. It's one of those situations where I'm not sure if it was an actual malfunction or if it was on my end because maybe I cued the camera to start its move too early or something, or I don't know. But it must have not calibrated correctly, and then it was slamming itself against the other slider on that move. Luckily, the good thing is, honestly, that the way that I mounted this thing, it never grinds on itself. It's always either the aluminum grinding or the bearing, this like steel bearing that I got, that I installed for the vertical slider for support. It either grinds on that or it grinds on the aluminum railing. It doesn't ever grind on the actual sliders themselves. So that's good. However, the motor's still going to be pulling on them when they're doing that. So it's very weird. This thing is such a precarious being. That's why they need to hurry it up. You know, I thought this LLM thing was like moving. I thought that we were going to have AGI and superintelligence, you know, like within 2 years. That was 2 years ago that they said that. So I want to know what's happening because I'm tired of like dealing with like human archaic Python coding to deal with this guy. I want this guy to be alive. This guy needs to be alive. We need to be able to have conversations. This needs to be my Jarvis or my what do you call it? My deal with the thing, the stuff with the deal stuff things. That's what this guy needs to be. This guy right here. That's what that guy needs to be. Needs to be like the guy from Wall-E. I need the computer red eye. We need to put a red eye on the front of this thing, and it needs to be the Wall-E red eye. You know what I mean? Why hasn't that happened yet? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. What just happened? What did I say? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. What did it say that I said? It was too bright. Yeah, I know. I didn't see it either. We got a lot of fog going on right now. Go to the logs. I'm going to go to the log. Show StreamerBot. Go to the StreamerBot log here. What did I say? I said that's about 10. That's what happened. +1. +1. Oh, that's right. Remember when that month was broken? We had a broken month that wouldn't work. It was like 21 was broken or something. So I would always have to say 20 +1 or something like that. Something like that, yeah. Front view. Oh, Alka saw it. What happened? What about giveaways? Oh, no. It's not. No, it's not that. I think I have to say add a giveaway to the list or something like that to do that. +1 is just its own thing totally. Last song. Let's do this one. And then we'll do the stuff with the deals. Oh, I changed the formatting and it does it for all the files. That's cool. What's crazy is we're running at 64 sample blocks and it's still, I heard a pop before the solo on Just a Spell. I still need to go through all the live songs and delete all of my action markers or my smart markers, whatever they're called. There are markers you can have. Show Reaper. Reaper, Just a Spell. If you look at this here, you can see that, see these markers? There's all these markers. And these markers, when the timeline goes over these markers, it calls actions. And I think that this is the guitar solo right here, or it's right, I don't know where it is, but the guitar solo is in here. And I can, every time I start the guitar solo, I can hear right before it goes like, and it's because these smart markers are turning on and activating the guitar. And I thought that was going to be an efficient way to run my setup, but it's not because it's causing crackling and popping. And so I need to delete all these and just have it run the whole time. And having it run all the whole time processing would be better and more performant than having it turn on in the middle of the song. Front view. I think yeah, I think this should work. I hope this works. Anyway, yeah, let's do another jam and then we'll do this. We'll talk about stuff. Talk about the thing with the deal. I want to talk about the thing with the stuff. Yes, it's a very inaccurate click track. Let's do it. Hey. Blount from the house. Hey, you got a sub gift earlier. Or was that yesterday? No, that was today. What's up, Ray Twist? What's up, Tex? Did I say hi to Tex? What's up, Tex? All right. So check it out. Okay, so I built an orchestral template, right? And like, hold on, actually. Let me think about this for a second. Nah, it's fine. It's fine, especially at 64. Set buffer 260. Set buffer 256. I didn't set that up, did I? Because why would I ever do that? Why would I ever actually want to run the buffer at 256? But I may. I'll have to do that manually in a second. Anyway, so I built this template, right? It took a minute. And then what we did was I did a couple, I worked with it, didn't work. It was messed up. I was doing some kind of like weird articulation thing. And then I built another one, and I basically took all of the articulations for each library, which string libraries come with a bunch of articulations. I'll show you in a second, but they come with a bunch. I did them all, got them all set up individually, all these individual tracks. It was over 500 and something tracks. It was crazy. And then I did a couple streams, did some string production or orchestral production with that stuff, because there's not just strings. It was like horns and, winds. It was a whole orchestra. And I did a little bit of work with that a couple days. And then I was starting to notice like little hiccup things of stuff that was sort of working, stuff I wanted to fix, stuff I wanted to adjust. Mostly what I wanted to adjust was the articulation count, because not only did it have all of these short hits like staccato, spiccato, all short notes like quarter notes, half notes, it had all these shorts, but then it also had shorts with Time Machine, Time Machine is this thing where you can like squeeze stuff and stretch it to make it slower or faster depending on specifically what you need to do. And it was all the same stuff, but it was just a little bit more demanding on the processing power, so they had both options. But I had everything in the template, and it was hard to even like navigate around because it was just these huge stacks of stuff. So I went through and I refined all that. I got rid of all the stuff that was duplicated. I only kept the Time Machine stuff, got everything listed, a little bit organized. But then with all the Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales and stuff, I was like, well, there was one thing missing from what I was trying to do, and it was basically like string articulations in terms of like more variety in short and small articulations. And Berlin Strings was on sale, and they had this, they have so many articulations, and so I picked that up. But with any new string library, it's like, it's a blessing or curse. The blessing is you have access to all these new sounds that are so beautifully recorded and sampled and very meticulously technically put together to make stuff work and everything. But then at the same time, you now have this library of all these new articulations, and everything's got 20 things, and everything's that you can control velocity and dynamics and vibrato. You can, if like for the measured trills, you can control like how fast they are and what interval they're doing. And there's so many variables, and it's just like such a pain, and you got to like figure out how you're going to manage this stuff. And I find, this is just a theory of mine off to the side, I digress, but it's like, I find that it seems like, especially when I'm looking at like YouTube videos and stuff of people doing like orchestral production and like string writing and like orchestra writing and stuff, you don't see that much variety in articulations a lot. I haven't found very many. There's one guy, Alex Bell. There's a couple people, but Alex Bell especially is just, he's a master virtual instrument programmer for orchestra stuff. He has a lot of experience with like real orchestras, and he's a composer, and like he knows how to like program this stuff. He's basically like the vision. Like if I could get anywhere near his ability in terms of his technical ability to like program the virtual instrument stuff, because it sounds so authentic. I mean, all the stuff he does, it sounds so authentic. If you don't believe me, go check him out. Alex Bell, great stuff. He like covered Back to the Future, and I mean, he's covered a ton of scores from movies, but like I remember that one because that one's such a wacky score, but he made it sound fantastic, and it's completely all virtual instruments. But that was my aim, is I wanted to be able to do like multiple articulations. But I think like when I go on YouTube, I see all these videos of people doing YouTube videos of like production stuff with orchestral stuff. You don't see that much variation on articulation a lot of the time. You see a lot of legato, which is like connecting notes, which are long flowing pieces, which that's great. But like that seems to be like the vast majority of what you see. And I think it simply comes down to the difficulty in managing this vast number of articulations in a efficient and productive way. It's just so difficult. It's so difficult to do. So with the Spitfire libraries that I have, what I ended up doing was I have them basically tracked out, so each articulation has its own track. And that works okay. I think it's going to work okay now, especially since I got rid of all the other stuff that was just filling up there that I wasn't using. And I organized everything into longs and shorts, and I only have the actual ones that I need now to use, so I can quickly go between articulations. I could set it up with this other way that I did, but like, I think I'm going to try it the way it is now to see if it works, because it seems like it's going to work. But with Berlin strings, it's a completely different animal because there are so many articulations. There are so many. I mean, it's absolutely crazy, like how many articulations there are. So tracking out every single articulation for the Berlin string stuff just was not going to happen. It just wasn't going to work. So I thought on it for a couple days, and so show Reaper. So let's take a look here. So this is Reaper, right? And can I zoom in for you here? Okay. So let's go ahead and create a track here. And I'm going to drag this down. And basically, here's a MIDI note. I've just created a MIDI item. I'm going to double click this, and now we have the MIDI editor here, right? And let me draw a MIDI note here. Here's a MIDI note, okay? Now, this MIDI note, in MIDI, there are various amounts of data that this thing can hold, okay? It not only can send data on 16 channels, but it can send 127 levels of velocity. It can also send CC data, which is 127 levels of information that's not a note and it's not velocity, but it has all these different CC lanes. Like if I drag this up, this is, let's drag it up here. So this is the velocity. So it can have 127 levels of velocity that you can send through with it. And then here's the CC values. You can have all these different values that it can send through. Like here's CC number 108. And I'm just going to go ahead and make a little thing here. I don't think I can actually draw this in. I made a mistake. This is a mistake. I'm sorry, anyway, but you can send data on like CC 108. And not only can you send data on CC 128 or 51 or whatever it is, 108, you can send 127 levels of data. So MIDI kind of has this thing of where it's like, oh, well, it's only 16 channels and it can only do this. But it's actually like, MIDI is one of those things where it's way deeper than like you realize when you first look at it, in that this note can send a vast amount of data. Like it can send so much data. If you think about it in terms of being like ones and zeros, it can send it on and off on so many levels, like 127 levels of 127 things with 16 channels on each one. So it's like, it can send a lot of data. But what is difficult about this is that it's hard to figure out how to send that data and which way you want to send it when you don't have AI. But if you have access to the website that Reaper has that has all of their API information, and then you go and copy the parts that are important to whatever you're trying to do, and then you feed that API into AI, and then you say, hey, I need to do this thing. It goes, based on the API, you can do that this way, and then you do it. And it's freaking sick, man. It's freaking awesome. So check this out. I wanted to be able to change articulations via MIDI, but not just via MIDI like some MIDI signal. I wanted the note that's playing to send the MIDI that we want to change the articulation with. And there are people who have approached this in the past with MIDI channels where you can change the channel of the note and then that channel will be associated with whatever the articulation is. But with Berlin strings, you can do something a little different. So I'm going to go out of this real quick by hitting this hotkey. Okay. Now, let's get this out of here. Let me just get this, because this is our actual session that I used to talk to you guys, and we don't want to mess with this session. I'm going to hit play so it starts playback. And, I need to change the playback buffer real quick. Okay. Now I'm going to hit play there, and I'm going to create a new project tab, and then I'm going to open up the template. Check out how fast this template opens, or you might miss it. This is how sick this new template is. Orchestra 2.9. Blam. Look at that. Look at how fast that opened up. Blam. Cut a blam-a-dam. TOS. So this is the template now. I've got everything set up here. And we've got, we got our piccolos, we got our flutes, but you can see it's much smaller. It does look like there's a lot going on, but see the flute shorts are right here and the flute longs are right here. So before, it's like the one flute was like this whole thing. Like there was so much data just for one track. And what's really cool is I set up these actions. So I can either use hotkeys to go to each section, or if I want to go to like percussion, I can just click that and then it centers percussion right here. And so we can get around to anywhere on the template it pretty easily by just clicking any of the hotkeys on what section. We're going to oboe or bassoon or piccolo or trumpets. So it kind of goes wherever we want to go. And then if I want to actually record something, because nothing is on right now, everything is here and ready to go, but nothing is gone. So if I want to record, for instance, the Pacific Samples violins, I can just open this here and I can see all their violins and say I want to do legatos. I'll just click on this track number right here. I'll double click on it. And that opens up everything that I can do on this track. And then it also enables all of the processing here, all these effects that are on here. It enables those and loads up the samples. So now we are running, and apparently if I hit this key, it should play. Yeah, there you go. Hear it? Hear it? It is. It's not very loud because we have a. Anyway, so that's that. So we can do that pretty easily, and it's ready to record. And it loaded those samples really quickly into RAM. Like we didn't have to worry about it, even though nothing was running before. And now the only thing in this whole template that's running right now is these strings. Nothing else is loaded, so everything's super fast. Oh, I haven't even disconnected the interface, and it's still running really smoothly. So it's one of those things where like you notice it in subtle ways. So this is like the legato sustains from from performance samples, right? And we have all of these lanes right here. And this is another thing. I mean, editing MIDI information of what you want to tell the instrument to do. Are you still using 120 gigs of RAM? No, not at all. Not even close. We can, but not even close. So basically, if I go in here and double click here and then I make a couple notes, right? And I can extend these notes out. Oh, also, I wrote this script to where, so check this out. So here's just a little side note. I wrote this script where, watch this. If I copy this note, see how it's still selected? Well, if I forget about that and I want to come copy this note, if I do this, it copies this note. See that? Irritating, super irritating. This has irritated me forever. So I had Claude write this script where if I turn it on down here, right down here, if I turn this on right here, then when I click on and click off, it just immediately deselects. So I can like copy this, copy it here, copy this one, select them both, copy them both. Like it deselects. As soon as you select, it deselects. And then I can just turn it off again by hitting Alt F9, I think. Yeah. And so now it's back on. So now it stays selected if I want them to stay selected, and I can be annoyed again by trying to copy stuff. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a little subtle, but that's Claude. Like I wouldn't have known how to write that. I mean, it did take a little bit because getting it to work correctly was a little bit of a hassle, but it works now. Anyway, so say we draw a note in here, right? And we've got, let's go, I don't want to show that quite yet. So we've got the data in here. It's got CC data, it's got velocity data, but we're like inside the note now. Like all this stuff down here, all this data, this is like inside the note. It's part of the note, and then it goes to wherever you want it to go. And if I want to like edit the velocity, I don't want to have to come in here and like drag this line up and down and stuff. So what I did was I took an inherent script in Reaper and I imported it into Claude, and then we had some conversations and messed with some stuff. And what I did was I created, it's called only pass MIDI note data, ignoring CC data. So this only passes the note along. And then I want to control my MIDI velocity, not with whatever velocity is inside the note. I want to control it in Reaper with an envelope and then pass that through. And then each one of these sliders is assigned to different CC values in the MIDI note. So like I said, you can have 127 CC values inside the MIDI note. They each have 127 levels of their range. Well, we're taking over those with these effects here so that we're running them in Reaper. And I'll show you how that works in a second. And so they all do that. And then all of these values pass into Contact and go to Pacific Strings and tell it what to do. So what that means is I don't have to have this note open to do anything. I can just make the note where it is right there. And then if I want to change the velocity, I can drag this envelope and I can just drag this down. And now the velocity is down. And now it goes up over time. So now it's like velocity, whatever it is to this. And there's nothing in the note or anything. And I can either have it not run with it, or I could turn this on and now it'll move with it. And so all the automation goes with it and I can copy it and do all kinds of stuff. And this is huge because before it's like to do velocity changing, it's like, say you have a lot of notes and there's like, they're all like, there's a bunch of like little notes like this, right? And they're all going across. It's like you'd have to go in and either drag a line on here and like, or drag each velocity down or whatever. And it's like, I don't care what the individual velocities are. I want the velocities to go from that to that. And now it'll just automatically send those velocities along this Bezier curve and send them correctly. But it's not just with velocity, it's also with dynamics. So the dynamics of the string sound, is this in the right register? Yeah. So for these legato strings, there is no velocity. The velocity isn't doing anything. For some string libraries, the velocity affects if it's going to be a portamento, which is like a slurring sound in the change between the notes. So you do need to change the velocity for that kind of stuff. But for the Pacific stuff, it's nothing. It's just, they do what they do. So, but the dynamics does work. So like say we have this right here and we have this right here. It's going to start off super chill and then get louder as it goes. That's too low. So you can see the dynamics works. Expression is just basically a volume. So it doesn't change the texture of the sound. It just changes the volume of the sound. So as the texture gets thicker, we're going to go down in volume with this one. And then of course you've got vibrato, and then stretch and sustain. Stretch and sustain are for the Spitfire stuff, but they're set up under the same envelope system. So this works great for like the Pacific Strings. This works great for Spitfire stuff. And then it's like, you have your legatos here, and then you can very quickly go to these Sordino sustains and write stuff. But once you get to the Berlin stuff, this gets a little weird. And now we go into territory that we haven't talked about yet. Now this is what I'm super excited about that was this week. And that is, say we go to Berlin Violins 1. Okay. So we're going to open this up. Now, as you can see, this is Berlin Violins 1. There's nothing else. All the other violins are down here, but they're different companies and different libraries and stuff. This is all of the Berlin Violins 1. And if we create a note like this, or if we just create a file and then we hit this hotkey, which is Alt F3, this opens up. Now, what this is all the articulations that you can use on this library. And what you can do. If I get rid of this one, wait, let's actually turn this back to, let's go to 70. So every company like has their own way that they set up how the data passes through. Yes, these are a lot of articulations. You could imagine if I made a track for every one of these, it'd be ridiculous, right? It's like, why would you ever do that? And see, this goes back to my whole thing. This is why I think that like when you see YouTube videos, you see people like producing stuff with virtual instruments for strings. Oh no, my Stream Deck died. Okay, it's back. When you see people producing stuff for strings and stuff, it's like you don't see very many articulations being used. And I think it's just unmanageable. It's like, it's so much easier just to load up a patch of like legatos or ensemble chords and like you record a chord patch and you're like, that sounds nice. And then that's it. But this is the Aikido's parable. That's what I wanted to say. But what I mean to say is this is the Pandora's box. No, this is the Rosetta Stone. This is the Rosetta Stone of articulation libraries with strings. Anyway, so these are all the articulations, right? And so each company does stuff differently. And the way that Berlin Strings did their stuff, dude, this plugin is actually super cool. So this is Sign. This is the plugin that the orchestra tools. This is the software they use. So they don't use Contact like a lot of the other string libraries. Some of their stuff does, but they're transitioning everything over. And so I've got every single articulation loaded up in here. You can see them all. Like I've got everything loaded up. All the articulations are here, every single one of them. And they're associated with this list right here. And it's all in one thing. Now, the cool thing is we do have this mixer. So like we can mix everything separately, but that doesn't matter anyway because I have some other stuff I'll show you. But all the articulations are in here. Now, see how there's these little numbers right here next to the articulations? You can set this up any way you want. That's what's super cool. Is that they designed this to be any, like you can do any variation of stuff. Like you've got your options over here, and this is all the CC data and what CC data controls on different things. And you can change this, move it around, whatever you want. And then this is the CC data over here that changes the articulation to the articulation that you want. And then this is the MIDI channel. So on channel 1, we've got all these articulations. On channel 2, we've got all these articulations. A lot, all back and forth, down, the up and side down, and center, all the stuff. It's got all the things, and all the articulations are there. Okay, so everything's there. Now, the question is, how do you organize this so that you can change to whatever articulation you want and still have total control and have total organization and be able to like actually manage like what you're doing? Because I mean, it gets so complicated and off the wall so fast, you just want to quit. It's like discouraging because there's just so much going on. So this is what you do. So this is so crazy. So check it out. I create a note, right? Or a couple notes. Say I have a run. And I want, oh, by the way, I also got dude, there's so many little things. So I also got a hotkey down here. It's a hotkey, but it's also just control right here, Alt L. So basically, like, say you want to loop a time right here. So I turn looping on. It's looping on. No, it's not because the grid is a thing with the deal. There. So right now it's looping, right? But as soon as I touch off of here, like if I, not in there, but if I go over here, see how the loop's gone, and now it just keeps going. Now it's not looping. So now I have to select the loop again, and then start playback again, and then it starts looping again. And if I'm like editing stuff or moving around, it'll like take the loop off. I got this hotkey where it'll lock that. Now it's locked. So no matter what, no matter where I click or what I do, it's not going to do anything. That asks me if I want to do it, but I can click here. I can do this. I can do whatever, and now it's not moving. It's just one of the little things. Anyway, I digress. So I got this little line, right? I got this line of music, and all I have to do, rather than like doing other tracks, doing other different stuff, I just say this one I want to be pizzicato, and you can see it just assigned this CC data to the pizzicato CC data. This one I want it to be a sustain. This one I want it to be triplets, and this one I want it to be tremolo. And there you go, and it's there. I don't know if it's running right now because that's the other track. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that this is how you assign it. And now each one of those sounds are the way they are. And then inside of sign, as we play, you'll see it gets selected. So it just selected pizzicato. Now it's going to select sustain. And then it's going to select, which one? Triplets. And then the last one it'll select is tremolo. And this is all associated with the note itself. It's not anywhere else except the note. So if the note moves around, the CC data will move around with it, and then so it'll assign it no matter where it is. Now, how do you remember this? How do you because as soon as you start getting like a few tracks together, and you start getting a few sounds, you don't know what it is because you can only color code MIDI based off of its channel or its velocity. There's a couple other ways you can color code them, but like there's not enough ways to color code like 120, articulations or however many that is. So it's like, how do we do this? Do I memorize the CC data and just look at it and hope that I remember like what the CC data is associated with? Do I have to play it and just listen to it and watch this and to see? No, you don't. No, you don't. Because I had Claude. This is a whole system. This isn't just one script. But what I did was Claude and I together built this system where if I click this button right here, watch up here in the top bar, you'll see something open up. Watch this. Okay, it opened up right here. I can move it around anywhere. So check this out. It's pretty small from your vantage point. But if I select the note, it tells me what it is. If I select it, triplets, this one sustains legatos, this one's pizzicato. A couple Python scripts are running in the background right now, and what they're doing is one of them is watching a folder, and if that folder changes, it's supposed to do some stuff. The other one is watching a text file, and if a text file changes, it does some stuff. And then inside of Reaper, there's a script running in the background right now. I don't know why it's blinking. Why is it blinking? We got to figure that out. Alka, why is it blinking? Do you see it blinking? It's blinking. It's going to be super annoying. I don't like the blink. We got to figure out the blink. We got to stop that blinking immediately. I think it's probably because I'm playing back in the other session. It's probably what's going on. Anyway, and then inside of Reaper, there's a script running, and anytime I select a MIDI note, it updates that text file with its MIDI channel and the CC data. So anytime that happens, the text file changes, and then the file watcher sees that change. So then it goes in and it changes the icons. Now, these icons, these are icons. This isn't text, right? And see how the color's changing and stuff? Okay, so with the first template that I made, I used Affinity Photo, because I escaped the ecosystem of that other company, which we will not name. And my life has been so much happier since then. I can't even tell you. Ever since I got rid of the company we do not name and I got DaVinci Resolve for my video editing, I got Affinity Photo for photos. And what's the other thing that you use? Oh, for raw photo editing, I use DxO Photo Lab, which is also amazing. I never realized how good the alternatives were. I always thought the alternatives were going to be subpar. And granted, Affinity Photo, it's getting better for sure. And you can argue that there are features that aren't there that in the company we won't name, they do have features, but it's fine. It's really fine. Anyway, so last time for template number 1 for icons like this, it wasn't these, but I did some other stuff. I did them all in Affinity Photo, like one by one, saving them. It was lunacy. And so this time I told Claude, I was like, I didn't want to do that. So I told Claude, I said, what these are, when you look at them, what they are, see how they're changing color like this. And when you click on them, they turn red. What that is it's all one image, and it's broken into 3. And so when it's just sitting there, it's showing you the first part of the image, and when you hover it over it, it's showing the middle, and when you click on it, it shows the right side. So it's all one image, but it's just going through them dynamically. And I told Claude, I said, write a Python script that will create a photo with Bebas text for each one of these articulations. And then I literally screenshotted the sign window. I screenshotted this right here. I did this, and I went like this, and I opened this, and I literally screenshotted this and gave it to Claude. I didn't even have to write anything or organize anything. Now here's the crazy thing. Check this out. When you look at these, see how there's this green lettering on some of these? Like, what that means is on Spiccato Blurred, only the violin 1 instrument has that. So if I wanted the cello to do that, and if this was a cello note and I clicked this, Spiccato Blurred, nothing would happen. It would just go to like whatever was the next one up, because it doesn't have that. Same, all these with the green. Only the specific libraries do that. Well, how did I differentiate between which ones are? How did I cross-check and everything? I took screenshots of violin 1s and a screenshot of violin 2, and I gave it to Claude, and I said, and I compiled them all together in Paint, and then I just gave Claude the whole screenshot of all of them together, and I said, cross-check all of these articulations, and for the ones that only are on certain libraries, write a script that will make the photos and add the text of which library they're in. And it got every single one correct with the exception of one articulation. It got one articulation wrong. Now, the other aspect of this is the fact that this is a menu, right? This is a toolbar, and I can edit this toolbar. I can customize it. And these are all of the buttons on here associated with the action that is called when it does that. You can export this toolbar, and it's got a unique file type. But if you change the appendix or whatever it's called, not appendix, but the ending of it, if you change that to text and turn it into a text file, it's just a text file. And it's just got some basic identifiers of which JPEG and which action it's calling. So I gave Claude the first one, and I said, associate all the images and all the actions we want with this as a reference. And so it built this whole toolbar too. I didn't do any of this. I didn't do any of it. Like it did everything. It built all the Python scripts. It built the menus. It associated all the CC data with everything coming in, going out, all the cross-checking with all of it. It was all Claude. I just gave Claude the building blocks of the ideas of what to build. And then it did it all. And so now we can go through and we can just produce music. And whenever I want to change an articulation, I can see what the current articulation is and just switch it up to whatever I want it to be. And if I need to go back and see what it is, I can just click it and look at it and I'll know what it is and it'll show me what it is. And that, my friends, is how we solved orchestral multi-articulation control in a single track environment via MIDI control. And I don't think I've seen this anywhere. I've seen people use channels. I've seen people use 16 channels. So you could have up to 16 articulations on a single track, which is fine. But we have way more than 16 here, and we need to be able to use them. Now, the other cool thing about this is that in the event of something, I need to have like something like layered or overlapping, because that did happen on the Spitfire stuff. I needed some strings. I needed to have like a, I can't remember what it was. It was like a long sustain, like a soft, it was like a sopran sustain or something like that. And I layered that with a staccato on top of it so that it would feel like they were like chugging, but then it was also kind of like longer notes, but they were being chugged. And I needed to layer two samples. And it was like, you can't do that on one track, obviously, because all the articulations are gonna call each other. But since this is just one track, I can literally just Alt-tab this, close it up, and then just Control-Alt-C and duplicate the track itself. And now we have the second one. It does all the same behaviors, no problem. And then we can just create the layered thing. And then it's literally two tracks. It's the layer and the original, and they're combined together, and it's all good. And that's it. I think that's it. I think that's everything. Any questions? This will be on the test. Yeah, I got one wrong. Yeah, at first I tried, so the action IDs too, because all of these menus are associated with an action ID because they're all actions. They basically, when you click on Tremolo Accented, what it does is it assigns a MIDI channel and a CC value to this note. As you can see, when I click this button, you can see the CC value changed. Wonder if we could change one like tonight. Okay, see, now it changed the channel because I have these color coded on channel. So that changed the channel and the CC value. So it does that by clicking those, and that's an action that you set up in the action list. And that's the other thing I did too. I had it build like set channel. So here they all are. I had it build an action for every channel, every CC70 note event, and it knocked them out. It just built every one of them. Because basically, all it did was I had it build a script that looks at the first one and then just copies that file and changes the channel number and the CC number. And so I literally double clicked a Python file, and then in that folder it went poof, and like all of the files just showed up. I know this isn't a big deal to people like Alka who like do this stuff on a daily basis, like in their sleep. But as somebody who's not deep into coding at all, the fact that I can just conversationally talk to an AI like Claude and have it build something that adds so much functionality and productivity to my life. Like, I mean, this particular project was like a day and a half of getting this set up for multi-articulation control with MIDI notes via CC data inside of the note itself, and then separating it all out to have independent control and monitoring of it all. Like probably like a day and a half, all said and done. And like to imagine, to even try to contemplate how long it would have taken me. It reminds me of that guy who built the toaster from scratch. Have you heard about this guy? He built a toaster from scratch, and he like wrote a book about it. And his whole point was to like show how specialization economies have just improved and capitalism has improved like humanity and life on this planet over the past like 200 years in like the Industrial Revolution, because he actually went through and like tried to like mine the metal out of the ground to make like the power cable and like all the parts to this toaster. And it was like, it's so difficult. And the end product was this goofy looking toaster, and it took him like a couple of years to do and stuff. And he was just trying to illustrate just how difficult it is to do something truly from scratch. And when I try to imagine building this from like without LLMs and without AI, like, I mean, it would have been like, I don't think, first of all, I probably wouldn't have been able to accomplish it, first of all, because just the coding knowledge of like getting files to duplicate and then change one part of the file. I look at that code because the scripts aren't that big. They're pretty small scripts. They're like maybe like 50 to 80 lines of code, maybe a little more than that. And it's like, I don't know what it is. It's calling these weird functions that are in these Python libraries where it's like, It knows how to like copy files and like just change little pieces of data in the file depending on what the context around it is and stuff like that. And it's like to learn those things, it's like that's like a college program in computer science just to like learn the beginnings of that kind of stuff, let alone all of the other things. Like, I mean, with the Reaper API and like controlling MIDI data and CC data and like specifically telling MIDI notes to change all that stuff like in real time on the fly like this, like I can't, dude, I wouldn't even, it would be at least weeks and weeks of just trying to like learn how to do this stuff, troubleshooting, going on forums, like trying to figure out what code goes in what order to do what thing. And so it's like, I mean, for this kind of a project, I don't think I would even like go for it. I would just give up and then probably just track it all out to individual articulations and then never use them because I would find that I wasn't using some of them and then I would just start deleting tracks. And before you know it, I'm like down to like five. And then, you know, package it, patent it, and now you want to sell it, you know, and that's what it is. Anyway. Reaper is an incredibly powerful piece of software, and the fact that it's not open source, but the fact that it has such a robust API in it that you can do this kind of stuff. Like for instance, this unrelated thing with the MIDI where it's like I can now select this and drag this note and then it deselects it. I mean, this is like a feature. Like this is something that would be built in as a feature. This isn't like this doesn't behave as though it's like a script that you added after the fact. This is behaving as though it's a built-in feature. And I mean, the fact that you can do that, the fact that you can build these kinds of tools to work, because I found a forum post on the Reaper forums where people were talking about this very issue with not being able to edit MIDI in the way they wanted. Now, granted, it does have a problem because when I'm doing playback, if I try to use it while I'm playing back, it doesn't behave very well because I think it's updating really fast and it doesn't want to do stuff. So it's like, that's kind of a caveat of this that doesn't work that well, that I tried to get Cloud to fix it, but I haven't spent very much time on it. But the point is that if it's not playing back and you want to just like audition stuff and like edit and like write parts, like it's awesome. It totally fixed that problem. And the fact that you can do stuff like this is just incredible. I mean, on the software that I used to use that we don't speak of, the other software, like, I mean, I can't even do it. I would have been looking at videos on how to stop it from crashing. I wouldn't have been looking at videos on how to like figure out ideas on using the API and using, you know, action lists and stuff like that. I mean, it's just incredible how powerful this thing is. It's so powerful. You can do so much with it. Anyway, I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I wanted to share with that stuff. But overarchingly, the whole point of all this was to get to a point where I could actually just start streaming production again and just actually start creating music as opposed to figuring out how I'm going to manage all of the data associated with creating orchestral music inside of a DAW, because it's an incredibly difficult thing to do and to do it with any amount of control. The other thing that I did change that was super cool, that was fun, was the envelope stuff, where changing like the size of envelopes and the way that they draw, since that's the velocity, it's doing square right now. But for the Bezier curves, it's like figuring out, you know, going through all the settings and figuring out exactly how I wanted stuff to move. Like if I hold, I think, what is it? If I hold shift control, yeah, if I hold shift control, it will like only go on one axis, or is it just the side? I can't remember. I'll get more into the individual stuff. I programmed all the individual functionality of each of these things to deal with each instance of things that I've been dealing with that have kind of annoyed me over the past couple weeks. And as we get more into it, I'll start to really integrate them into my actual working memory while I'm doing stuff. But just all the little, it's like all these little things of like controlling the interface and how you want it to work, and like making like these buttons bigger and stuff, because when they're at the corner like this and it's up there, it's hard to grab it if it's like a really small button. So I needed to make them a good size. And then it's like the ones that aren't selected are a percentage of the ones that are selected. And so like just diving into Reaper's preferences and stuff. Hopefully my voice doesn't go away right now. No, it's okay. Oh, because we're doing playback, of course. But like you go into these mouse modifiers and it's like every single part of what you're working in, like this is the MIDI CC event are these things. And so like whatever you're doing in well, the MIDI CC event is the actual point inside the MIDI lane. And then there's the automation items, which are what these things are right here. And everything behind them is bypassed right now. And so nothing shows up unless you're actually creating an automation item. And like how like I copy them, like I think I just copied a pool copy. So yes, now these are going together, and like just all kinds of little things that as you're working, it's like you want to just create the next note, but now the dynamics are wrong, or the velocity is wrong, or the sustain's wrong, and how long it goes, or yeah, the length of the note, whatever. So it's been really cool to figure this stuff out, and now we can actually just focus on actually creating. So hopefully this week will be just a week of like actually producing music, as opposed to like running into stuff that's annoying me where I have to like stop and figure out a technical solution to a problem. I lost you at the start, so you're flunking the test. Well, that was a fair bit of information. That was like a day and a half of work, all encapsulated into about a 10-minute, 15-minute thing with the deal. Safe to say we're back on next week. Yes, safe to say that for sure. I definitely want to get into this next week. I just want to get to the point where like I keep saying, oh wow, is my Stream Deck dead? Oh God, what's going on, dude? All right, cool. I just want to get to the point where like, I feel like with the, I don't know, what's the word we should use for like the contemporary music that I do, like the rock, pop, chill, electronic, aggressive, loud, guitar driven, heavy rock. Like what is the word for that kind of a music in context of like hundreds of years? Contemporary music? That sounds so stupid. The good stuff. Modern music, newer music. With that kind of stuff, I've been working on that stuff for so many years. It's like anything you do where as you just start to become better at building something or making something, it's like you take for granted like how much your skill has improved over years, you know, and just like your ability to actually like mold the clay, you know, you forget, like you really do forget how much work you put in to become as capable of doing something that you're at. And it's with anything that you do in your life. If you spend enough time doing it, you're going to get better at doing it. And then you won't realize how much better you've gotten until you try something like this, where it's just like, oh my God, this is a completely different animal. And in the new music, it's like I'm so familiar and so comfortable with like, I have a sound, I have an idea in my head, I can hear it in there. And what happens with any music writing process is like, what you're thinking and what is in there is never what happens. Like it's always like, it's like this malformed sound blob. And it's can be really clear, but it's like, as soon as you start, as soon as the first fragment of it leaves the brain and goes into the DAW, it starts to change and its form takes a different shape. But over the years, I've gotten super familiar and comfortable with having the idea blob and getting the process started. And then once it gets into the DAW, then it's like the ball starts rolling and then all the ideas start to flow, and the ability to like execute on ideas is like I'm super comfortable with it mostly. And sometimes that can be restricting if like you don't try to get outside your comfort zone and try to learn new things and do whatever. But it's like, generally speaking, it's like, especially over the last few years, I feel like, you know, I can kind of get the ball rolling, and then it's not as hard of a chore to like just keep everything rolling and get somewhere with it. And with this stuff, it's just like so much of it is just it's that technical side of like, I swear to God, it's like I hear it, I feel it, I have the idea, I have a rhythm in mind. And then it's like the second I start with the keyboard and mouse on the screen, it's like it all starts to just like atrophy, and just like it's like a sandstorm just starts to blow a trillion miles an hour on this like what I thought was a incredibly strong rock edifice in my mind, and it just starts wearing away by the seconds. And then within like 30 seconds, it's just a fragment of what I thought it was. And now I'm already forgetting it, and I don't even know what I'm trying to do inside of here. And then it all just goes away, and then the discouragement starts, and you just want to quit. And I've quit this probably, I don't know, in the last few years, since like 16 or 17 when I got these nice string libraries. I've quit probably like 3 or 4 times, because it's just so daunting a task. Not only is orchestral music in itself a daunting task, and I think it's kind of ludicrous that I'm even trying to attempt this, because it is so complicated. I mean, it's like you hear these orchestral works, and you just think like, oh, like I write music, I'm a musician, I could do that, and it's just like, no, dude, it's not the same. It's not the same. Even if you have like a chord structure, and even if you have some of the voicing you want, it's not the same. There's something with how like the counterpoint is involved. There's something about texturing and layering and voicing and just the articulations. I mean, the human body's ability to make a small stringed instrument sounds so many different ways from 1 second to 3 seconds. It's just so difficult to program in an artificial environment. It's just like, it's like the very first like recordings of audio where it's just like, it's this like, or the very first recordings of like digital audio where it's just this like bit destructive digital crunching mess thing. And it's just like, well, this maybe it'll be good someday. And now it's indifferentiable. Enough with the flack. But yeah, it's really tough. And it's like, I want to make sure that the only barrier to any of this is the inexperience of the craft. I don't want my barrier to be a technical thing. Like, oh, I could do this if I could only like change this to this articulation really quickly and move on. And that, I feel like that barrier has finally been, that obstacle has finally been scaled. Anyway, I'm rambling, but that's it. I'm super excited. So next week, we'll definitely be working on this. I don't know what these sound like. I mean, I can guess what, I can guess what some of these sound like. I've obviously already run through them and I've listened to them all, but it's like, there's a lot of them there. Like, I don't even know what the name means, let alone what it actually sounds like. And so I'm really looking forward to, in the next few weeks, to like the next month or two, where it's like, when I'm hearing the sound in my mind, I actually know what that sound is. It's not just a sound. It's like I can actually describe what the articulation is. And so that way, as soon as I get on and I start producing, it's like I'm already in the mindset of like knowing what everything's going to be identified as. That's going to be huge. And it's not, there's no barrier anymore except my ability to start getting in here and digging in. I hope that there's nothing else that's going to rear its ugly head as we get going on this. I don't see it blinking anymore. I don't know why it was blinking before, but it's not blinking now. Everything looks fine now. It seems totally fine. I don't know what the deal is. Before it was being weird. I don't know. It was like updating or something and blinking, and it's going to be really annoying. Anyway, Darude Sandstorm. That's the goal. That's the goal. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just like, yeah, dude, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know why. I've always been drawn to wanting to try to take on something like this. There's just something about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but like, that's the most difficult thing is we live in this time where we have access to such incredible technology, but at the same time, it's really difficult to make it authentic sounding. It's very rare that I come across digital virtual instrument orchestral music that I think if I didn't know that this was digital, I wouldn't think it was. Very rare. It does happen. And like, that's the thing that keeps driving me forward is like, I know that it's possible. I know that with enough practice and enough development of like being able to use this stuff, it's like I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to make it sound indifferentiable from reality. But I think there are going to be some restrictions with it where there are just going to be things that are still you can't do, so we're just going to not be able to do them. And nothing specific comes to mind. I mean, there are so many effects that they have recorded too. Like, I was talking the other day about like runs and fragments of runs and just effects like glissando and like all kinds of effecty sounding things where it's like, if you were familiar enough with that stuff, you could understand how to make it work and to sell it, to make it really, really sound like it's correct. Because there's so many things. I was watching this video last night. Whenever I'm working on this stuff and I'm like, I get to the point where I'm so exhausted that I can't really work on it anymore and I feel kind of sad. Generally I've talked about this fairly often where, if you get sad, a lot of the times it's just because you're tired, and you just need to sleep. And I never knew that when I was younger. I always thought that like maybe I'm depressed or something. And clinical depression is a real thing, not to sweep that away. But generally speaking, it's a lot of times you get sad when you're really tired. You just need to get some good sleep. Just get some good sleep. You feel good tomorrow. And it's like, if you need to hear that, listen to that. Just need to hear it. If you need to hear it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, So when that happens to me, when it's late and I've been up working on something, just hyper focused, then I really start to crash and I start to feel sad because it's not done or it's not over. I'm wondering if this is all a waste or if the whole thing is a waste. I just remind myself that, I'm just tired and I just need to get a good sleep. But I want something a little uplifting before I go lay down, because then I'll just go to sleep mired in sadness and heartache. So I'll watch like something hopefully to get my spirits up. Like last night, I watched this short form documentary about Beethoven's symphonies, and this conductor, I forget the guy's name. I didn't register it in my mind, but he's super passionate about. I think he might be specifically passionate about Beethoven, but if has this kind of passion for everybody, that's pretty awesome. But he was specifically focused on Beethoven during this short form documentary series about Beethoven's symphonies, and he was talking about the first symphony. I watched the one on the first symphony and the second symphony, and they played a few excerpts of his orchestra. I don't know if it was at a school or if it was a professional orchestra, but they were playing on period instruments. They were playing on the instruments of the time. So like the horns didn't have any valves. The trumpets were these like fanfare trumpets. All of the woodwinds were actual wood. Like it was super cool. And they were playing some excerpts of them rehearsing the first and second Beethoven symphonies. The second symphony is really good, by the way. If you haven't heard Beethoven's second symphony, it's really, really good. Like of course, he's known for the fifth and the ninth and the third, but the second symphony was a really, really good symphony. The first was great too. They're all great, okay? But the second symphony was really, really nice. I'd forgotten. I hadn't listened to it in a few months. And they were playing some excerpts from it. And I was like, yeah, that is a really good one. I got to go back and check that out. Because already in the second symphony, he's doing stuff that he like just expands on later on. So it's like hearing it's not like a demo, but it's hearing like the garage version of like stuff that happens later. So it's really cool. Anyway, they were rehearsing some of that stuff. And yeah, it's this weird, I keep going, there's this back and forth that I keep doing in my mind where I'll hear stuff like on virtual instrument orchestra stuff. And I'll be like, God, that sounds so fake. But then I'll be watching something where it's like a real performance of an orchestra, like on this documentary. And I'll have this like mind shift where it'll go between, wow, this is so authentic. This is real people playing right now. And this is what it sounds like when real people are playing. And like, you can't capture that. But then there will be like a part where they'll strike a note or do something. And I'll think, God, that sounded fake. That sounded like a virtual instrument. And it's like, but it wasn't a virtual instrument. It was real. It was real. There was an actual orchestra playing. So what is that? What is going on there? What is it where you're thinking something is fake, but it's actually real? Because that means that you might be listening to virtual instruments sometimes and you're thinking, God, this is so fake. But really what it is it's just doing the thing that doesn't sound right or isn't to your taste or something. And I'm trying to like square that circle because circle that square because that's been happening more frequently where I'm like, what is that? Like where it's like the orchestra will play something and I'm like, that sounds fake, but it's not because they're actually playing it. But it's like, it's almost something like in the voicing or the writing where I'm like, it's like maybe it's my taste or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But then there are other things too, where it's like you hear virtual instruments and like the voicing is completely wrong. And then like the two voices just clash and you're like, that doesn't sound right. That sounds fake. And the reason it sounds fake is because like you don't hear it in classical music because it's not written correctly for the voices. And I say correctly very loosely because all music is subjective and there are no rules really. But if you're talking about historically practiced composition and technique, technically, it sounds fake because you don't normally hear that combination of voices in that way. And so that's a lot of it too, is virtual instruments a lot of times sound not right because it's so much in the actual arrangement and voicing and composition of the piece that it's playing. Because man, in the Berlin Strings walkthrough, they play some pieces and they're like voiced correctly and all the articulations and all the dynamics they're all correct. And I mean, it was indistinguishable from reality. I was like, this could be a recording. But the amount of work involved in making that is the issue. That's why you don't hear that very often, is because the amount of effort they must have put into making that like 30-second sample that they made for this one part that they were showing off, it must have taken like so much time to program all that in. But hopefully with this, a lot of that time has been alleviated. Oh, the one last thing I wanted to say that I forgot, that it's not a huge deal, but it's important for the workflow, is that inside of the library itself, all of the different articulations. So you can see right here is violins, longs, and shorts. And then if you scroll down, here's the ornaments. And this is on a different channel. So this is like a different instrument. And if you go to the mixer here, we have the longs and shorts. This is the mixer for that. And then here's the ornaments and the mixer for that. I have all the mic positions. I downloaded them all. It was something like 200 gigs total download. It's a huge download. It's ridiculous. But I listened to all the mics. We can talk more about that later, but I could see myself using different mic positions and mixes for some stuff, but the tree mic it's really good. Like the basic spot and trees are like, they sound really nice. Anyway, point is that these are all different instruments. They're all different. They're all in different channels. And when you go into performance and say you click, so right here on the sustain and legato, here's the vibrato, and this vibrato is controlled by a CC value 3. And so on on this crescendo here, or let's find one where okay, so here's the C major and here's the up. You can go C major up or C major down. So so this is controlled by CCO3, but it's on a different channel. So it's controlled by CCO3 on channel 3 or whatever channel it was on. And so that can create an issue when you're trying to organize that stuff. So what I did on this plugin for CC channel 3, which I think is this one. No, this is 7. Here's 3. So what this is, Claude wrote a script that uses binary to send to all channels. So this single slider, which is right here, this is that slider. This sends to that CC3 on every single channel into the instrument. So no matter what voice of what articulation is playing here, if there's a variation for that articulation on its CC3, this single envelope will control it. So we can be going through all kinds of variations or all kinds of articulations right here on the MIDI item and changing all kinds of articulations in real time. And this single envelope will be changing that. So I don't have to open up other envelopes and other settings to figure out, which variation? Oh, this is an instrument 3. Well, let me go open up the instrument 3 variation setting, blah, blah, blah. No, if we change it, we can just go right here and just make a point, and I can just do that. And even if it's just that one right there, I can just do that. Or put another one in and make it, make it more like a square. No, not like that. You want to make it more like a square, like that or something, and then you can go like that, and then it goes up to 1, and then goes back down here. And so right here, you have a note right there, and then you have a note right there, and then so this note, its variation thing is like that, and then this next note that's a totally different articulation, its variation is down here, but it's all on one envelope that controls all that stuff, all integrated, and that's how all these are. This is the velocity for everything, dynamics, everything, the volume on everything. So, so this is super cool. So if you, I don't know if I can show this in real time, really, but so this is the volume going from low to high, right? And so depending on the note it is, this might be in this instrument, and then this will be in this instrument, and then this will be in this instrument. So now if you look at this, if you look at the actual patches, and you go to the mixer, on the first one, you can see the volumes right here. So you can see the volumes down. See, this is 0 right here, and it's down here. But over here, the volume's here, but it's a different articulation. So that is going to be up higher. I don't know where it is, though. But you see the point I'm trying to make. It's on the same envelope here, but it's a different instrument's volume. I think it was the glissando, which is in the effects. So yeah, and that's I think this one. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's right there. You can see it going up and down. Yeah, there you go. There you go. See? So it's moving this single envelope. Not only is changing this one, but once the articulation changes and we're over here, now it's changing this one. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It changes them all. And then depending on what articulation is called, it plays through that track. Anyway, super sweet. Sorry for all the technical nonsense mumbo jumbo. The point is, brass tacks of all this is that it's taking the most complex system I've ever used in musical production and basically refining it down so it's a much more approachable, efficient workflow in real time when you're making music, and hopefully next week when we start streaming production with this stuff, it's just going to be writing music and changing the way the music sounds and changing the volumes and the dynamics of that stuff in a very fluid, organic way where there's not a lot of jumping around to spots and second guessing stuff and trying to remember how to do stuff and where to go for things. It's all just going to be right here, right in front of us, and we can just write the parts. And then the challenge would be the actual composition. And like that's what I want it to be, because that's where I'm weak. At the end of the day, with all this stuff, I can be super stoked about building this system that works and it's great. But at the end of the day, my weakest spot is the composition. It's the ability to write this stuff. I am not good at it, and I want to get good at it. And the way to set yourself up for success is having a system that's efficient, organized, and powerful. And that's what this feels like it is now. So hopefully the weakest link, which is me now. I wasn't the weakest link last week. Last week, this was the weakest link. I was thinking ideas and I wasn't able to do them because the thing wasn't set up right. But now I am the weakest link, and that will show because we'll start writing parts and stuff. I listened to Shostakovich's 10th Symphony, composed by Karajan today, just the first movement, because it's a pretty long symphony. And he went to this from this beautiful G major chord to a minor 4/7 chord. So he basically went from a G major to a C minor 7 chord in the string section. And it was one of the most beautiful things. It was almost like a jazz chord. And it was super interesting because C minor is not in the key of G major. Typically the 4 chord, which is C, is a C major chord. So not only does he turn that chord into a minor, but then he adds a 7th on top of it, a minor 7th on top of it, and that almost turns it into the 6th chord in G major. But since he puts the C in the bass, that turns it into a C minor, which is a minor 4/7 chord of G major. So it's almost like he's bouncing between the 6th chord and the minor 4 chord in the key of G major. And so it's like both of those chords are eerie, they're eerie venturing past the key. Because it's the 6th chord in minor. Technically, it's the 6th chord is a median chord. It's kind of like a magical chord. I love the 6th chord. I use the 6th chord everywhere. If you listen to my music, it's like the 6th chord is. I love going to the 6th chord all the time. Like, I mean, it's one of my like go-tos. I love the way it sounds going from the 1 to the 6. Anyway, the point is that it was absolutely gorgeous and beautiful, and the way that he did it, the way he voiced it in the strings, it's just I want to do stuff like that. I want to be able to like have an idea in my head and then like voice it in a gorgeous way like that and start to like compose in that way. I don't know, man. There's something about it, like as a musician, as a songwriter, there's something about like classical composers that is so like mysterious, and it's like racing on bicycles and then like seeing an F1 car drive by. You know, like that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like it just feels magical and mystical and powerful, and what you can do, like the emotions that you can like bring out of the soul with this kind of music. I hate cliche and I hate sounding silly and goofy, but really when it comes down to it, that's what's driving all this. There's something about classical orchestra that is just so, it's always, to me personally, it's just always been such a powerful, amazing category of music. And it's something that I played French horn in like middle school, I think, but I didn't continue in high school. And so I have very limited experience with like playing in an orchestra or playing orchestral music in the actual orchestra, but I've always been enamored by orchestral music, and I want to get into it. And I actually want to get into it. Like I actually want to see if I can hack it and see if I can figure out what's going on, because it's one of those things. You may have the thoughts in your head, the ideas. You may think that like you've got like, oh, I have this beautiful flowing theme in my head, but when it gets down to brass tacks and you got to put the pen to paper or put the mouse into DAW, it's a completely different situation. And I just like with everything, and I always say you can't quit. Like quitting is death. You cannot quit. You may be discouraged. You may feel like you're way out of your depth and in over your head, but you cannot quit. Do not quit. Do not stop, because if you stop, you really are done. But that's what I feel like right now. And it's kind of good. It's kind of a good feeling. It kind of definitely gets me out of my comfort zone. It makes me feel like, oh my God, this really is something that I don't know what I'm doing. And I really want to figure out what's going on here because I want to know what I'm doing. But boy, I don't know what I'm doing, man. I really don't. Anyway, Caspow. Welcome back 70 months. Septidubes. Via Twitch Prime, no less. Every time I see Eli, that picture of Eli, dude. I won the Super Bowl for my brother. Dude, I'll never forget. I feel like I tell this story every once in a while when I see this. I probably have told this story before, but I will never forget the story when Eli won the Super Bowl and then Peyton comes into the locker room afterward and he's like, oh yeah, you did that for it. He's like, yeah, well, he He's like, oh yeah, it's incredible. I didn't think I was gonna. It's incredible. It's like all the journalists and media was right there with all their cameras, and they were trying to have this like intimate brother moment of like, dude, good job, little bro. He's like, and they're all whispering. It's so funny. I'll never forget about that. Anyway, dude, thank you for the 70 months, the Septa dudes of continued support. Much appreciated indeed. What's going on? Zanby in the house. Oh my God, Zanby knows what's going on. Zanby, if you do not know, an amazing cellist. Absolutely phenomenal musician. Beautiful intonation, beautiful tone in his cello playing, and a very, what would you say, very competent recordist as well, because he sent me some tracks for something we did a few years ago. God, it's so long ago now, dude. It's years ago. But he sent some cello stuff, and it was some layered cello parts, and it was just gorgeous. I mean, I would just play it on its own. It was so beautiful. But it was for a Altogether Nothing for TwitchCon. It was gorgeous. Oh, so humble too. So humble. Anyway, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing good, man. But yeah, so that's the story with that stuff, dude. It's so I just want to be able to do it so badly. It's almost like sight reading or drawing, you know? It's just one of those things I've wanted to do forever. And it's like every time I try, I give up. I've given up every single time because my excuse is that I run into a technical problem, and hopefully I have alleviated all the technical problems, and now the only excuse is my incompetence. That's the goal here. You always want to be the most incompetent of the obstacles of the incompetence, so then at least you know you can work to improve. That's, nothing worse than being the weakest link, I mean, wait, no, nothing worse than not being the weakest link. That's what I meant to say. All right, I'm going to close this session up now. And then I think if I hit close that there, and then set buffer 64. Oh my God, I remember that show. Doing real good. Right on. Excited to see you working on orchestra and composition. Yeah, dude. Next week. I'm going to start doing it next week. We did a couple days this past week, but it was actually really great. It was a great learning week. I don't know where my pick is. It was a super good learning week. Yeah, what happened this week was I wrote like an intro, because I was thinking the goal is to do like a record of some of the songs from various records, but just since I'll have a guideline, and then I can hopefully develop some chops that way, so I won't be writing themes and stuff like that, but I'll be basically trying to, expand them out into orchestral music. Pyro Viking, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. How's it going? I like the cat with shades and the jacket. That's awesome. And so I started doing Euphoria, and it was great. I did the first verse and got to the chorus, and then at the chorus, I had this drop. Like I just basically wanted to do like the end of the first movement of the Fifth Symphony from Beethoven, or like the first movement of the Ninth, where it's just like the whole orchestra just comes down with like a short forte, and like it was not happening. It was like the first point where I was like, this isn't right. And it's weird. Like, I was like, I gotta like go listen to something and see like what is not working about this. And I mean, it's a lot of things. I think a big thing is that I think one of the biggest things is that in virtual instrument libraries with these samples, they record serious fortes. Like they record them, and then they are there in your library. And then when you're like, I want a forte right here, and then you write it in and you put the dynamics up to full, and then it does a forte. And I think that a lot of the time, like a forte is not really a forte. Like it's like it's louder, but it's not really a forte. Like it's not really like a them blowing into the horn as hard as they possibly can, creating this blast sound, or they're striking like the hardest, loudest spiccato ever in their life. And I think that when you program every instrument to do that at the same time, especially since I sample offset everything so that everything was super right on the beat whenever the MIDI note would hit, because my idea, and this is kind of adjusting now that I have everything in a single patch on a single track, because I can't sample adjust every single articulation. So I'm going to have to adjust MIDI notes on the fly just based off of sound for the Berlin stuff at least. But for the Spitfire stuff, I went through every single track and I sample offset everything so that everything was right on the beat with the MIDI notes, so that at least while I was producing, I could know that everything was right on, and then after the fact, go in and mess with it. And that was one of the things where everybody was right on the beat. So right when that downbeat hit, every single instrument was like, bam. And I think that was a big part of the reason that it just doesn't sound right, because I went and I listened to Karajan's conducting of the first movement of the Ninth Symphony by Beethoven, and it's like it's this very like soft build, and then they go 1-5-1. The whole orchestra just goes bam, 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 and it's so loud and big, and it's just like and you listen to it, and it's not like a bam, bam, bam. It's more like a bleh, bleh, bleh. It's like a crashing wave more than it is like an explosion, like a pop. And I think that it's really easy to mistakenly like make a popping sound with virtual instruments, because everything is so on a grid, especially when you sample offset stuff like that. And so it's like I'm gonna have to like consciously like go through and like put the horns a little forward, put the strings a little back. I don't know what with the winds. I'll have to like listen to like some more real recordings more to see really what's going on with them. And that's one of the advantages of actually working in an orchestra. People coming in actually with experience in that stuff, they intuitively know where all these instruments are sitting. And it's like, yeah, I can listen to a lot of recordings and stuff and get more familiar. That was the other thing too that I realized, where I thought that by having all this stuff set up, having it ready to go and then start working, I thought basically if the composition, the voice leading, the counterpoint, if everything was set up right and all the textures were correct and what they should be sitting in the orchestra, then the thing would mix itself. And I was wrong about that. That is not how it works. Obviously, I know now, obviously, that there is a lot of post-production work done on orchestral music. There's a lot of mixing. There's a lot of, especially these days, there's a lot of automating. There's a lot of fixing and subtle balancing that you don't even think about if you're listening to a good mix. And I naively thought that, well, if it's written correctly and everything's voiced right, then it's going to sound great. And that's just not true. I mean, it is to a certain extent. It's like if you know that if you hit a really loud low note in the basses, it's like it's obviously going to be more rumbly and louder, and you can adjust for that in dynamics, and you can adjust for that in basic volume automation or whatever. But I was like playing around with EQs and stuff, and I was like, wow, this is really like, I was especially noticing it in the cello, where it's like I was cutting out some low mids, boosting some lows, and boosting like the high mids, and I was like, this sounds way more like what I think of when I think of like a recorded cello. And it obviously was different than just the naked mic recording. Like the naked mic recording, it's got the full frequency spectrum, and it's a pretty nice bell on the whole response of the cello section. But I mean, when I cut all that out, I was like, yeah, this sounds better. But then it's like, it's depending on the note that you're playing. It depends on the dynamic that you're playing at. So there's going to be a lot of learning going into this. This is not a pop track. This is not a rock track. This is not electronic chill. It's different. It's way different. Way different. I believe when it's a live performance, as you say, we put all in, especially when it's forte or something crazy. That also comes with imperfections which are masked by the masses, whereas libraries are perfect. No, totally. I totally see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. And there's little things too, like I feel like the Berlin string stuff is really good about this, where they have the triggers for everything are very, very consistent. So like say you're playing a spiccato on the keyboard and you're like it's like it's pretty good with the timing. But like the Spitfire, while the Spitfire recordings are beautiful, they sound great, but like they didn't meticulously edit every single sample to the same degree that Berlin did, at least from what I'm hearing so far. They did a great job. And I mean, it's like you can't like be too hard on any of these companies, because I mean, these are like, for each library, these are literally thousands. These are like tens of thousands of recordings. I mean, it's crazy. They have all these articulations. Then they have all of the dynamic levels of each thing. Then they have all kinds of like little like intricate like effects and fit-ins and everything. So I mean, just the amount of pure work to create one of these things is so astronomical that I'm not sitting here just trying to like badmouth them. But I do have to say that on the Spitfire stuff, some of the like triggering on some of the like shorter hits are not consistent with each other. And sometimes that's fine because it sounds real because it's not perfectly in time. But then sometimes it's like you really want like a nice da 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 da, and it's like da 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 da, like it doesn't like it just like doesn't quite hit right. And then because it's a round robin, sometimes it does hit again repeated if it's always the same one, so you can adjust that one. But sometimes like it's a round robin that's like staggered, so then it's like it doesn't hit that mistriggered one every single time it repeats. So it's like that's going to be something that I'm going to have to like figure out, because now granted, I do have Time Machine on Spitfire. So the Time Machine stuff, you can squeeze the timing of it. So if something's really accented and you need it to be really timely, you could create a layered patch, and then you could put like a super tight staccato on there or spiccato on there where it just really attacks right at the beginning, and then turn that up a little bit compared to with everything else and layer it in. But that's something where it's like, these are like ideas to like maybe hopefully fix something on the fly, where it's like I'm really looking forward to the point where we get past that, and it's like I don't even have to think about that aspect of it. And if that's something that it needs, then I know to do that, or I know the library or patch to use. Because like I said, I got a lot of the runs libraries and the special effects libraries that should hopefully fill in some of those gaps, or if I need something quick. The other big thing that I didn't mention earlier that is something that keeps weighing on my mind is grace notes. Like the orchestra as a whole with grace notes, or the string section specifically with grace notes, especially like in Beethoven stuff. I noticed that all over in Beethoven, there's constant grace notes where it's like, it's just right before the main long note. It's like a quick, like little movement, like especially like in the second movement of the Fifth Symphony, there's these little grace notes everywhere where it's like, you think that they're just coming in with like a whole note on G, but they hit like a G sharp or an A, like right before it. Like just right before it. And it's so subtle, but it's so integral to like the sound of what's happening. And it's something that I didn't even notice at first. And then I start noticing like there's a sound here. And it kind of reminds me of Hysteria. Hysteria? Is Hysteria the name of the Muse song? I so rarely say Muse songs that it's like I can't even remember if they're I think it's Hysteria, right? Hysteria? Yeah, it's Hysteria from Absolution. Their big hit from that? Yeah. Thank you. In the chorus, Matt Bellamy, he does this like guitar part where it sounds like it's just like an A minor to F or to C or something, but he's doing this like half step, like with each one. And it's like, you don't really think about it unless you're really listening. You're like, oh, every single time he changes chords, he does this little like grace note power chord before each one. And it's just like that. It's like the same thing where it's like, it's very subtle. You almost don't even notice it. But once you realize it's there, you're like, oh my God, this is why this sounds like this. This is why this sounds so cool. Is because these little like grace notes right before the actual strike of the long chord. And that's something that is incredibly difficult to pull off with the orchestral libraries. And I wish that there was like a patch for these libraries where it would be like the grace note patch, where it would be like long notes, but it would be a grace note right before them. So you could like trigger just those whenever you wanted to do that. And like it would sound really authentic of that movement. And like you can do it. I've like been able to do it on the winds especially, and I can do it on the strings on the stuff I've tried it on. It's really difficult. It's really hard to like get it automated with the dynamics and the legato correctly and the speed of the change. to make it really sound like an authentic grace note into the actual note. The only library I've heard recently that does it really well, but I can't rationalize getting another library just for the grace note, because I can accomplish it, I think, but it's just a little bit more difficult than this. Or who knows, maybe it was really difficult for them too, but it does sound pretty good, but maybe it was hard work, so I don't know, maybe it makes no difference. But that is the BBC Orchestra, the BBC Symphony Orchestra from Spitfire. I heard a demo video on that stuff like last week, and there's this demo of it where they're playing grace notes on the strings, and it sounds really exquisite. Like it sounds really nice. But there's something about those Spitfire libraries, and I have the Symphony Orchestra, not the BBC, but I have the other one from a couple years ago, and it sounds great. But there's something about, like, once you hear it, like, you know it, and I don't know if it's because of the room that they recorded it in, or the way that they put their libraries together, or what, but there's something about it too where it's like, that the BBC Orchestra has some great stuff, but not enough to like make me want to get it because I already have the other one. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think I would get it just for the grace notes. Jay, the drummer, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. What's going on? I don't know any Slipknot, unfortunately. How can you play with such cold hands? That is a question I've been asking myself for 13 years. God, was it really that long ago? God, it was longer than that. It was 15 years ago. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Wow. But yeah, that's so awesome you came by, Zanby. Talk about talking to somebody who's in the know, man. That is awesome. It reminds me of the Matthias. I forget his last name, but his name's it's Matty or I forget. But he did some great stuff. He did a comparison between his mock-up and the actual orchestra, because an actual orchestra recorded his piece and he was doing a comparison. And I was surprised to see that like some of the stuff he liked more about the mock-up, or like some of the horn stuff he liked, because it just had that more like blasting sound, where it's like to get the actual real orchestra to do that was a little bit more difficult, because they were like real human musicians who like maybe had been like recording all day already and like didn't have the energy for it, or they weren't interested in blowing their lips out. And because you can actually injure yourself, you blast that thing too much. But it was super cool. But yeah, the part that was super telling was the soloists. When the soloists played their parts, like a solo oboe or a solo clarinet, it was like, yeah, that's a person. Like, and it's not even about it's not even about the quality of the sound. It's the quality of the performance. It's like, it's just such a unique, depending on the writing, it's like just the way that they did the vibrato leading into it, or the way they like did this little turn before this like long whole note or something. It's just like, there's some where it's like, yeah, I could see maybe with the sample modeling stuff, if they have winds. I don't think they have winds yet. I think they only have horns and strings. But with some of those modeling libraries that aren't actual recorded libraries, I could see maybe you could get pretty close to that. But there was just something, especially in the oboe, when he was playing the oboe parts, where it was the soloist coming out. It was just like, yeah. And I was noticing that too last week when I was streaming and I was recording, or when I was producing some oboe parts on here. It was like, yeah, it's like you can get it. It sounds good. Like I felt like I was pretty happy with the way the oboe was sounding, but it didn't sound like a unique person. It sounded like somebody who is just kind of there, and which is what you would expect, because it's like they need these recordings to be as uniform as possible so that there's not some weirdness going on note to note when you're programming it. And so it's totally understandable. But that's something where it's like, I could see if you get through a project and you're like really happy with it, but you're like, you know what, I need a little bit more liveliness. I could totally see hiring some soloists to come in and either like layer over parts or replace solos and stuff like that. And that would totally make sense to me. It almost seems like that's what you would want to do. The more I think about it, because like my whole, like my initial thought is like, I want to do it all in the box and have it completely in there. And that'll be what's so cool about it. Cause I can make it sound as real as I can, but it'll all be fake. But then it's like, well, what if you could make it sound really real by actually having some real people? Like that would be cool. That would be actually really cool. And then it would be like unquestionable that you're like, well, I know that there's real people in there, because that solo is so unique and good that like that's definitely a person. Anyway, Let's do the next song. Oh, Reaper's confused. Because, yes, that's why. I know why. And it doesn't matter. It's fine. Everything is totally fine. Set buffer 64. Huh. It's acting like it's doing it, but it didn't do it. That's why it didn't do it earlier. Oh, it's because we're playing back. That's why. Set buffer 64. There we go. No wonder. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, we got a couple more tunages, and then we'll do some piano. Just chill. Music, right? Have you seen the Netflix show Dark? 15 Years is Nothing to Spoilers. I've heard of that show. No, I haven't seen it. I have heard of it, though. Man, I've been on such a just lately it's been crazy. Is that Sushi Dragon, Alka? That's amazing. I don't need the guitar for this. Got the Sushi Dragon motes. All right. Was ist das? Do we have another raid? True Paradox! Dropping the crew on the jam. Kicking out some jams yourself, I see. Dude, thank you so much for bringing everybody on by. Welcome to the show. If you're rolling in, if you're already here, make sure to click that link and follow True Paradox. I know I follow you, but let me just make sure. I always like to make sure, just to make sure, because if not, I want to make sure. You know? Yeah, of course. There it is. Dude, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a fantastic stream, and welcome everybody rolling in. Seltzer Aqua. What's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. How's it going? Velkommen. I recognize that. That was that the guy from the Tool video? Was that the guy from the Tool music video? Scat Cat. Welcome back 3 months. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the continued support. A quarter of a rotation. Much appreciated indeed. Welcome back. It's Cheetos. It's Cheetos? Hold on. Hold up. I got to find it. Oh, wow. It's right there. Okay. It may not be the guy from the Tool video. Go desk close. But it's definitely something. What is this, you guys? What is that? That's something. What is that? That's like from a music video or something, right? It's something. It's like from something. It's like from something. I recognize this from something. What is that from? What is that? What is that? Does anybody? It's a plant. Man, I wish I still had that ticket. I don't think I do, though. I don't know why I walked over there to hit that button. I could have just said kill fog, but whatever. Does anybody else recognize this? It's Cheetos? Is it really Cheetos? That is not Cheetos. It looks like one of those stickies you put on your door on Halloween. It does look like that Rorschach. What's up, Militia Chief? How's it going? Please don't scare off another new follower. Yes, I'm sorry, Seltzer. I don't mean to be focusing on your profile pic this much, but it reminds me of I feel like it's a music video. I feel like it reminds me of like or like the Elephant Man. It's like the Elephant Man meets the Tool guy meets I feel like, or like a short film or something. Is there a short film or something that like has like a clay guy that looks like that? I swear when I saw it, I was like, that's it. That's the guy. That's the thing with the deal. I thought. It looks like it to me. David Lynch movie. Oh yeah, Elephant Man. Yeah. I always forget that he directed that. Man, I watched that. I was too young when I watched that. I was too young to watch that movie. God, he makes the weirdest movies. What's the other one? Eraser Man? Is that the other one? I couldn't even finish that one. That movie's so weird. God, he's a weird one. I want lasers coming out of their butts. Eraser Head. What did I say? Eraser Man? There's an eraser head. Front view. All right. Sorry, I cracked myself up. Oh, I know the Cheetos you're talking about. I've totally had those Cheetos. Getting Groot vibes. Yes, yes. It's also Groot vibes. Yes. Definitely. I feel like it's something where like the guy's face melts off or it gets crushed or something. It's like a video or like a movie or a film or a cartoon. It's something. It's some sort of media that's been created in the past and that was seen years ago. I feel like it came out years ago. And it's like he melts or something, or he gets crushed or collapses. Is there something where the clay character gets crushed or something? Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yes, technically speaking. Oh my God. Have you guys seen that John Williams documentary? Oh God. Oh my God. Okay, I do have a gripe about that movie though. They covered Jurassic Park for like 5 seconds, and I was super sad about that. Do you think so? Do you think it's Kenna? Is that what I'm? It's the kids in Kenna, isn't it? It's the kids on the merry-go-round, isn't it? Yes, it is. Now, do I have access to this? Kenna Hellbent. I know that oh, sweet, it still exists. Okay, so we need to make sure that we don't audioize this. So I'm going to mute this tab. Wait, is it gonna? It might. Don't play. Okay. I found it. Show streamer bot. There. Them. It's them. It's them. Front view. Where'd you go? Yeah? Yeah? I think we're onto something. I thought of that, but then I thought of the main character, and I was like, that's not the main character, but it's the kids. It's the kids on the merry-go-rounds. Totes. All right. Is it disappointing to realize Indiana Jones was inconsequential in that movie? In Raiders of the Lost Ark? You mean in terms of the face melting? Spoiler alert. You definitely have access to your memory. Don't remind me about the computer. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do about that thing. I don't know what we're going to do about that thing. Hit it, Reaper. Oh, wait. I'm tainted. Don't stop. Just stay in. Don't give a reason. Go to between song. Thank you very much. Alka asks, has he done the screen with the lights and stuff? Thank you for the applause. So, let's see. On Lay Me Down Real Slow, I think it's the old way. Okay, so here's a good example. Show Reaper. Show Reaper. I forget that I have the button right here on the Stream Deck. Okay. So what we're doing here. So used to what I would do is I would have cues set up in QLC Plus, which is the best lighting software in the history of time, by the way. Oh my God. It's open source and the UI is has a lot to be desired, but oh my God, it's the most stable piece of software I think I've ever used. It might be more stable than Reaper. It's so stable. Oh my God. Oh, I love QLC. QLC is the best, man. Anyway, so it's just running over there and it's got some cues built on it. And used to what I would do is for instance, on Lay Me Down Real Slow, the lights are right here. Oh yeah, here's the lights. And so it's just MIDI. So it's the MIDI is sending to the lighting PC, and then QLC is listening to those MIDI notes, and then when those MIDI notes hit, it does that lighting cue, and this is just to the drum beat. And some of them are a whole cue that has animation like this, where it's just the MIDI note the whole time, so it stays latched on until it ends. But most of them are like that. And then on the newer stuff, what was I just have open, Trone? So the Trone is on the new setup. So this is where I just, how can I, let me see here. If I do this. So this, I have, since on my old lighting setup, I couldn't do this, but on QLC you can. So basically I connect directly to the MIDI channel there with these envelopes. And so now this is actually moving the faders of the lights up and down. So now I can actually record lighting cues in Reaper. So I don't even have to use QLC. QLC is just the connection now, and I use the actual dimmers here. So this is the dimmer on the light bar, so it's swelling with each one of these. And so now it's I can, these are all obviously I wrote these live and programmed it live, but you could create automation items and just you could create an automation item here where it's up all the way. And you can just duplicate these over, and snap them on the grid and duplicate them to each part. So you could do a chorus and just duplicate it over. You could do whatever you want, and it's all in Reaper, which is really stable. And then it just goes directly to QLC in real time, which is really stable. So the lighting setup is sick now. It's freaking awesome. Show lighting setup. So yes, this is the lighting setup here. So I have all these cues, and then these are the sliders that those specific ones were controlling. And then, so if I play it, I think you can see them in real time. I'm going to mute the output though. So yeah, you can see it right there. You can see the sliders moving. Front view. Show lighting setup. You can see that the sliders were moving. But so these are all these white ones over here. These are all the old cues from my old setup. So I ported these over, And then these are all new cues, like that's You Made Me Out, On the Outside. So all the new songs since the new setup have the new cues. But then I do have like the bars set up with sliders so I can control them. And then like I have some other cues set up here. Like here's the those blinders back there. So I can just like turn those on and off whenever on the fly if I want. Then like here's the desk light right in front of me that blinds my face if I turn it all the way up. So I've got sort of manual control if I want. And then we've got it set up with the MIDI and stuff for real-time control. And we have cues as well. And then the red ones up there, all these are just my like logistics cues, like sitting at the desk and when we get a raid and stuff like that. All the stuff. But yeah, this is QLC. QLC is so, see, the thing is, I had this other piece of software, which we will not name, and it was just, I remember I lost half of Album Unknown one time. Because Album Unknown is all one session. It's all just one continuous song, basically, like 40 minutes. And I was halfway through doing the lights for it in a session, and something happened in the software I was using, the lighting software, and it corrupted the file. And so it ruined that whole like 2 days of like lighting work that I've been working on. It was horrible. I was so mad. And like that was just one example of all these little things that it was annoying me about. Like it was just so glitchy and buggy. And so it was a bummer. And so then I found QLC one time and everybody was like, yeah, well, it's QLC's not very blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but some of the comments are saying it's incredibly stable and incredibly robust and does anything you want it to do. And so I downloaded it. It's open source, dude. It's freaking open source, bro. And I got one of those open source Intech USB connectors for the DMX cable to go to the lights. And that hooked right up, no problem. Like, it's just like, dude, this thing is so awesome. And then I think it was one of the first examples of using AI was where the inputs for the MIDI has like one channel of inputs built in, but it doesn't have the other channels built in. And to do that, you have to edit this text file. But the MIDI channels don't, like, there's some kind of weird numbering system with the MIDI in QLC where like MIDI channel 2, number 126 is like actually number 22,453. Like it's some kind of weird thing. But I showed the first file to Claude or GPT, I can't remember which one it was. This was like a year and a half ago or something. I showed it and I was like, can you do this for channels 2 through 16? And it was like, yeah, no problem. And it just spit out this wall of text. And then I attached that to the text file. And then all of a sudden I was able to use all the other channels of MIDI in here. And I still to this day have no idea what it did, but all the channels of MIDI are now accessible because of that text file change. So it's stuff like that. It's like there's weird stuff where you have to like kind of figure stuff out. But the fact that this exists, that I can just talk to AI and get it to do that stuff, it's like, okay, cool. It's great. It's good stuff. I like it. Front view. But yeah, the coolest part about that is that unlike the old software, which we do not speak of, QLC, you can have real-time MIDI control with like the faders and stuff, and it's super just straightforward, easy to connect. And now Reaper can control all that stuff right here on these envelope lanes. And it's no big deal. It's no big deal. We're zoomed in, that's why. It's like, what's going on here? There. Yeah. Yeah, this is super cool. Oh, I should probably, it's not going to save it when I close this, so it's fine. I'll just leave it. There we go. Front view. Sure. I love talking about this stuff. Thanks for hanging out, Cap. See you later. Sweet dreams. Oh my God, the Reaper emote. Whose emote is that? Whose emote is the Reaper emote? Who has the Reaper emote? Somebody commented in the Discord. Was it Other? Or was it... No, Other responded to it, but somebody showed a tattoo. It was a tattoo of something. It was like an app or something icon. Or was it Reaper? Was it the Reaper icon? Somebody got a tattoo of the Reaper icon? But I was thinking, I don't have any tattoos. Here's some more lore for you. I don't have any tattoos. But if I did get one, I think it would have to be a Reaper icon, but it would have to be like on my whole chest. Like it would have to like the bottom of the pick, or I think it's a pick, right? It looks like a pick to me. But the bottom of it would have to go down on my belly button, and then it would have to come up around my nipples, up to the top of my chest, and then like the Reaper scythe could be like just in the middle of my chest, going down. That is the only way. If I ever got a tattoo, like that's what I'd have to get, because Reaper has been so consequential to my development as a producer and as a musician. I mean, without Reaper, man, I mean, like we were talking about the rage. And how many of you in here are have been around long enough to remember the rage? The real rage, the like 2015, 2016 rage, the Pro Tools rage. I know we don't say that name anymore, but the rage, man, the rage. I mean, some people need therapy. Some people just need to uninstall Pro Tools. I still have to do that YouTube video. The funniest thing that ever happened, I'm being very hyperbolic. A super funny thing that happened. Oh, I need to get this stuff going again. Hold on. A funny thing that happened one time that was sort of funny was yes, we have some people who remember. Yes, we have some people who remember. What's up, Robbie? Jay. Oh God, Jay. A thing that happened that was funny that I thought about. So I was doing something with something involving Pro Tools or something. Something happened in Reaper and something, because like I don't look at Pro Tools stuff. I don't look at Avid stuff anymore. I mean, it's been years because it's just doesn't concern me anymore. But I had seen something, like it was an ad. I think it might have been when Andrew Sheps was announcing that Reaper was then introducing ARA2, which is an analysis ability for software to like, the way that I know it is that Melodyne uses it. So like when you record a vocal, the second you stop recording, Melodyne, if it's on that track, has already analyzed that vocal and is ready to pitch it. And what you would have to do in Pro Tools is you would have to record the vocal, and then you'd have to play the vocal in real time into Auto-Tune, and then Auto-Tune would analyze it, and then you could pitch it. So obviously it would take at least double the time to pitch stuff. And I remember Reaper got ARA2 back in like 2017 or 2018, and then I think it was like 2023. It might have been 2022. Yeah, it was the thing Nikita linked to me. And it was Andrew Sheps. It was a commercial with Andrew Sheps, like announcing this feature, this new, the leader in innovation, Avid, adding ARA2 to Pro Tools. And I just was like dumbfounded because I was like, oh my God, they didn't have ARA2 yet? Like I didn't know that. Like I thought that they had been pitching in faster than real time for years. But Andrew Sheps is like, we've done it. We've done what no one else can do. Like it was hilarious. But so like randomly, I started like getting like recommendeds in my YouTube algorithm from like Pro Tools stuff, and it was all how to fix crashes videos. It was the most poetic thing. I was just like, wow, because like for me, I get recommendeds for like Reaper features or scripts or things you can do, amazing, awesome stuff for Reaper that you can do. But the Pro Tools recommendeds were how to fix crashes, what to do if it's crashing in this way and it's broken in this. Oh, it was just amazing. And so I was like, it just reminded me just now, I got to make that video. I'll never do this, but I should make the video where it's like a 30-second video and it's how to fix the Pro Tools crash, how to fix the surest way to fix Pro Tools crashing. And it's like, hey guys, I just want to do a quick video to show you how to stop Pro Tools from crashing, and then show a screenshot of it being uninstalled, and then just go to Reaper, just download Reaper and then hit install. And then the video's over. Because literally when you install Reaper, it takes like half of a second to install Reaper. You literally double click the exe and it goes and then it's installed. If you don't know, Pro Tools generally takes 6 to 7 days to install. I'm exaggerating, of course, but I mean like even just thinking about it now, even just talking about it, I mean, it's like post-traumatic stress disorder. I think I have PTSD. I honestly do. I mean, I'm not going to sit here crying victim because it's not like it seriously affects me or I lose sleep or like whenever like I hear a loud noise in a theater, I like have flashbacks of like that time that the mic fed back and it almost exploded our ears or, it's not like that. However, just thinking about that, it's like just thinking about it, it like, there's this deep buried like well of like darkness that like it festers Like you can feel it. I can feel it. Like it's so deeply in there. It's like it's so deeply embedded and it's still there. And I mean, if that's not post-traumatic stress, I mean, what is, right? It's got to be. Just talking, just now, this conversation right now, just talking about it, just thinking about it and remembering it. It's like it just, I can feel myself getting this edge. I can feel my nerves starting to vibrate a little bit, and I can feel this deep darkness just bubbling, just deeply, just real deep in there, bubbling up. It's a crazy feeling. And it's just wonderful to, it's wonderful to be in the now. And it's wonderful to have stuff like QLC and Reaper talking to each other in real time. Everything's great. Everything's dependable. And really, I give Dragonframe a lot of crap, and I tease them a lot, for what it is. But I mean, it's pretty cool to have a moving camera that moves around. I can't be too hard on them. It's a very customized system. I have a lot of scripts running, doing all kinds of weird stuff and calibrating, and so I can't really be too hard on them. I get a little pithy sometimes, when it crashes in the middle of a song and I have to come over here and restart it and stuff like that. But it's nothing. It is nothing in comparison. It is nothing. It is literally negative space. It is the absence of existence compared to the other thing. Anyway, why were we talking about that? Why did you guys bring that up? Oh yeah, because I would get a Reaper tattoo. If I was ever going to get a Reaper tattoo, it would be, if I was ever going to get a tattoo, it'd be a Reaper tattoo. Because Reaper, I mean, literally Reaper like brought me back from the chasm. Brought me back from that massive pit of despair I was staring into, about to fall over the edge. Seriously. I mean, really. It was bad. It was real bad. And I feel for the people who are still living in that. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's great now. I don't know. Maybe they fixed it. Yeah, that's got to be post-traumatic stress, dude. If like just talking about something wonderful makes you remember. Oh, boy. Oh my God, everything we've accomplished, everything that has been possible, everything that has been made possible because of Reaper. I mean, it goes well beyond Reaper at this point, but I mean, the first time I opened it up and I spent that first day just saying, you know what, I'm going to figure this out. And then I came in here and I was like, okay. And like, I was irritable. I was like, this isn't editing the way I want. I want the mouse to like, if I'm on the, what if I'm on the top of the, what if I'm on the top of the file? Like if I have a track right here and like, if I have like a MIDI file, if I'm here, I want it to like select up there like that. And if I'm down here and hit that, I want it to select the time selection and the item. And like, I want to be able to drag it from right to left. And then like, if I click it, I want it to copy it over like that, but keep the time selection where it was. Okay. How do I do it? And it's just super easy. You just go to the preferences. Well, first you have to get off the audio tab, because if you're not, then it'll cut your audio when you go into that tab and then you won't be able to talk to the stream. And I'm sure they'll fix that. They introduced resizing the preferences window recently too. That's pretty cool. Well, you just go in here and then you just click mouse modifiers. And then when I'm on the media item on the bottom half and I left drag it, I want it to move the item ignoring the time selection. And if I left click it, I want it to set the time selection to the item only if time locking mode off. And if I double click it, I want it, if it's MIDI, I want it to open in the editor, subprojects, open project, audio, show media. Item properties. I wasn't asking for much. But it's not just media items, it's it's envelope control panels, and it's it's project regions and tracks. You know what there isn't though? What they need to add is on automation items. You need to be able to, right here, they need to have an option for, oh wait, no, not here. It would be in automation item preferences. They need to have a checkbox right here that says allow stacking. Because as it is right now, if I have an automation lane right here, and then if I create an automation like this, whoops, no. If I do this, okay, now I do that, right? Now if I duplicate, what is it? I'm trying to remember what it is to make it broken. It's take the automation, so it's gonna take that. So if I duplicate this like that, right? But then I duplicate that like that, look at that, see, they stack. And you cannot turn that off. You cannot turn that off. And that's something you need to be able to turn off, you know? If you can't turn that off, you know, I can't turn it off. I have to delete this, which is fine. I can delete it. It's fine. It's not a huge deal, but I can't turn it off. So if I duplicate, see, it stacks again. And then if I duplicate it again, oh God, oh my God, you know, so then it gets a little crazy. It's just a little crazy. But see, here's the thing though. I understand that I'm personally, you know, I do use this in a weird way. I use automation items, and I think I use it in a kind of a strange way, and it's doing this behavior because of some other thing I did, I think. So I think that might have something to do with it. So it's like that's one of the risks. I guess you could technically say it's a risk, although they should have a checkbox for this to turn it off. They should have that. They do have it where you can have it overwrite. If I copy the automation item directly, it'll overwrite it. See, but they need that to happen when you're copying an item with the automation. See, it stacks. So that's I think this is, and the reason I bring this up, because I think this is literally the only thing in the 7 years that I've been using Reaper. This is the only time I've ever seen something where I'm like, oh, I wish it had this feature. You know what? I'm just realizing this. That's why I'm realizing this just now. This is the only time I've ever, in my whole experience with Reaper, every single time I've had an idea, and I'm like, I wonder if it does this. I wonder if it does that. In some way, I can do the thing I wanted to do. This is the only time in Reaper's history where I've actually done something and I'm like, I wish I could turn that off. I wish I could make it not do that, and I can't. This is literally the only time. That's why I find this worth mentioning. I should do like a feature request thing. I don't know how to do any of that. I've never had to request a feature because there's just so many features. I don't even, you know. You're going to leave now? You're going to leave now right when we're going to do another song? And we're going to do Bilateral too. Reaper Bilateral. Let's do it.
I've got your number down.
Dude, Paradox, thank you again, man. I really appreciate you bringing everybody on by. Welcome. If you just rolled in with the raid, Paradox, and have a great night, man. That is a lot of drumming. You must feel like you're in great shape, dude. That was awesome. Yeah, the computer agrees. That's right.
my soul to you again. I sell my soul to you, and I will not fake you out again, my friend. 'Cause I adore you. Drown my now I know I love you. Head my side. Now I know I love you. Now I know I
Do we have another raid? Mild-mannered. Thank you for the raid 8 minutes ago. Anybody still rolling in from the raid, welcome to the GM. Thank you for being here. And thank you very much for bringing the crew on in. Welcome. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Be sure to click that link. Hit that follow button for Mild-mannered. How was your stream? Hope it was awesome on this awesome Friday night. I don't know why I talked like that just now. I don't know why I'm doing much of anything anymore. I'm starting to get a little loopy. Starting to get a little loopy. It's been a long day, man. It's been a long week, honestly, dude. Staring at a screen gets kind of crazy sometimes. But the fact remains. Dropping a 5-sub gift bundle. Care of JHT. That's a lot of sub gifts. It's so many sub gifts that the computer refuses to write them out. Old Man Mose. You got a sub gift. Just Made Ninjas. You got a sub gift. Breakfast Demon. You got a sub gift. Crimson Karma. You got a sub gift. Selena. You got a sub gift. Thank you for the gift bundle. Jay dropping a subscription bundle in the jam. Thank you as always. Do we have another sub gift? Mild-mannered dropping a subscription giftage on the jam. Alien Arcane. Welcome back 2 months. Care of Mild-mannered. Thank you very much, and thank you again for bringing the crew in. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome. Playing some Marvel Rivals and wanted to end it on a high note with a musical. Oh, too kind, too kind. Well, I hope you had a good one. Is that game good times? Dude, I was talking earlier about games. I've been kind of having a mixed bag lately. I haven't played anything in a minute because last time Last time I played, I got a little mad when I was playing, and I squeezed my controller, and it pulled the cable in this weird way, and then this happened. Can you see it? Hold on, let me see if I can reflect it off my dome. Hold on, if we can reflect it off my dome correctly. See, the camera's moving. This is the hard part. And there's also a delay on the camera, so it's like it's hard for me to time it. But if we're smart... Oh, okay. Am I even... Okay, so it's right there. Okay, so if we just reflect it off my dome... Right, okay. That's the position. Oh, it's because it's phase autofocus detecting my dome and not the actual phone. Oh my God. Anyway, I cracked it. It's cracked. I cracked it. Very sad. I'm actually not that sad. I'm actually very happy. I'm actually very thankful that it didn't break any worse than it did, because I don't have to fix it. I can just deal with my mistakes, you know? Sometimes that's the best medicine, is dealing with your mistakes. To remind yourself to be careful in the future, to not let your phone fall because it got stuck on the cable of your controller when you squeezed the controller because you were mad because you ran around a berm and your tire slipped out and you were in first place, and then you ended up getting like 6th, and then you ended up rage quitting in the middle of the race, and you squeeze your controller, and then the cable pulls on your phone, and the phone falls off, and it turns over perfectly so it lands the screen right on the foot of the desk. And then you hear that little twinkle splack. It's a twinkle splack. You know exactly the sound I'm talking about, that meticular glass twinkle splat that goes ting, and you know immediately that the screen has been irreparably damaged. Anyway, doing a little bit of that, and then I played a little Rocket League. Basically what I've been doing on the game front, since I've been working so much on this Reaper backend stuff lately, is I've been watching Salty Mike talk about Star Citizen. And that also hasn't been very promising either, because the community, the Star Citizen community, I think of the Star Citizen community kind of like a pendulum. And it's a pendulum that swings back and forth of fanboying and loving it and thinking this is the future of gaming. And then it swings back and says, total scam, ripoff, should have been done decades ago, not worth it, garbage. And it goes back and forth. And right now, I think it swings wider each way each time it swings. And right now, it's really swinging in the direction of people being unhappy. And so right now, when I'm watching like Salty Mike videos about it, it's like, it's not good, guys. It's not good. It's not good. It's not a good situation. I just hope that Cloud Imperium can like stay afloat and finish this thing. Because if they can finish it, and they really nail Squadron 42, then we'll be okay. If they nail Squadron 42, I think everything else will be okay, because then they can focus 100% on the live service, and it'll be great. But yeah, I don't know. Want to play Rocket League? I love Rocket League. We should totally do some community Rocket League. For now, though, I see what you did there. I just realized Jay put us over the edge with that 5-subscriber giftage bundle on the jam. And that means it's giveaway time. I'll come out of retirement for that, says Other. I'm not very good, but boy, do I love racing and I love soccer. Sorry, football. I love football and I love racing, so Rocket League does have a special place in my heart, although I'm not very good at it, admittedly. Rocket League is kind of like chess to me. When I win, I'm usually surprised. I've been playing some chess on chess.com app lately, just whenever, and not actually the last few days. I get so like just hyper focused on stuff, so it's like I've been so focused on the orchestral template stuff the last however long. It's been a minute. But when I'm not hyper focused on a specific thing, I definitely play a little bit more chess. And man, chess is one of those games where it's like you think you can play chess, and then like you go play chess online with chess players, and you're like, oh, I thought I could play chess. I don't think I can play chess. I don't think I can really play chess. I think that I thought I could play chess, and I don't think I can really play chess. I mean, I'm not trash, but boy, what's crazy to me is like people who are just like so good at it, where you're just like, man, where it's like, because it's just it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, I guess it's like anything else. I saw like it wasn't an interview, but it was like a video recording, like on a plane or something, with Bobby Fischer when he was older, and he said he lost interest in it because he realized it was all memory. Like, the best chess players are just the ones who can remember the most. And it's like, well, isn't lots of games like that? I mean, yeah, of course there are games where it's like skill and like, you know, reaction time, like FPSs and stuff, whatever. And racing games, it's like, you know, there's a lot of reaction time in gaming, especially computer gaming. But like, I mean, isn't memory and like experience like a lot of life? But anyway, the point remains that one of the best chess players, arguably, I guess, the best in the world. I don't know. I'm not that up on that stuff. I haven't seen the Queen's Gambit or anything, so I really don't know who truly is the best chess player in the world. However, Bobby Fischer was like, yeah, I kind of lost interest because you know, it's all memory, and I just, you know, it's just like once you realize that, it's like it kind of like I don't really care anymore. I was like, man, well, I guess I need to start remembering a little better because it's not to me. It doesn't seem like it's all memory to me. I don't know. Anyway, we're doing a giveaway right now. If you went in on it, go ahead and do the thing where you redeem the thing with the stuff in the deal through the channel points deal. And then that'll enter in you for your chance. You'll be able to choose from any of the currently available compact discs. Signed, shipped anywhere where you are. That's why you're toxic in real life. You're bad. What did I say? Because of chess? Oh, bad because of chess. I'm bad at chess. Yes. Oh, I know what you mean. Yep, it's true. Yeah, really, the reason I am toxic in real life, and the reason I'm so toxic is because I'm so bad at chess. That's what it is. Chess kind of. I always thought chess was going to define me, and now that I've let it define me, it's defined me as a failure. I'm joking. Football racing, yes, Rocket League is pretty sick. It's just tough organizing something like that because Rocket League. I've talked about this a million times. But I'm always happy to talk about it again. And that is that like Rocket League, like so many games are like one of my 20-minute killer games where it's like, I like playing it off like just in a moment's notice. Like I'm like, I want to go play a match of Rocket League. And it's a perfect game to do that. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Look at this. It's not every day you see a ticket like this. Wow. Casita. Welcome back 101 months. All of them in a row. Triple digits. That's a lot of months. Wow. 101 months in a row. If you had that many Dalmatians, you'd have a lot of Dalmatians. I know. I saw it once. I saw how many Dalmatians that is. And I'm not talking about the cartoon. I'm talking about the live action movie. That was a lot of dogs. I don't know how they managed that. It must have been tough. And what's his face? The dude who was in Speed, who died in Speed. You know who I'm talking about. Jeff, not Daniels. Jeff Bridges? Jeff Daniels? Jeff something or other. He was in that. He must have gotten some allergies. Casita, thank you very much for that 101-month resubscription. I don't even know what to say. I wasn't sure. I thought that existed. But you know. You didn't say real life. You said Rocket League. Oh my God, that's so great. And you find out I'm just the most toxic. I am just the most toxic ever. I like yell at old ladies at stoplights. America! Get out of here! Can't you see I should be coding right now? I should be here talking to Claude about my tablet. How about the road? All right. Sorry, getting a little too into it there. Getting in a little too into the character. Casita, thank you very much. 101 months. That's so many months. We counted that the other day and I almost fainted. The other day when I counted all the way up in the month sequentialing, That was a very weird experience. I don't know if you've ever said the same sentence 107 times in a row, or 109 times, or 110 with the misfire counting. But when you say a sentence of like 5 words, like "Welcome back 20 months," well, that was 4 words. But when you say like a series of like 4 to 8 syllabic phrases 109 times in a row, something weird happens, because you get into this rhythm, and then like you find that you can't like get enough air, but you can't exhale enough to get in the right amount of new air. So you start like recycling carbon dioxide inside of your lung passageway, and it's a strange feeling. It was very weird. I felt like I was out of breath, but I couldn't breathe in because my lungs were too full. It's very strange. I do not recommend it necessarily. Breathe in and don't breathe out by saying a sentence 109 times in a row at your own risk. Drum roll, please. And the winner is... What? So, that's a little weird. Now, normally I would say that that's just a coincidence, but Alka is a known hacker. You know, it just made me think of was the scene from Jurassic Park where Lex and Tim are arguing about what to call her. And he's like, yeah, you're a computer nerd. She's like, I prefer to be called a hacker. And then they find the eggs. And then Alan's like, life finds a way. Malcolm was right. Life found a way. And then Alan gets the crazy idea of leaving the kids in the dining hall with dinosaurs on the loose, known dinosaurs on the loose, leaves them alone in the dining hall, proceeds to go out to the courtyard area of the visitor center and starts screaming Ellie's name. He starts yelling Ellie's name. He starts going, Ellie! Ellie! People talk about subversive villains in films that you don't really know they're the villain. Everybody thinks that Dennis Nedry was the villain, but truly it's Alan Grant for summoning the raptors to kill the children, obviously. I mean, you look at interviews with Steven Spielberg, he doesn't outright say it, but you can see it. You can see the way he talks about you know. Congratulations, Alka. You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Hey, don't let anybody tell you it was rigged. It might be rigged. It's not rigged! I think it's rigged. It's not rigged! I just sent you a link to do the things. Click it and the rest will be taken care of. Congratulations. Indeed. Do you remember making the months commands? We were out here typing momps and monthies. No more. No more. No more monotonous, continual, repetitive typations. Not in this world of LLMs that use 48 gallons of water per prompt. Did you see that? I remember seeing that like last year, that like an LLM model uses like so much water because like when you think about like cooling and stuff like that, it's like, well, look, I wanted it to rewrite the entire script. Okay, I didn't want to try to find out where I was supposed to paste those 3 characters. I needed it to write the entire 3,000 lines of code again. Come on, I'm not gonna like edit the script. It needs to write the whole thing again. Give me a break. All right, what are we doing? Computer, steal your car. Computer, add it to the set. Let's see if we can handle this. Let's see if we can handle
Set
this.
list updated.
Thank you. You are wonderful, Charlotte. Last song. Let's do it.
in. There you are, there you are. Let's have a meeting of the minds. I'm here, don't you see me? Want to steal your car, take you for a ride. I just want to steal your car. We got something to talk about. Where you running, where you running, where you running, where you running to? You're not gonna make it inside. I know you want it, baby. I just want to steal your car and take you for a ride. I just want to steal your car. I just want to steal your car and take you for a ride. I just want to steal your car.
Thank you again to Jay for dropping that very generous subscription gift to Jones Jam, putting us up the edge for that giveaway. And, uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, God. Oh, God. Everything's fine. I think the deal there, that thing's fine there, that thing's fine there. I did that with the thing there, yes. Kill fog. Did I kill the fog? Kill fog. Mover, get ready for piano time. I'll be right back and we'll kick out some piano jams. Thanks for hanging out. BRB. Hope I wanted to start. It's not going to start though. It's going to go to something completely random. All right. Show mover cam. Okay, so the question is, do we have the issue? Nope, it's working now. I wonder if it's when I start piano time that it breaks it. Let's see. Computer, start piano time. Wait. Computer, it's piano time. Okay, it is officially piano time now. All right, it's still working though. I wonder what it is. Because now it's not duplicating, so this is weird. This is very weird. I'll stay, but I don't want to pay. I've got your number down. I'll beg, but I ain't gonna lay. I've come too far for that. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I'm not afraid to start a war. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I'm not afraid anymore. Subdivise. I'm spent, but I don't want to end. This comes too easily. It's too bilateral. It's two-faced, split down the seams. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I'm not afraid to start a war. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not. We're all bilateral. And there's nothing we can do. We're all bilateral. And it's nothing new. Stay I'm not afraid.
there's nothing we can do. We're all bilateral. It's nothing, nothing new. It's nothing new.
Pause the piano. Do we have another raid? That's right! Device. Dropping the core in the jam. Thank you very much for coming on in with everybody. Hope you had a fantastic stream and welcome. Make sure you click that follow button on that link, which is right there. Let me make sure I follow you real quick. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh my God. Dude, I'm so hungry. That cheeseburger, bro. Like 5 minutes ago, my stomach was going like, and I was just like, man, I am going to slam some food after this. And Device rolls in with that picture on your profile. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get control of yourself. Appreciate the rate. Thank you. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome to everybody rolling in. I'm Monty. This is Scene of Action. We're kicking out some jams, doing some chill jams right now. We got some rowdy stuff, but right now we're just chilling it out, taking it easy, chilling it out. All right. Anyway, thank you. Welcome. Cheeseburger. Okay. Continue the piano session. Okay, let's see if it still works. I wonder if like maybe the script is messing up the title. Well, it's all about the server with the Stream Deck, so it should be fine. I haven't played this one in a minute. Let's see. All right, cool.
I'll give you up to the sky, and I'll watch you fade away into the dark, into the night, and I'll watch you raise the sun. I know it's always best to share, and although I want you to myself, I wish you lots of love. I wish you lots of friends in the zone.
Hold on, I messed up that part.
I wish you lots of love. I wish you lots.
Oh God, now I'm totally lost. I'm just gonna start the chorus over. My bad.
I know it's always best to share.
God, oh my God, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the cheeseburger, dude. That's what I'll blame it on. I'll blame it on the cheeseburger.
I know it's always best to share, and although I want you to myself, I wish you lots of love. I wish you lots of friends, and there's only standing room next to your deathbed. I won't forget change my ways. Maybe you would have stayed. Never should have made you wait. Never meant to complicate. Never would have tried to break. Never would have tempted fate. No going back. I know it's always best to share. And although I want you to myself, I wish you lots of love. I wish you lots of friends. And there's only standing room next to your deathbed. And now I know you. I know it's always best to share. And although I want you to myself, I wish you lots of love. I wish you lots of friends. And there's only standing room next to your deathbed.
Yeah, definitely no auto tune. That's for sure, bro. I think I usually sing that when I do that on piano. I think I do that an octave lower, at least for those high parts. Unless it's been like a few songs in and I'm really feeling good that day, I'll be like, I'm going for it, baby. We're gonna do it today, baby. We're gonna do it. And then, yeah, that day is not today, my friends. I apologize for that. You know, this is something you come to terms with it over time. Not all of us are Mariah, okay? Not all of us are Mariah, okay? Okay? There's ladies named Mariah, okay? And they exist, okay? And not all of us are Mariah, okay? Oh, that poor girl. I had this girl come in and she tried to cover Emotions once. Whew, she thought she was going to do it, and I was rooting for her, man, but it just we can't all be Mariah, okay? Anyway, what are we doing? We're doing a song. Let's do a song. How about we do a song that is maybe a little bit lower register? Let's try that. What song is that, you may ask? Every time I'm like, I'm going to write this one in a lower register, and then that happens. Mariah isn't even Mariah anymore. Remember a few years ago? How many years ago was it now? Where she was, she did like that Christmas show or whatever, and like she had no mix, and so she was just like, woohoo. And like the backup dancers are like carrying her around the stage and doing all the moves and stuff, and she was like, yeah, ooh, yeah. Hey, the show must go on, you know. She didn't walk off the stage. She didn't freak out. She just started going, ooh, ooh, yeah, ah, ooh. Okay. All right, back to serious. Let's get serious here. This is serious business here.
see your stare. It's everywhere. I know I can't escape this faith, it keeps me here. I'm tired. Everything I know, it tells me what you are. You are, but I'm afraid to go. I lose you in the stars. Own me, find me. There's nothing I wouldn't give to hold you. But everything I know, it tells me what you are. You are, but I'm afraid to go. I lose you in the stars. I'm up against the wall. I'm up against the wall. I'll never take your fall. Gonna wreck the walls. Everything I know, it tells me what you are. You are, but I'm afraid to go. I lose you in the stars.
I just remembered the chord I was talking about. So Shostakovich in the 10th Symphony, he goes from this G major. So let's establish a G major real quick. Okay. So he does this G major, but then he goes to this minor 4/7 chord. So the strings swell in with this G major. And then they do this. And then he goes off and does something completely different. Like it's like he just like immediately like almost modulates into some other key and goes crazy. But it's moments like that where I'm like, I'll just hear like 2 or 3 seconds of something, and I'll be like, that is so good. And it's like, I know that there's like a pop song from like the 80s or 90s or something that it specifically spoke to, like, and I can't remember which one it was, but it's something that must go to like the minor 4/7 chord. But what's cool about theoretically about what's going on there is that it's a G major, which is the 1 chord, and then he plays the 4 chord, but instead of playing the 4 chord in the key of G major, which is a C major, he plays a C minor. So he changes it to a minor 4 chord, which would be the minor chord in the G minor scale. So he changes it to a C minor. But then he throws that minor 7 on top. So instead of just going to the minor 4 like this, which is also freaking awesome. I love that. I love going from the major tonic to a minor 4. It's cool. But instead of just doing that, he throws that minor 7 on the top of it, and it like turns into like almost like a jazz chord. So instead of just this, that's almost something that you would hear in Beethoven, like a 1 to the minor 4 like that. He adds the 7, and it sounds like this. And then he treats that kind of like a suspension, which is basically you go from a note and you suspend it, and it wants to go into its next note, but you're suspending it and you're not letting it go there, but you let it go later. And so he suspends that. He uses that like as a suspension, that 7 into the A, which turns it into a first inversion, a first inversion minor 7, a first inversion minor 2, which in the minor key, I believe the 2 chord is diminished. So he changes it into the minor 2 chord right after that. It's freaking awesome. But anyway, the cool thing about the C minor 7 is that when he does that, he's going into a 4 chord with a minor 7 on it. But also what that is, if you take that C away, what that actually is the 6 chord in G. That's a major chord. So if you were to play that 6 chord without that C on the bottom of it, it would sound like this. And that's what I love. I love going to the 6 chord from the tonic all the time. I do it all the time. But by throwing that C on the bottom, it turns it into a 4 chord, and then it turns it into a 4 chord that's minor, not in the regular major key, and then he adds that it turns it into a 4 chord that's minor with a minor 7th on top. And it's just super cool. It's super neato. I just wanted to share that. I thought that was neato. Shostakovich was good. And hearing that texture, hearing that like jazzy minor 7 chord in an orchestra texture with all those strings is just gorgeous. I got to listen to more Shostakovich. I got to listen to more everybody, dude. We need to get some more Mahler, Tchaikovsky, Shostakovich, Prokofiev. We got to get all the Russians going. I mean, I know that Mahler wasn't included in that. Mahler was, where is he from? I think he's from the Czech Republic, but he's Jewish, but I think he was, because Austria back in those days, it was like part of the whole, I'm an American. You got to forgive me for my lack of geography and historical stuff. But like Austria was sort of like Germany and Austria, and that whole area was like culturally very similar, right? So even though he was like from the Czech Republic, that's not that far. I think his family was like Austrian, but he grew up in the Czech Republic or something. Anyway, I was listening to some Mahler the other day. It's good stuff. Mahler's one of those where it's like you hear portions of his music and it could come straight out of a film. Like I think that a lot of like film directors will put Mahler as their temp score and then give that to their composer, and then they'll kind of like model it after Mahler stuff because it's so like it's basically like it's a direct precursor to like Star Wars and stuff. Very, very like bombastic fanfare type stuff. It's cool. He was born in Germany and immigrated to Philadelphia in 1790. Mahler was? I thought Mahler was born, because I thought he was German, but I thought he was from the Czech Republic, and that's what confused me. Is that true? Am I thinking of somebody else? I might be thinking of somebody else. I might be thinking of Berlioz. Am I thinking of Berlioz? No, not John Mahler. No. Mahler, Mahler, M-A-H-L-E-R. I'm not thinking of Berlioz. It's so funny how all that stuff works until you hit that B and it's like, nope. But like this is okay. That's okay. But then you hit this. And it's like, bro. What is that? Why is that? Why does that happen? Born in Bohemia. So yes, Austria. Okay, so he was born in Austria, but did he like grow up in the Czech Republic, or was his family from the Czech Republic? You don't have to do this. You don't have to look this stuff up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This doesn't have to turn into a Mueller biography lesson. Oh, okay. So Bohemia is in the Czech Republic. And the Czech Republic, that's not the Czech Republic anymore, right? Isn't it Czechia and there what's the other one? Is it Yugoslavia? Is Yugoslavia its own country now? Czech Republic is still Czech Republic, but usually called Czechia now. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yuno. What if I could do that in some other keys, like... I want to do that. I want to get better at... A couple years ago, I worked a bit on walking around in keys and doing like dominance of dominance and stuff like that, like circle of fifths type stuff. So like... So now we're in G. We've established that we're in G. That's part of their world, or part of that world. No, I would love to go to where Bach lived. Was that Bonn where Bach was? I'd love to see the church that he composed in, and I would love to go see where Beethoven lived. That would be so cool. But no, I've never been to Europe. I've never been off the North American continent. It's so vast, you guys. It's so big, you know. It's hard to get away from it. Yeah, I was gonna try to play the next chord, and I was like, I think you're thinking of Czechoslovakia, which was split into the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That's what it was. Yeah, yeah. Whenever I look at, sometimes I just like will randomly go to Google Earth in the middle of the night and look at Europe. And I noticed that the Czech Republic is not Czechoslovakia anymore, or Czechoslovakia is not Czechoslovakia anymore. I see Czechia and Slovakia. What is that, Alka? So tiny on my screen. Okay, my first thought is it's Santa, but it's like Homer Simpson going into the bushes, like backing into the bushes, but it's Santa backing into Christmas trees. That's what it looks like to me. So it is. I was right. Yes. You seem pretty worldly intelligent. I appreciate that. False. Finland still isn't Scandinavia, though. So yeah, the Scandinavian thing. So about that. Okay, so let's do it in C major. So we're in C major, and the 4 in C major is F major. Let me go back to C. That's called a half cadence. Is that what that's called? It's been a minute. Then we go to G, which is the dominant. Dominant 7. Back to C major. Now let's minorize the 4, which is F minor. And now let's throw that minor 7 on there. No, that's not right. No. There it is. Wow, it doesn't work the same, does it? It doesn't work the same in that key. U.S. education generally includes a bit of European history and geography, especially stuff around the World Wars and Cold War. You know so much about these composers and people without intelligence. I think it's probably just more interest than anything. Intelligence is defined by the ability to think abstractly and problem solve. And I would say that my interest in music is not intellectual. That's been an issue for me my whole life, is that I've never, well, I mean, I don't want to say never, but like I never, back in the early days, I never like thought about the context around it. Like I was the kind of kid who would like listen to my favorite music and like it wouldn't really matter too much what the lyrics were. Like I would sing along with the lyrics, but it was the tone of the voice and like the timbre of the music and like it was like the actual audio vibration in my ears more than it was the actual context and the meaning behind it all. And it took me a long time, like well into adulthood, to really start to appreciate like lyricism in writing and like philosophy in writing and like that deeper, more intellectual level of like music. And so, yeah, like a lot of my just acquired knowledge about this stuff, which honestly, personally, I feel is so elementary because I was exposed in college to just people who are just, this is their life. Like that, like music history is their life, and music theory and composition and all that stuff is just, it's such a part of their life, especially classical theory and classical composition and stuff like that. And these kinds of composers and talking about this stuff, that I feel like such a amateur when I talk about this stuff. So it's funny to hear you say that. I mean, I do appreciate you saying that, but it's funny to hear it because it's just like, it's like being like, I don't know, it's like seeing like, I don't know, there's no way that I can say it without unintentionally like belittling a profession or hobby, but it's like anything you imagine where it's like you see somebody, like you've never done something, you see somebody doing it kind of okay and you're like, that's amazing, kind of a thing, where it's like if you're kind of into that world and you see the people who are really good at it, like you just feel like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I feel so uneducated on that stuff because it's just, there are people out there who are just so they are in it. They are so super in it. I mean, I kind of feel like maybe with like music editing and production and, you know, stuff like that on the technology side, the technical side of that stuff, it's like maybe I feel like, yeah, I'm pretty deep in that stuff and I'm pretty competent at all that stuff. But the music history and like composers and like classical music stuff, that's, to me, it's like such a unbroached topic and an unexplored area, even though I have like dipped my feet in a little bit, but it's like I still feel so what would you call it? Listless? Is that what it is? Listless? I just completely just surrounded by it. I feel in no way that I have control over it at all. It's like I have bits and pieces, and it's like even with like, especially with like the music theory stuff, it's like I was exposed to it and I have a little bit of experience navigating around it, but I never submersed myself or immersed myself in it. And that was just sort of like how it was too. Like back when I was in school, it's like I wanted to get in studios. I wanted to record. I wanted to write like contemporary rock music. So it's like, I mean, it's just one of those things. Like when you go to school, I would highly recommend wanting to go. Like I would really recommend. It's like people are pushed so hard. Like as soon as you graduate high school, you better go to college. You better figure out what you want to do, and you better know what you want to do. And it's like, you know, it's easy to be a hypocrite because so much of my life was affected by the people I met at school and the trajectory my life took from being in college and like meeting peers who had the same interests and meeting people and then getting exposed to other things because of that. And so like I can't say that I wouldn't have done it that way because obviously it's like I wouldn't have had the opportunities and the experiences that I've had that I don't want to give up if I would have done it a different way. But I can definitely tell you from the actual educational standpoint of being in college courses and in lectures and reading and listening to music and stuff, like when you go to college, when you go to university, try to make sure that you really want to be there and you're really doing what you want to do. Because it's not going to kill anybody if you take a little time to figure that out. And then when you do go, you really, truly appreciate it and you truly take it head on and just immerse yourself in the subject matter that you're learning. Because that, I don't really have regrets, but I definitely feel like I consciously missed out on just this wealth of knowledge that all of these people that I was exposed to and around had. And I didn't take full advantage of that. And I really wish I would have. And if I were to go back now, oh, it'd be a completely different experience. I would just dive into all that stuff, all the music history stuff. I would listen to every single piece of music that like was in any way tangentially associated with any of the subject matter that I was learning in any given semester. And that's well there it is. There it is. That's what it is. So that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. Is like I feel like I feel behind on it all. You know, I feel like I wish I would have given it more attention the whole time up to now, as opposed to just, I feel like I've gotten kind of into, I mean, just in the last maybe more heavily, maybe the last like 5 years or so, maybe. And still even then, I mean, not much. I mean, here and there, but it's like, there's so much. I mean, it's just, I've definitely talked before about like just how much classical music, especially romantic music, has just affected music up until now. And like so much of pop music is just rooted in Western classical music. And it's just like to truly understand that music and understand the theory and understand where a lot of these chords come from that we really enjoy hearing, and we don't really know why they work together, but to know what chords they are and in what ways you can use them to get the full emotional effect. I kind of had this attitude like, you know, I think I have good taste and I think I can tell if something's good or not, so I'll know if it's good, and that's what matters. When it's like, no. Like, people have been working on this for centuries. Like, we've really worked a long time on like what sounds good. Like, and so you can always explore things and you can always find new adventurous ways to explore new paths. But the world is the world, and the world has always been the world, and people have been exploring the world for a long time. And it would do you well to pay attention to what people have discovered and to really, really internalize the ground that other people have covered. And then you can have so much more satisfaction in truly covering new ground, not just because it's new to you, but because you really know it's new. You really know that very few, if any, people have really ventured here. And I wish I would have, you know, held a little bit more value for that when I was there. I mean, of course I got a lot out of it, and at the end of the day, you can't say you wanted to change anything, because I got so many amazing experiences out of that, and I got to meet so many interesting people and stuff. But I've been thinking lately, I was like, man, like I would totally go back and like, not for any sort of like, not for anything other than just acquiring the knowledge for my own progression and composition and arrangement. Like I would totally go back and get like a master's or something, just to get back into that world. But I'm not going to do that because there's no way, dude. There's too much other stuff. I'll do as much as I can when I can, but there's just too much other stuff I'm focused on. I can't like just go do that for like 2.5, 3 years. Like it's not going to happen. But I'll do as much as I can while I'm doing everything else I'm doing, and try to pick up as much as I can and listen to as much as I can. I mean, like I always say, that's one of the things nowadays, especially, is like you have access to so much information. Like you have everything. I mean, we used to have to go to the music library, and you would have to look up recordings of the scores that you wanted to like listen to, and then get the CD from behind the counter. You'd have to ask them for it. They'd bring it up. Hopefully it was the right one. Then you'd have to go to like a listening station, or, you know, check it out and take it home to listen to it on like your CD player, and like consciously, really objectively commit to like spending the next hour really listening to this thing and like looking at the score and stuff, you know? And now it's like, if you hear about some movement from some symphony or some piece of music here, or some historic ancient piece of music or whatever, you literally can just hear it in like 30 seconds, and you can skip around to any part you want to hear. You can go to specifically the part that person was talking about, or that thing that in that book you read was talking about. And it's just the ability to do that is so extraordinary. That can't be underappreciated as well. So it's like even now I'm like thinking about like, well, you go to a curated program somewhere, especially in the arts. Now, if you're talking about trade school or something technical, that of course you definitely want to like you don't want to just become an electrician of YouTuber electrician. Like that would not be a good situation. That's definitely something where it's like you want to get like actual formal training and stuff. But when you're talking about the arts and you're talking about like art history and what is it, like art appreciation and like art like what am I what's the word? There's a word for it. But when you're talking about that kind of stuff, that kind of stuff can be so much more self-guided because it's so there's such a huge pool of content out there that somebody's going to curate it. So either you can go pay a lot of money to get a degree and see what they've curated there, and of course get access to people and minds and approaches to the material in specific ways. So that's definitely valuable still if you want to go to like the university level to do that. But at the same time, you can get books off the shelf or just go to forums, go to the internet, go anywhere and like just search for whatever you're interested in. And there's going to be a ton of people that have input and you can start to like really quickly refine down like 5 or 6 major choices of direction that you would want to go to explore this musical like segment of something that you're looking into. And I do that all the time. I find myself all the time. I'll just go to some like music forum. I'll just do some search about something specific musically, and like a bunch of people have chimed in on like specific pieces of music to listen to, or specific composers, or specific just things, whatever. And it's like you can already just find a wealth of knowledge and interesting material just from that. So it's like the access is just something that we've never had before. You used to have to go to a university to even find some of these, niche recordings at all. And so it's like the access issue has definitely changed everything in that regard too. Devise coming in with the raid and then the follow as well. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Tone Caster, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Jamage. Your ticket just dropped in the cup holder. I got this cup holder that I thought I might use for my coffee mug, but it was too small for the coffee mug, but it's perfectly for my mouse charge cable to be wrapped up when I'm not charging the mouse. What the? Deciduous Zeus. I hope I said your name right. Welcome to the jams. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. What's up? Continue the piano session. Would you be here if you dived in further? Would there be a scene of action? Oh yeah, for sure. No. My primary, my definite major purpose, as Napoleon Hill would say, is definitely music creation for sure. That's everything is motivated toward that. Pretty much in everything that I do, it's the driving force is creating music. That's the one thing that I always come back to that I've always wanted to do. Whether I'm like mired down in some Python code that I don't understand, the end goal is to get me creating more music. That's usually the method. So anything that I would want to go in that regard, as far as like getting more education or anything on that stuff, it would be to learn more like theory and context and just approach and practice to how the greats did it. Because yeah, there's something about like classical music too, where like, you can hear like when I'm listening to it, like say I'm listening to like one of the Beethoven symphonies, and it's like he's just modulating constantly. And it's like I'm hearing it and I'm like, okay, yeah, he's doing that. And then like I'm hearing 5 ones all over the place and he's establishing these keys. But then there's the act of actually like doing that. Like, could you do that? It's like you're hearing it and you're like, oh yeah, I hear exactly what's happening there, no problem. I don't know what keys they are, but I hear what's happening. And then it's like, okay, we'll go write down like, why don't you just go do an exercise and just write that down and just do it real quick. And it's like, yeah, well, just give me about 3 weeks here. And I remember I just watched a video on Counterpoint the other day, and it reminded me of, because I took a couple years of harmony in college, and boy, squeaked by the seat of my pants. Harmony is nothing to mess around about. I mean, there's very there's very specific practices that have been developed over hundreds of years, thousands of years, and I mean, you know, I always, with the caveat that none of this is all art. So it's like none of this is set in stone, obviously. But it's like if you're playing the game and you're like, I'm going to participate in these guidelines for the time being of what I'm doing here, and I'm going to do my best to play by these rules that have been established through tradition and practice, then I'm going to do it. It's no joke. Like it's really, really difficult to do. And it's something that is it's weird because it's not like it's just like a math equation where you're like looking for something. It's something deeper than that, because not only are you looking for like a mathematical sort of solution to the problem, but you're looking for something that's actually like acoustically pleasing at the same time. So it's like you're working in these like mathematical rules, but the mathematical rules are there because of the affect of the tone that happens by following the rules. But then at the same time, it's like you're looking for a unique, pleasurable. It's like there's a finite amount of options when you're playing within these rules, and they sound good, but something that sounds good typically is also fresh and original. So once you've heard something enough times, it doesn't sound so great anymore. I mean, that's not true, obviously, because it's like you have music that you love listening to over and over and will never get not good. But it's like when you're talking about like a mathematical pattern, like if you heard Daddy Shark or Baby Shark or whatever the name of that song is on repeat for 6 years, that would drive anybody crazy. So it's like at some point the repetition of something becomes not so much pleasurable as it may have once been, depending on what it is that's being repeated in what context. You know what I'm trying to say. The point is that it's like even when you're following these guidelines, it's like there's something elusive about it all. Elusive? Is that right? Elusive, whatever. It tries to get away. It doesn't want to be captured. I can't remember my point. But yes, it would all be toward the furthering of my composition skills. That's pretty much what it would end up being. Because so much of my writing history has been based on. I mean, I think so much of anybody who writes music, it's like even the greatest, even Beethoven, even Mozart. Well, I don't know about Mozart. Mozart was so ridiculous. Like he was like who would he be? He was like the Stephen Hawking or the Einstein of music composition. I mean, he was truly insane. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe my whole theory maybe falls apart there. But see, like I was saying earlier, all the ground I'm treading right now, it's like this ground has been tread, dude. Like it has been so tread by great minds for decades and decades and decades. And so in that regard, I'm not really bringing anything new to the table. I'm just exploring what's already been there. But the point is that for so many people who make music, it's like it's an exploration of what you do know, coupled with a venturing into the unknown and looking for something surprising or pleasing or scary or just new, innovative. And the more you understand about the greats of classical theory, and the more theory you understand about it, the more tools you have in your navigation kit, the bigger your sails, the wider your rudder, the lighter your balsa wood. Zeus, right on. Well, welcome. Thank you for the follow again. Skillig, what's going on? I'm like that in my current field. I want to learn it, but you can't keep up with it all and end up with FOMO. Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. An amazing in-person network. I think people will really benefit from knowing you, vice versa. Change of ideas, not online. Not just words on screen where you can't really hear the tone of what they're saying. While online is amazing, you get amazing feedback here. Imagine real time going back and forth. Mine's exactly yours. Yeah, that is one of the things that you cannot replace. It's a very special thing. I definitely recommend everybody experience it at some point. Just when you go, just make sure that you want to go, because it's like, especially with how much it costs these days. God, it's so expensive to go to college now. But I would say that's my advice to anybody. Definitely go for sure. But know what you really want to do, because so many people, they go not really knowing what they want. Because I mean, geez, if you start college when you're 18, it's like, geez, it's how can you expect somebody to know what the course of the rest of their entire life is going to be? It's like, it'd be great if like culturally we could be like, okay, you finish your education, you become an adult, and then it's like you have a couple years, like maybe go to a trade school for like 2 years or something, and maybe like do some sort of like skilled labor or something, and get something where you can get like a regular check or something. And then it's like over the next like 5 years, figure out what you want in this life, you know, get your stability figured out. And you're like, God, I sound so old. Jesus. I know what you want to hear is like, follow your passion, follow your dreams, follow your dreams. But it's like, what people don't tell you is that you can do that forever. You can always do that. You can always do that. And it's like, why would you follow a hazy dream half-heartedly when you could wait just a little longer and follow a real dream with everything in your soul? That's all I'm saying. And I wish that while I wouldn't change anything about my own life, if I had the ability to do a little bit of augmenting, I would just tell myself that. That's all. Continue your passion and your dreams. What is the end goal of giving all this space to the spiders? Jeez, dude. Thank God how big giant house spider season is over. That is gone. The males have found their mates and everyone else has perished in the great pilgrimage of the giant house spiders. It's every year around September, October, man. Oh, God. Every single year. And they seem to get bigger every year, too. Thank God for YouTube. If there wasn't YouTube, I'd be so terrified of them. But there was that YouTube video, the guy, like, he was holding one in his hand. He was like petting it and stuff, and it wasn't biting him. And I was like, okay, they're chill. That's the best thing about being the biggest kid in the playground, is that you don't have to be that aggressive if you don't want to. And that's what giant house spiders are. They're so big and so fast, they don't have to be mean. Thank God. Oh God, if they were mean, no, thank you. Anyway, what's the end goal of giving all the space to the spiders? Dude, there's even going to be more. I still have the rewire. I still want to do the rewire. I'm going to do it. I've just been overtaken by the orchestral thing. And boy, was I overtaken. I can't even remember. It's all kind of a blur. It was like a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. Something happened. I wish I would have remembered what happened, but something happened. I don't know if I heard a piece of music, or I saw a film with a piece of music, or I randomly saw a YouTube video talking about something or other about orchestral templates and digital audio workstations, or what it was. Something happened and then like a switch flipped, and then I was like, I got to do this. I've tried this 4 times over the past 10 years and I've failed. I must stop the failing, especially with AI. You know, we really are living in this time now with like artificial intelligence and how it's having an effect on the world, because like 2 years ago, no way. Well, no way. The coding has come a long way in 2 years. You know, it's interesting. They're not very good at a lot of stuff. They're still messing stuff up. They're hallucinating. I would be careful about believing everything they say about historical events. They still seem to say weird things, although they're getting better. If like I know in depth about a subject that I'm talking to AI about, and typically it seems to be pretty close to stuff, but I'm digressing. The point is that coding has come so far in the past couple of years. And yeah, we really are living in that moment now where it's like 5 years ago, they were like, yeah, in the next 5 years, it's like people are going to be able to blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, dude, seriously, like what I've been able to do the last couple of weeks, like, no way. 5 years ago, no way. No way, dude. No way, dude. Not even close, bro. Not even close, bro. I've said this so many times. I'm sorry. I keep talking about that. It's crazy. It really is. When you step back for a second and really think about how much that has changed. I mean, imagine how much has changed. Like, I'm just talking about using this stuff for like little Python scripts and stuff, making Reaper run a little smoother, doing like my little workflow processes, making them a little more automated, making stuff better. But like what about like real world stuff, you know, like people working in fields that have serious impacts, you know, like really affect like lots of people in like very fundamental ways. Like how much progression is being made in like every field right now that we don't really know about it yet. We don't really see it, but like individuals at like mid-level like skilled jobs or like just their productivity is just like has like gone up like by a fifth or by like a third. I don't think anybody's productivity's gone up by like half, maybe. I don't know what you could say about like me personally. It's like when I talk about like building these systems and stuff and the fact that I don't really know much about coding, but it's like I can kind of figure out like the order of tasks, and if I can break them down small enough, then I can get the coding to work out that I can build the system from that. And it's like, but it's like people who really actually know about this stuff and they can like not only think about how the system is going to work, but they know much more in-depth coding stuff, and then they can like really just excel their workflow that way. I mean, that must be happening all over the place with just little things here and there, and it's all adding up to this like blob of production and like productivity gains that we've not seen since like the Industrial Revolution. It's going to be interesting to see like over the next 5 years how numbers start to change, where it's like we start to actually really see like the brass tacks effect of what's happened. Because it really did, I bet you, I mean, this is just a vibe, but I bet you like it's like what I'm doing is like happening all over the world, like on steroids, where it's like like lots of people are just doing like little productivity gains here and there, just making stuff a little bit better, a little bit faster, a little bit more efficient, and it's like starting to accelerate. Elon better release that flying car, dude. What's going on, Faze? How you doing? How you doing? Hey, what was the pizza Jay was talking about? Nikita, you responded talking about something about your husband liking that pizza. What was that? I've never seen that word before, but I like pizza. I had a dream Danny DeVito was chasing me around my kitchen trying to kill me. For some reason, that just made me think of Batman Returns. That is like the quintessential, is that the right word? That is like the defining movie with Danny DeVito. I think for a lot of people, especially now, it's Always Sunny. It's probably a big defining Danny DeVito thing, but for me, it's Batman Returns. It will always be Batman Returns. And Twins. He was Twins. Twins. I saw Twins a bunch of times. It's been a long time since I saw Twins, though. Like, I don't really remember the plot now. I don't remember the plot of Twins. I got to watch Twins again. It's been a long time. It's kebab on a pizza. Oh my God, sign me up. Oh, but yeah, I was talking about the rewire. I still got that in my head. I still want to do the rewire. I want to expand the space out and open it up more. Right now it's kind of like a hexagonal cage, and I want to expand it out so it's like half of a hexagonal cage, but then the other half is open and modular so that we can have a big open space for whatever, like moving stuff around, trying different angles, have everything. Because like I've talked about before, everything is modular. A lot of stuff in here is modular. Like I've slowly over the years, like I started out in a box that was completely not modular. Everything was static. Then I built the white studio. Well, there was Studio 2.0, but that was kind of like intermediate between. It was kind of modular, but it was more because there was nothing permanent in it really. But that was Studio 2.0. But then Studio 3.0 was the white studio, which was completely purpose-built and designed, but very static, and it was so gorgeous and beautiful. I love that studio so much. Aesthetically, I was very, very happy with that studio, but it was so ergonomically screwed up. My shoulders killed me all the time. I was having to reach. It was horrible. I couldn't move anything around. It was pretty, but nothing moved, and it was bad in that way. And so then Studio 4.0 was the first rendition of this, which everything started to be modular, but then Studio 5.0, which is this one, is so much stuff in here is modular. I can move stuff around, try different stuff out. I move stuff around all the time. It's great, just trying little different things here and there. But it's still not completely modular. All the truss is static, and most of the cameras are static, and the desk is static. I would like the desk on casters. All of the monitors mostly are on casters, but I'd like to put the rest of the monitors on casters too, so that I could move the desk position anywhere in the room, depending on what's happening. Maybe it'd be better in the corner. Maybe it'd be better halfway through on the flat wall. Like maybe it'd be better in the middle of the room. Who knows? Maybe I could do like a gaming session. The whole thing could move to the middle of the room for like a game stream or something. Or like during production, I could like move everything to like some middle neutral point or something and not have it like off at an angle like it is now. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is to have it more modular. I want it to be more modular. We're going to do that. I just got to do the rewire, but that'll be, I mean, at this point now, I'm 100% focused and dialed in on the orchestral stuff. I'm going to focus on that for a bit. And we'll see how it goes. but I do want to do the rewire and give them spiders more space because I want them to walk around me and not under me. You said you have a lighting computer. Are these professional pre-made lights that you've arranged and run with DMX? Yes, they are. A lot of the lights, all the moving lights are ADJ, American DJ lights, fantastic quality. I think I've had most of them since like 2018 or 2018, and had not a problem. And they have moving parts, they have bearings in them, motors, and they've been fantastic. And it's important that they be good quality because I have 4 Pocket Pros, and so those all need to be very dependable and predictable because they all do the same movements. So you can't have one of the motors going bad and then start to move slower than the other 3. And they've all 4 of them have performed valiantly, and they move constantly. They're constantly, motors are rotating and gears and sprockets and belts and all this stuff. Those are great. And then the sweeper beams are also ADJ. And is that the only moving lights? I think that might be the only moving lights. The lasers are these mid-level cheap, but like not the cheapest, but they're mid-level cheap Chinese lasers that I got off Amazon. They're called like show laser or something like that, you know? But they're great. I got a couple lasers when I was first doing the laser thing, and these are definitely like a good quality. They're way better than like the entry level lasers. There's something about like the hertz that they blink at, or like the shape of the beam or something. It's just, it looked great. It looked great in the fog. It's a bummer. That's one of the bummers about the video, is that it doesn't come across. I mean, it comes across okay in the video, especially if I'm really fogged up and everything's like in a good position and stuff. It looks pretty decent. And definitely when it's the pan tilt camera from the front view and the laser's moving up and down, and you can see the band of the laser moving up on the camera. That looks great. That looks good. That's what I got it for. But when it's from the side, it's hard to get a good laser shot from the side when you're looking at the laser from the side moving through space. It's better if the laser's pointed at you or from you pointed out, and that's when it picks up on the camera the best because the beam's the widest. Anyway, point is the beam looks great. I got those, but those are like a cheaper like Chinese model, and then the LEDs are Amazon too. And I don't think that, I can't remember the company name on those two. The LEDs, when I say the LEDs, I mean the bars. There's 5 bars in the back, and I got those off of Amazon like in 2023, I think. Right? Yeah. Yeah, like early 2023, I got those, and those have been great. Super dependable. Not one LED is busted in them, and super bright. They're great. But yeah, all of my lights are professionally made. I didn't make any of the lights. Oh, and the blinders, dude. The blinders are sick. They're 200 watt. They have white and gold, and I don't know what the color temps are, but you can mix them. Like both sliders have mixed, and they're cob lights. They're the first. Those circular blinders back there. They're on like 4% right now. They get so freaking bright. It's so awesome, but they're cob LEDs, and so rather than like an actual LED, like little square, like an LED square, like on most LEDs that you see, they're like a grouping. They're cob LEDs, so it's like this group. It looks like a corn cob, where it's like a grouping of LED pixels on a bigger like disc, and therefore it can like run brighter with like more. I can't remember what is specific about them, but they're like super bright. They're like way brighter than like a typical LED, and those are super cool. Cob lights are cool. Those are the first ones I got of those. But yeah, I got those like a few months ago. I think like 6 months or 8 months ago now. Is that it? Oh, the LEDs next to me, this red light you see coming off right here, you can see it right here. It's right next to the blinder right now, moving, but it's shorter. It's actually only about 10 inches long. It's about 10 inches, but oh, here, now you can see it here. It's right this one next to me right here. This is an MPL LED light, and I got that off Amazon too. It's great. It's an RGB, obviously, because it's red. There's 6 in the back that are in the hexagon of the ring around the blinders back there, and they're white. And then I think yeah, that's it. There's only those. There's those 6. There's those 6 ones. They're not on right now, but those are just pure white. And those, but they're good. They're awesome. They're the first LEDs I ever got in the studio, but I'm not sure what their what do you call it? What's the color rendering index? CRI. Their CRI is not good. They're like green, and you can kind of see it. Like if they're on anything below full brightness, it's like they kind of have this green hue around them. And so they're not good for like if you want to like light skin tone or something like that. They're definitely not like good video lights for that. But they're great for, strobing and blinding and all that stuff. They're super sweet little LED lights. But I did have the other two over here too, but then I replaced them with these because these are RGBs. But they don't have the white in them. They only have the RGB. So if you want to get white, you have to turn red, green, and blue all the way up, and then it's not white. It's like a weird amalgamation of like those three other colors. I've gotten into the color science of lights lately just out of interest in seeing. I was watching a random video from Marcus Picks. Hold on, we got some tickets. What is this? Timothy 712. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the jams. We get there you go. Perfect timing. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Marcus Picks. He's great. I forget his last name right now, but his name's Marcus. He was dude, jack of all trades, photographer, videographer, film director, tech nerd. He's the kind of guy who will like take light temperatures of all his lights and like write them down like on a spreadsheet and stuff. Like but he's super creative, artistic, and he doesn't paint anymore. Oh, it's so sad. I mean, it is teach their own, but he was a painter, and like he's a great painter, like super talented artist, and he like doesn't paint anymore because he just doesn't interest in him. He's like bored by it, but he's one of those people. He's just so good at it, but he just doesn't want to do it anymore. He painted the backdrop in what's the freaking movie with Arnold on Mars? What's the freaking movie with Arnold on Mars? The movie with Arnold on Mars. What the freak is that movie? What the freak is that called? What's that really called? Total Recall. He was thank you, Edwin. The Three Boobs movie. Yeah, that one. He painted that red backdrop of Mars, like at the end. He painted that. He worked in Hollywood for a few years and painted a bunch of stuff. And he did the stuff for like in the 80s when you would like have to paint, like they would paint on this like glass that would be like close to the camera. And then like it would like I saw this one picture of him where like he was painting and it was like this castle. And then like he painted an extension off of the castle on glass, like a foot in front of the camera. Super cool. And he also did the art for like a bunch of pinball machines. He did like I want to say he did like RoboCop and like he did a bunch of them. There's a pinball arcade I've been to near me, and there's like 5 of his machines are in there. So he's done a bunch of like random stuff. Anyway, he's awesome. I love that guy. And he has a YouTube channel, and he was randomly talking about tungsten lights. And I always thought, like, being the uneducated goofball that I am with like lighting and stuff, I was just like, oh yeah, well, LEDs, that's the new thing and they're great now. And like now we use LEDs because the technology and it's great. And I never really thought about like anything other than that. That was basically the end of it. But it turns out like tungsten light is a burning filament. It's like, and it's very bright and it puts basically off like the light of basically like the sun, kind of similar. I mean, obviously it's a not as hot as the sun, so it's not as bright, so it's not the same color, but it's the same like wavelength because it's an actual fire. Like a light bulb, a tungsten light bulb is like actual burning, you know? It's like the light is being produced from like heat and burning. So it's different than an LED. An LED creates light in a different way. I'm not actually sure. I mean, I guess because the way the electricity is running through the diode and it makes it, I've watched YouTube videos on this, but the point is that this is about tungsten. And so he did this like little random video because he loves LED lights, and he did a video about the comparison between LEDs and tungsten, and I guess he was getting some like what do you call it? What is it when people try to be like all high and mighty about something in like a comment section, but they really don't know what they're talking about? What is there a word for that? Anyway, people were posting, and he got kind of fed up with it. So he's like, all right, I'm going to talk about this. He's like, it doesn't matter because I love LEDs and I love using them. And he's like, they light up what I'm trying to do and like they're great and whatever. But he did this whole thing on like CRI and color value in lights, and how like the CRI of a light that a manufacturer puts on the light isn't the actual CRI. What it really is the light that a light puts off for skin tone is the R9 value. And a lot of times a company will just put the R1 to the R8 value. And so you'll see like a CRI of 95, but then it's like the R9 value is like 2. It's like horrible. So it's like you think that this is a great quality light, but then it's like you shine it up to your skin and it's completely wrong. Like it doesn't look good on video or anything like that. And so what's important about a light to have good skin tones is to have a high R9 value, which is red. It's like a saturated red color. And so if it has a high R9 value, then it represents skin tones pretty well, because our blood is red and it shines through our skin. And there's what do you call it? Subcutaneous lighting? No, what's it called? There's subterranean lighting. It's the sub lighting. It's how light, when it shines on your body, it shines through your body and it lights up your body. And since we have red blood, the red blood lights up our skin. And so if you have a light that can light that well and pick it up well, then a camera can pick it up naturally. And tungsten has an R9 value of like 99. It's like, or like 99.9. It's like, it's a real burning fire that's actually lighting up your arm. So it's like, it's the realest example, because everything's compared to daylight. It's compared to like the sun. So it's like a light bulb, a real burning like filament is like the realest representation of your skin tone on a video camera, because it's the closest to the sun and it's the most accurate in that way. And so LED lights are getting better at that. Definitely. There are technology now that like the CRI is like 95 and the R9 is like 95. It's great. And there are some lights on the market, they're more expensive, but like they have like, they're approaching like 99 R9 values and stuff like that. So they're great for skin tones. So LED technology is getting really, really good now. Typically LEDs have a higher blue spike in them, and it's because they put like more green or something. It's the way the colors like combine and stuff. I can't remember the specifics of it right now, but typically what you'll get a blue spike in LED light. And so you either have to like reduce that, or you have to boost, what do you boost? Do you boost green or red to get rid of that? Anyway, the point is that that's what'll show up. And a lot of times when you mix that blue with the red, you get purple. When you mix blue, what gets green when you mix? Because he was like, there's a big blue boost in these LEDs, and when you mix blue with yellow, is it blue and yellow makes green? What makes green? Subsurface. Thank you, Alka. I was trying to remember my blender stuff. Hey, what's up, Leland? But anyway, he did that, and he was talking about he did like all these R9 tests on all of his LEDs, and he showed tungsten, and like basically on screen on his video, it was like he was going back and forth, and it wasn't like a technical like A/B comparison test. He was basically just saying like, right now I'm lit up with tungsten, and like here's what it looks like. Right now I'm lit up with an LED, and he's like I've color corrected it and I white balanced the camera, but it's like it's close enough. It's pretty good. And it's like, you know, a lot of people will say like it's good enough, and they say that because they're not experienced enough to know that it's not good enough. But I mean, this is a guy who like he his whole life has been about recognizing color and recognizing like tone and texture, and like his life is visual. Like so if anybody's going to say it's good enough, it's good, and you want to believe it, it's him. So he was saying like it's good enough, and he said, but you know, if you want, get a tungsten light and like film with it and like see what you think. And he's like, a whole new world may open up to you. So I did something. I did something. I picked up a couple of these bad boys. These are called, pause the piano session. These are called Lowell Todas. And this is a tungsten light. You can see the light bulb in there. It's got these little flaps on it. And these can hold, I think, bulbs like up to like more than 1,000 watts, I think. But I have a couple bulbs, a couple different wattages. And what I've noticed about the different wattages on these tungsten lights is that the more wattage, the more likely it is that you're going to trip a circuit breaker. And I have tripped a couple circuit breakers with these bad boys.
But that's the biggest drawback to tungsten lighting is that it's incredibly power hungry and hot. Now listen to me. People tell you that tungsten lights get hot, okay? They say it. And they're like, you don't want to be around these things, man. You want to use pliers if you're handling them or gloves or whatever. They get really hot. And you're like, yeah, I'm sure they get pretty warm. I've been around lights. I remember light bulbs in the bedroom back when I was a little kid, and they would get warm. You wouldn't want to touch them or whatever, but whatever, not a big deal. These things become the surface of the sun. These things you can see. You know how you look off in the distant desert summer and you see the mirage and the haze of the heat coming off the ground? You stand next to this thing right here and you can see it looks like a mirage of death, just hovering. I mean, these things get so hot. It's insane. It cannot be overstated. It cannot be overstated how hot these get. They get so hot. Everything, they get so hot. You can't touch them for a while. And if you get anything close to them, it will light it on fire. They get so hot. So you may have heard this before. You may have I just want to express to you, I know this now. These get really hot. Hot. So they're very hot and they're very, very power hungry. And so you run more than one or two of these at a time on the same circuit, and you're not going to get very far. I can tell you that for sure. Now, with that being said, the color accuracy of a tungsten light bulb will make you realize that you never have ever seen true color representation. Unless you have lit yourself with a tungsten bulb, taken footage of yourself with a 4K camera, uncompressed raw footage, and fed it directly into DaVinci Resolve and looked at it. Now, here's the thing, though. You have to, and this is very important, you have to put it side by side with footage of you being lit by an LED. And then you have to put them both directly into the computer from camera. And then you have to compare them. Now, if you don't have that comparison, you're just going to say, oh yeah, it looks fine. It looks good, whatever. And then that's it. And then you go into color correction or grading and it's all good. You have to have the comparison because if you don't have the comparison, you don't know. But if you have the comparison between an 85 CRI LED, which I have, and this, it's oh my God. You don't have to color correct anything. You white balance the camera with a crumpled up piece of paper. That's Marcus's technique. You light yourself with a tungsten bulb, you crumple up a piece of white paper, and then you color correct or you white balance in the camera, and then you just take the footage and it's done. There's no color correction. You can grade it, obviously, contrast and turn the saturation up. You can color grade it, the footage, but there's no correction because there is none. There's nothing to correct. It's perfectly represented. It is the colors. It's what it is. So then the next logical thing is, well, it may be what it is and you don't have to do anything, but with LED lights, can I at least, can I get there with color correction? And here's the thing. Kind of. You can get really, really close. I was using a really low CRI LED light, 80 or 85, which is, in today's standard. They were worse than that just a few years ago, and that was the best they were. But nowadays, it's you can get pretty high CRI LEDs. And I was using an 85 one. So who even knows what the R9 was? But I can tell you it was very low. Just from looking at it, you could tell the R9 was very low. The red was very low in it. So it's I got it into Resolve and I had it next to the tungsten light, and the tungsten light was just perfect. It was just it was perfect. It was a perfect rendition of the colors. And I started messing with the LED color correction, and I spent maybe probably an hour and a half. And I'm not a colorist, so it's I'm sure a colorist could have done this much faster. Probably really, really fast with experience, obviously. But just taking my time and just going through it, I got pretty close. I got to the point where I was if you showed me these A being them and you were which one's tungsten and which one's LED, I
not knowing what they were ahead of time, obviously, I would have a really, really hard time. I confidently can say that. I did get to that point where I was like, this is really close. Now, where the difference is and where that R9 value really does start to actually have an impact is in the saturation of the color. So it's like when you have an LED that has like a low R9 value, which has like a low red readout, and you feed that into the computer, you can boost the red and you can brighten up the red and like you can make the colors more saturated. But like when it's an LED that had a low R9 value, the camera was unable to capture like the actual red in the subject. So it's like it's not there, like because the camera didn't pick it up. So like it doesn't exist. So it's like it has some red. Say like your lips, right? Say your lips are like red. It's like you can make your lips more red and you can make them look vibrant and like brighter, but like it's not the same red as it was in the tungsten. So if you have somebody who like, you know, there are people in music who it's like they have perfect pitch and you could play any tone and they could tell you what note it was. I am not one of those, but there are people like that. I've known people like that. And I've seen people all over the internet. You can just search for somebody with perfect pitch and it's shocking like how people can just like know tones just like from their brain. Like it's nuts. I don't know how they do it. It's like being colorblind and not knowing what somebody who sees in color sees. It's like it's so stark. It's crazy. But anyway, if you had somebody like that, like in color, if like they could just see a color and know it's like exact like hex value or something like that, then they would totally obviously know right off the bat that like it wasn't accurate if they knew like what the person's actual like skin tone was. But like you can it's like you can make it look really close. It's like you can make it look really close. So the bottom line to the whole thing is that even in this day and age, if you have a pretty low quality LED light that you're filming somebody with, not food. If you're filming food, I don't know what to tell you, because food is its own thing. You know, food has bright reds and oranges and blues and greens. I mean, food is that's different. Food, you want to use the most color accuracy light you can get. That's just the reality of it. And people know what food looks like too. So if like you show them something that has the wrong kind of like red saturation in it, they're going to be like, that's kind of a pink apple. What's going on there? But so food set aside, humans. If you have a low CRI light that you're filming somebody on and like it's what you have and it's lighting the scenario and that's what you have, in this day and age with the technology we have, and especially with DaVinci Resolve's coloring toolkit, I wouldn't worry about it. You can get good color out of pretty much anything. I mean, don't go to like below 80, obviously. You don't want to have like a CRI of 50. I mean, that's basically going to be like black and white or something. I don't know what it is. But if like you have a moderately okay LED that was bought within the last few years, it's like I wouldn't really worry about it too much. Now, those LEDs I have back there, obviously, it's like they kind of have a green hue. So you would obviously have to compensate that for and do a lot of color correction there. And if you have a lot of like green in your shot, depending on like how you want it to react to your color correction. Although with DaVinci, it's a whole different can of worms because I mean, there's so many effects and so many ways that you can like mask stuff out now. DaVinci is so powerful. I mean, it's just like I don't even want to don't even get me started on DaVinci, but it's so good. But the brass tacks is I had to know for myself. I had to know. I had to be like, is there something to this? So I picked these guys up. And you know what's super cool about tungsten lights is since nobody uses them anymore, they're really cheap. Like you can find them on eBay. Like this thing is practically brand new. And I think it was like $40. I mean, it's crazy. This thing is in perfect condition. It is mint. I don't even know if this has been used, honestly. I mean, it's got a little bit of coloring on the screen, but I mean, like it's never been like dropped or scraped on anything. I mean, it's mint, and it was cheap. So if you want to check this out for yourself, it's not that difficult to get into it. It's not like a lot of other vintage gear like in the audio world that you could. God, why aren't mics $20? But I had to know for myself. And so with that being said, like with LEDs, yeah, you can get to where you need to go. Like if that's what you have, I wouldn't worry about it. Like you can do whatever you need to do with that. Now, if you want something that's going to be 100% accurate with skin tones and you want it straight out of the camera and you want to be able to put it into a timeline and maybe do a little grading, but other than that, not have to worry about it at all. I mean, like the difference is stark. It's night and day. It's so unreal that this is why Hollywood still uses these things.
This is why Roger Deakins refuses to use any other lighting than tungsten lighting. It's because if you have the budget and the time and the ability to deal with the heat problem and the power problem, I mean, you can't. This is what it is. I mean, this is what it's just so perfect. It's like it just looks perfect out of the box. You don't have to touch anything, and everything that you do after that's just artistic. Then you have to go with tungsten. It's just the way it is. And with food, like I said, if you're doing food, then you want to probably at least go with a high CRI LED if you're going to be doing food, so you can get nice saturation on the food colors. But yeah, I took some footage of I have a little passport, like a color checker passport, and yeah, I was noticing that like with the LED, even after color correction, where I could get it pretty good looking as far as the what would you say? I guess like the contrast and saturation. Mostly, I mean, there's so many settings and stuff in that stuff, but that's the main feeling is like it's definitely got better contrast and better color saturation and luminance. That's like how bright each color is. When you adjust that in DaVinci, you can get pretty close. But when I was looking at the color checker A and B, it's like the red on the color checker, I looked at the color checker in my hand and then I looked on the screen from the tungsten. And I mean, it's the same red. It's just like I'm looking on the screen, even with my monitor that's not, I mean, I think it was color calibrated like in the factory or whatever, but it's not like a color grading monitor. It's just a computer monitor. It's not like anything crazy. But looking at that and looking back and forth, I mean, every color was perfectly represented on the screen. And on the LED, after the color correction, it looked great and all the colors looked good. But when I would look at the color checker and back and forth on it, it's like, it wasn't the same green and it wasn't the same red. It's like, it was more on the screen. It was like more saturated and like deeper. And I mean, I tested out a bunch of stuff to try to get it, to try to adjust it in a way where I could get as close to that original actual color as I could. And it's like the data is just not there. And like you can feed in fake data to try to get it to where you want to be. But it's just like, if it's not there, it's not there, but it still looked pretty good. So yeah, brass tacks. LEDs are fine. Even not the best quality LEDs are fine. And if you don't need perfect color representation, then you're totally fine. You can totally get away with it. But if you need the real deal, if you need a red apple to look exactly like that red apple looks like, then yeah, you're gonna have to use a tungsten. But they're pretty cool. I recommend it. If you're into like videography or photography and you want to like try something new, grab one of these suckers. Little Altotas, they're awesome. And they're fun to play with. I don't see myself. I mean, if I ever do any food, if I ever do any cooking streams, it is on. I'm bringing out the tungstens, baby. It is so on. But I don't see using them for anything else. They're so hot, dude. They're so hot. They get so hot. I mean, it is uncomfortable. Within like 5 minutes, you're just like, dude, how did they do this? How do they do this? And it's, they have millions of dollars of budget where they're like, they have fans all over the set. They have, they deal with all that. It's no problem. DaVinci bugs? I haven't heard of that. Fangy, what's going on? Been a minute. What's happening? The Pro Tools of lights? I don't know if any lights are like the Pro Tools of lights anymore, because I don't think that lights could go to market if they were like constantly breaking and never working as expected. And you'd have to like call for like some like hour-long hotline wait time that you had to pay a special price for special support on your LED light that you actually needed to purchase because the LED actually broke all the time. I don't know. I don't think there is one that exists. I'm just joking, Avid. I don't know anything about you anymore. You guys might be great now. Who knows? Pro Tools might be amazing now. Might be amazing. It might be the best. It might be the industry standard. Anyway. Is it not cold where you are? Well, it is getting cold now, but I did that tungsten testing a couple months ago now. And it wasn't quite cold yet. But yes, you could absolutely use tungsten lights as heaters. I mean, it'd be a very inefficient heater considering how efficient space heaters have gotten over the past few years. But yeah, I mean, it is a very, when you don't, it's like tungstens are like gone now. It's like, I think they've been outlawed in a lot of places. and in terms of like incandescent light bulbs and stuff. So you don't see them very often. And, you know, they are expensive to run. So it's like LEDs have just kind of taken over. And so it's like when you haven't just been exposed to like a hot tungsten light in a while and like you turn one on, it's kind of like walking out in the sun. You're like, wow. You're like, I feel kind of refreshed right now. Like it's interesting. It is an interesting feeling just being around a tungsten light, which sounds weird to say, but it's true. It's like you turn them on and it's a different vibe entirely for sure. It's a different vibe. It feels very like almost like glamorous or something. There is something glamorous about a tungsten light. Bright old filament blazing right there, all lit up on fire. You get your face close to it and it's just like you can feel the heat on it. It's cool. But very dangerous. I don't recommend unsupervised tungsten usage. Yeah, right on, Finger. Right on. Well, all that talking has me spent. Let's do a nightcap. We'll do some more jam. I'm gonna do some jamming tonight. So we'll do some more piano jams tonight. Am I still zoomed in on the Reaver page? It looks all weird over there, but it's because it's zoomed in. All right. Well, thanks for sticking around, you guys. Let's do a nightcap giveaway, and we'll do a raid. It's giveaway time. It's 4:23 in the morning. Oh my God. How is it this late? All right. Good lighting and stay warm. This is true. That is very efficient. I mean, if you need to light your area and stay warm, it is, yeah, it's true. Although 1,000 watts, I mean, I don't know what energy prices are where you live, but I think for a lot of people, 1,000 watts running for an hour, it's actually not too bad because even if you're in California where it's like 45 cents a kilowatt hour, or is it even more now? Oh, it might even be more now. Say it's 50 cents a kilowatt hour. That's 50 cents an hour. That's 2 hours for $1. So 8 hours, $4. 16 is 20. Well, it's 16 hours. So yeah, $8 a day, which is what's 8 times 30 days? $240 a month. So yeah, I mean, if you're not paying a heating bill or or other lights, and you're just using that light and you're using it for heat and lighting, that's $240 a month. I mean, just give it to Alika. We'll see about that, won't we? Hold on, let me see where we're going to head over to real quick, yeah? Oh my God. Devise, are you still in here? I didn't realize that was a donation, dude. That was a dono. I didn't realize it. Oh God, I feel so bad. Oh no, where is it? Nikita, can you whisper devise and say that I just realized what happened and I'm so sorry? I gotta find the ticket. I know it's here somewhere. I just gotta figure out where it is. It's gotta be somewhere here, man. It's game over, man. It's game over. What are you gonna do now, man? What are you gonna do? Hey, she survived longer than that with no weapons and no training. Oh, that's just great, man. Why don't you put her in charge? Oh, I miss Bill Paxton so much. Oh, I miss him. I wish there was movies coming out with Bill Paxton. New movies. New Bill Paxton parts. This is great, man. This is great. It's great. What are we gonna do now, man? What are we gonna do now? All right. I can't find it, brah. It's gotta be somewhere here, dude. It was here. I know it was here. Hold on. So that's not it. That's not it. Oh, maybe it didn't print. Because remember, didn't we have that problem with Octavia last week? Octavia? I'm sorry, I meant to say that. I don't know why I said Octavia. Yeah, because I'm not seeing it, and here's the there's it. Yeah, it didn't print. I missed it. Darn it. It didn't print. That's what it was. It didn't print. My bad. We gotta do 2 giveaways. We gotta do
giveaway for Devise dropping a $20 dono. And we got to clip it. We got to send it to Devise. I'm so sorry to Devise. So if you win, we're going to do 2 of these right now. One for Devise, one for the nightcap. Here, real quick, though, let me find out where we're going real quick. Play music. But yeah, the lighting thing is a very interesting topic. There's a whole world of that stuff. It's super cool. And I kind of just I just wanted DMX. I was like, just give me something that's DMX. I'll get started. And it's cool to see all the technology out there now, all the available stuff. Hail or high? Oh, dude. This is crazy. It's a recommended. Hold on. I can't tell. Hold on. I am out of it, dude. It's so late. I haven't heard this one in a minute. There we go. Oh, heck yeah. I always love checking this dude out while I love that he's on right now. This is great. This is awesome. He's on the East Coast and he starts streaming at 6 a.m. on the East Coast. So we get to catch him sometimes when I'm getting off. All right. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for hanging out tonight, everybody. Yeah, we'll be kicking out some more jams tonight, and then this week, man, hopefully if everything goes according to plan and everything seems to be ironed out, which I think it is, except for that blinking thing, I gotta fix that. Anyway, the point is that hopefully this week should be a lot of production, getting deep in on the orchestral template and really getting into it this week. I'm really looking forward to that. That should be a really good time. Yeah. Heck yeah. So, but we'll be on tonight kicking out some more jams. So come on by if you want to kick out some jams. And then yeah, the rest will be things as it happens and does stuff. Okay, we're doing 2 giveaways. The first one for Devise's dropping of the dono, sponsorship giveaway. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Rolls! Rolls not only wins a CD, but saves the day from the rigged giveaway setup. Thankfully, I don't think it's rigged. It's not rigged! Congratulations to Rolls. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you. The rest will be taken care of right on. And now, the final nightcap giveaway. Thanks for sticking around till the end of the show, everybody. Drum roll, please. And the winner is... Fingy Plays! Congratulations, you just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice, shipped anywhere in the world. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. Congratulations to Fingy Plays. Oh, no. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure. I can't, if I do that, I can't see it. Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure that what I just sent you is correct. It's not. After V8, that's the end of it. V8 is the end of the link. After the V8, the pound sign and the dollar sign and the percentage sign, all that stuff is not correct. That's not part of the link. I have to add stuff so that Twitch doesn't think I'm spamming. And I forgot to add the space afterward. Same thing with you, Rolls. If I sent you, did I send you the right one? I might have not sent you my setup was a little messed up tonight. Nope, yours is correct. All right. Anyway. So, there's that. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight, everybody. Good times. I will be kicking out some more jams tonight. And we'll be producing later this week. So if you want to come by for that,
feel free to stop by, chilling out with the production jams. We're going to go say what's up to Salty Mike. He's playing Star Citizen. Speaking of Star Citizen, we'll get a good gauge on what's happening over there. Hey, whatever you're doing today, this afternoon, this evening, whatever it is, wherever you happen to be, always remember to, never be afraid. Kill music. If you start with a question mark for your spam, you won't mess up the link. Is that right? Is that right? That's an interesting proposition. I like it. I like it a lot. Do we have time? Show mobile cam. Okay, so remember I was talking about the cob light? Here's the cob light. Let me see if I can get the shutter speed down so you can see. Can you see it? Can you see it in there? That's a cob light. I have to, hold on. It wants me to, yes, I want to proceed. There we go. Here we go. There you go, see? There it is. We're to 1600 shutter speed. Okay, bye. I'll see you later. Bye. Stop streamer bot.